Yo, what's up, everybody? Guys, how are you doing today? It's good to see everybody. Welcome to One Africa. Welcome to Swahili Nation. It's good that you guys are there. So if you're joining me right now, please let me know in the comment section where you're watching from. And guys, I don't know if you see this. This is crazy, man. It's crazy. This is something that we need to work on. Well, here right now where I am, there's no electricity. So anytime you guys, you might see me for some time, but then, you know, um, I'm using my lightning here, the light. Hopefully, it's gonna stay here for a long time. But if electricity is not gonna come anytime sooner, you're not gonna be able to see me here today. But anyways, we're gonna keep doing this no matter what. So I want to appreciate you guys for stopping by here today and joining this conversation. Hey, what's up? I see Reed. I see the brain in the comment section in the house, man. I love you guys. It's good to see you guys starting with me here. So without wasting time, just gonna pray and then we're gonna begin our conversation as soon as possible. And I'll be sharing the link with you guys to come to join me as soon as possible. All right. With all being said that, let me say this. I'm just gonna share this link with you guys. And if you come in, I'll leave you here for a second and then I'll let you guys in as soon as possible. Here's the link. All right, let me pray. God, I thank you for today. Thank you for the conversation we're going to have today. Thank you for Africa. Thank you for Nigeria. It's a time for Nigeria, and we're going to talk about, things that are happening there. And I know that you're here. You're going to touch your brothers and sisters from Nigeria, as well as all Africans. We give you praise. We give you thanks. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, guys. So let me just begin because, we have already said that we're going to be spending like less than a minute in the opening moment before we begin. So we're going to keep that. It's the year of action, right? Enough with so many stories. Guys, as you know, Nigeria, it's actually the leading country in Africa when it comes to economics, as well as it has the largest population in Africa. And, when you talk about Nigeria, you talk about, for me, I'll say when you talk about Nigeria, you're talking about I would say the energy of Africa. That's what I would say because of the way that Nigerian people are, it's just really big country, which has a massive influence in the continent and outside of the continent. Just like an example of the music, right? Afrobeat right now, it's all over the world. Like people, they know African music through Afrobeat Nigeria. Like you can name top 3 artists. If you name top 10 artists, the best artists from Africa, you see a lot of Nigerians in that list. That is just in that way, one angle. But when you go to economics, you all know how much influence it has in Africa. It's actually the leading country economically in Africa, right? When you talk about, the doctors in the United States, in the UK, most of them are from Nigeria. This is the area that it actually has a huge influence in the continent, right? And I remember last time, Professor Rumumba, he once said that the day Nigeria wakes up, Africa will never be the same again. It's a statement that myself, I agree with it 100% because of all these few things that I mentioned and so many more that we're going to be talking about today. All right, there's a lot of things that we'll be talking about today. Nigeria, in my personal evaluation, where Nigeria is not supposed to be there. I think it's supposed to be somewhere better than where it is because it has everything, that it takes to be there, to be honest. But, you all know about the issues that are going in Nigeria constantly when it comes to, terrorist attacks, leadership and some other stuff, which actually threaten the security in Nigeria for so long time. I have a lot of my friends that are there right now in Nigeria, and I talk to them. My best friend to death, he's there in Nigeria right now, right? I have conversation with him all the time. And yes, the brain, he reminds me about in Nollywood, Nollywood. When you're talking about movies, man, dramas here in Africa, man, I gotta be honest, as much as it hurts me, because me and my best friend, we have this competition, but it's leading country in Africa. All right, we can't argue with that. They've started a well long time, and they've been doing pretty good job when it comes to that area as well. We have our brothers and sisters here. I mean, brothers. I haven't met any sister from Nigeria here. To Niger, we have two Johns. in the family. So it's amazing that today we are talking about Nigeria, one of the great nations in Africa. You know what I'm saying? And it's very necessary for us to have this conversation today. So today I came upon this one document that it really, I really felt, I don't know what to say this, but it really touched me in a different way. And I want to read it a little bit to you guys right now, and then we can go ahead. I can invite you guys as well. I'll read it. And yes, so let me read this a little bit with you. This is what it says, all right? It says, over 80% of killings were carried out by terror groups that have terrorized the north, west, and north central zone of Nigeria. At least 486 people were killed in the first 3 weeks of 2022 by non-state actors across Nigeria. An average of 22 people a day. That means every single day, 22 people, right? A premium times compilation of media report shows. Over 80% of the killings were carried out by terror groups that have terrorized the northwest and north central zone, while about 50% of the total killing occurred in Niger State, north central Nigeria. And then it goes all in all. Like last week, the Niger State Governor San Bello announced that at least 220 people were killed in his state. That's one state. Between January 1 to 17. So within 17 days, 220 people were killed on January in the Niger State. Most of the killings in the state were unreported until the government's statement, an indication that the media missed some of the gruesome acts of terror group in the country. Apart from Niger State, other states that witnessed large-scale killings in the first 3 weeks of 2022 were Zamfara, Plateau, Kebbi. The victims were mostly unarmed civilians, innocent people. And then it goes on and on. I can share this article with you guys, which says Nigeria, 486 people were killed across Nigeria in the first 3 weeks of 2022. When I came across this, guys, I came across this article today. I was just spending time in a cafe, reading, different news and what's going on in the continent. But when I came across this, this article, I felt a need to come and talk about this. And it's simply because, we haven't been talking about Nigeria. We haven't been talking about Nigeria, and we're talking about one Africa. Then we must talk about Nigeria as well. And there's so many other countries. I know we're not talking about them, but we must come to talk about them as well. So the topic of today, or what we're going to talk about with this is just the data of between January 1st, like three first weeks of 2022 in Nigeria. And I know today here we'll have our brothers from there, and they're going to talk to us and share with us even previous year, like if they have data of numbers, like how many people were killed with this terror group. Before, we've spoken a little bit about how can we stop this. But today I think we should talk specifically about Nigeria as a model to the entire continent, because the terror issue is not just happening in Nigeria, but it's happening in different corners of this continent. We have spoken about Somalia, Al-Shabaab, and today I think it's important for us to talk about this. The topic is what should be done to improve security in Nigeria. So without wasting time, I have my brother here, the Brain. He's already in. Brain, it's good to see you, my brother. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. What a pertinent topic today. Thank you for dedicating today's session. And one of the most important, if not the most important nation in the continent. So, yeah, thank you for doing that. Nigeria is such an important country. I don't know how much Nigerians know that. Nigerians, I'm talking about ordinary Nigerians, how much they understand and appreciate the significance of Nigeria, except the fact that the large population and the big economy, and the top line is beyond that. I think Nigeria it has even a much deeper significance to Africa. Not just to the region it is located, but even to the broader Africa, and then even to the world. So, this is such a personal topic, and I really appreciate it.
And anytime, my brother, anytime. So in your perspective, or what do you think about, if you have anything to add to the question?
Yeah, I think to me, like, what we need to ask is like, you like think about how things something like this are operationalized.
Mm,
When we think about terror, don't it's not
mm,
different from when you think about, like, say you have a business operation on the ground.
mm,
It's not that like there's no much difference except the goals. The goals are different, the objectives are different, and the consequences are different. But the process of operationalizing, you have to ask yourself. I mean, it's not just somebody like disenfranchised and disheartened individuals coming together, feeling like, oh, we this country doesn't represent us. We don't feel like we are given the due space and presence, and let's go out and fight a revolutionary war. It's not
mm,
that. It is a much more sinister thing. It's much more
mm,
sinister, much more convoluted than it appears. It presents
mm,
itself because terror, the object of terror is fear.
mm,
The
mm, mm,
object of terror, the objective of a terror is to put fear on whoever is out there trying to kind of
mm,
create something or innovate
mm,
something or bring solution to something. So,
mm,
so the deployment of terror is serving a purpose. And
mm,
the question you have to ask yourself: who benefits from that kind of purpose?
mm,
Obviously, the Nigerian government will not benefit from it. To be constantly, no, despite I'm not saying Nigerian government is perfect. No government is perfect. No,
mm,
don't get me wrong with that. I'm the first one to tell you like there's a lot of nuances to it. But the one thing I want to point out is the Nigerian people, ordinary Nigerian people, and then their at least overall big picture political forces are not necessarily going to benefit from terror. There are some political forces in Nigeria that could see some benefit from it, that
mm,
could capitalize on it. But
mm,
I'm talking about institutionally, as an institutional organization of government of Nigeria, it benefits much better when the country is not as much in fear, I think.
mm.
But I could be like somebody could come and correct me on now. But I think there's a lot
Yeah.
of other forces that want to get discounts on Nigerian resources.
Mm,
They will get a discounts on Nigerian resources like oil, right? Like whatever resources that people get from Nigeria, be it
mm.
ideas, because a resource is not just material, even
Yeah.
immaterial ideas that could be discounted because you have to discount because of terror. Terror forces you to lower prices. Lower
Mm,
price means lower value for the things that you go out and then so it becomes harder for Nigerians to negotiate
mm,
benefits for them because the person on the other side of the table will have an upper hand on you. So
mm,
I say terror is trying to achieve a goal, and that goal is usually very sinister, and that sinister goal is not necessarily governance, good governance, or achieving something, creating something, and moving the country to a directions is not something. I think most Nigerians would be ambitious enough to appreciate that the Nigeria could do like 20 times more than what it does right now and
yeah.
that they will
Yeah.
be working hard to achieve that. So, is
Mm.
it okay for me to pause here and then I'm a gas station? Let me buy my gas and I get back. Is that okay?
Oh, definitely, definitely, definitely.
Okay.
That's
I'll
okay.
be listening though. My speaker will be on still. Okay.
All right. No worries, no worries.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Well, guys, so because of what's going on there, because of the security reason, that's one of the biggest issue in Nigeria. I think for a while, security, right? With all these things that we're talking about, terrorism and everything. I had to share something today on Twitter as well, and that's one of the things that I also came across this, and this is what it says. Says brain drain. Over 100 medical consultants left Nigeria in the last 2 years due to insecurity. There's different reasons. One of them is insecurity. Security, poor warfare and working conditions. This level of insecurity in the country has remained worrisome, making it nearly impossible to safely use certain routes across the country. And I will share with you guys. Oh my goodness! You see, guys, my no, not my internet. As I told you guys today that electricity is gone where I am right now, so you guys are not gonna be able to see me clearly, and that is because of that. But anyways, let me try to do this. Can I close here? If you guys, let me see if I can connect with you guys. Can you guys see me? Because man, it's kind of dark in here. But well, let me share with you guys. This article that I'm talking about, and I see we have Deborah Dad in the room. But before I allow Deborah to come and to share something, but I wanna share with you guys this article. Oh my goodness, God is so good. Electricity just came right now. Wow, come on now, look at that. Oh man. It just came back. All right, this is good. It just came back right now. It's been out for a long time, and it just came back right now. Hopefully, it's gonna stay this way for a while. All right. So let me share with you guys this article as well. All right, of this 100. It's right here, and I'll read for you guys a little bit to see, just to show you guys that because of the security struggle in Nigeria, a lot of things are happening, and it's costing a lot of stuff, and one of them is the medical issue. Let me read for you guys here a little bit before I allow my sister to talk. All right, this is the article here. I say Nigeria burned down, over 100 medical consultants left in Nigeria the last 2 years of issues, right? And then it goes and say that as of 2020, Nigeria had a doctor-patient ratio, this and this. I'll start from here. The Medical and Dental Consultant Association of Nigeria has said more than 100 of its members left the country in the past 24 months. The president of the association, this guy, was speaking at the briefing in Abuja on Sunday, said the medical officials left the service of 17 tertiary health institutions in the country. This and this, it goes all and all, and I want to jump to the reason of exit, right? It said health workers are leaving in large number due to poor welfare and working conditions in the country. He said the issue of insecurity ravaging major parts of the country is contributing to the daily exit of medical. Yes. He also noted that many recent policies of the government appear to target medical professionals and their practice in Nigeria, which he claimed adversely impact on quality of healthcare delivery in the country. The level of insecurity in the country has remained worrisome, making nearly impossible to safely use certain routes across the country. All right, I'll stop there. And if you want, I share the link in the comment section. You guys can check it out. Right. So this is one of the things.
Mika, can I just say before? Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Ezra, I just wanted to say, like, the point I just made there. So thank you. I just wanted to say what you just read just proved my point. That there's a goal to be made, there's a goal to be achieved, and then you can't underestimate the value of medical medical forces leaving your country and then going to these countries right now. Countries are dealing with extreme amount of pandemic and all sort of healthcare crisis. You know, so they're going to places where they get the sense that they get security and they can exercise their profession and their craft. That's where they're going to. And Nigeria becoming so insecure, training all these people, educating all these people, and losing those people to places like that. Nigeria is the one to suffer for it. But the insecurity forces educated people out. Insecurity forces people out. There's no question about it. Terror is a much quicker way of achieving that insecurity. Using terror, but generally security does. I mean, what you just read, and the linkage between insecurity and the loss of medical professionals to other countries that seem to be much safer. I mean, that's a very interesting. You look at America has safety issues at hand, but people don't know about it as much because 30,000 people die of violence here. 30,000 people a year die of violence, like gun violence, but you don't hear about it in global media. The reason you don't hear about it is that if you hear about it, you think twice about coming to America. Or you think twice about coming to America and going to certain neighborhoods. You know, so I just wanted to add that a little bit, just to strengthen what you just made, what the evidence that you just brought, really prove
Yeah.
that point.
Yes, yes, definitely, definitely. Appreciate the brain. So guys, all this stuff, they always have negative impact in so many areas. And imagine seeing like 100 workers and maybe even more than that, living away, and that's because of security. Again, like in any country, you cannot blame anyone for doing that. But this, we already have a shortage number of doctors and nurses in Africa, in our countries. And I've shared with you guys before, when you go to the US, you find more than 30,000 Nigerian doctors are there, right? At the same time, we still have people dying in Africa and they don't have doctors. Why? Because of the security, the same reasons you're talking about. So people running away and they're finding the much safer place to be. And at the same time, we still have terror attacks. People are still dying just from, like, for 3 weeks, the first 3 weeks of 2022, more than 480 people were killed in Nigeria because of terror. These people, they need medical service. We don't have, because people are leaving runaway. So you see that it's a big issue, and it's something that it's killing Africa. It's sucking the blood out of Africa, right? And that's why I think more than this talk is the first step towards the change, us to discuss about how can we make sure that Nigeria, it has a much safer security and everything. And I see people already commenting. I'll come back to your comments very soon, but feel free to join the conversation through the link in the comment section. Deborah, welcome to the show. It's good to see you, my sister. How are you today?
How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. What a beautiful voice of yours. It's been a while to see you. Um, what do you think about the topic of today? And if you have anything to share, you can go ahead and share.
Okay. Mm. እኔ የሚያወራ በአማርኛ ነው እንጂ እንግሊዝኛ ብዙም አልችልም። Hello?
Ezra, you're here, right? The brain.
Oh, mine was mute. Sorry. So yeah,
You need to help
I
me a
will
little bit.
pass the message. I will pass the message. Don't worry. I got you.
Thank you.
Okay. ምን ላይ እንደሆነ አላውቅም ግን አሁን ነው ገባው እና ትንሽ
እንትን ነው ይኸውልሽ፣ ስለ ናይጄሪያ ነው እያወራ ያለው። ናይጄሪያ ጀነራል ዛሬ ቶፒኩ ናይጄሪያ ነው። ናይጄሪያ ነው የምናየው። ናይጄሪያ ትልቅ ሀገር ናት። ናይጄሪያ ብዙ ህዝብ አላት። ናይጄሪያ ብዙ አቅም ያላት ሀገር ናት። ግን ናይጄሪያ ደግሞ በዛው ልክ ደግሞ ብዙ ቻሌንጆችን ትጋፈጣለች። ብዙ ችግሮች አሉባት። በተለይ ደግሞ በሴኩሪቲ ዙሪያ በተመለከተ በቴሮሪስት ምክንያት ባለፉት 3 ሳምንታት በጃንዋሪ ብቻ ወደ 400 ምናምን በላይ ሰዎች ሞተዋል በቴሮሪዝም ምክንያት። እንደዚህ አይነት ትዊተር ላይ እሱም እንደዛ ነው ያለው እና ከትዊተር ነው ያገኘው እሱንም እና በዛ ዙሪያ ላይ ሀሳቦች ካለሽ እንዲሁም ደግሞ በአጠቃላይ በናይጄሪያ ላይ ዙሪያ ላይ ነው ናይጄሪያ በተመለከተ ያለሽ ሀሳብና ሀሳብ ካለሽ ስለ ናይጄሪያም የምትናገሪው ነገሮች ካለ ከናይጄሪያም ጋር አሁን ደግሞ ናይጄሪያ አሁን አንዱ የተናገረው መጨረሻ ላይ ምንድነው በቴሮሪዝም ምክንያት ናይጄሪያ ብዙ ሜዲካል ዶክተሮችን ሉዝ እያደረገች ነው። ብዙ ሜዲካል ፕሮፌሽናሎችን የጤና ባለሙያዎችን ሉዝ ታደርጋለች። አገር ጥለው ይሄዳሉ። በቴሮሪዝም ምክንያት ሳይሆን ያው ኮንዲሽኑ ወርኪንግ ኮንዲሽኑ የስራ ኤንቫይሮንመንቱም ብዙም አይመጥናቸውም። ያን ያህል አይከበሩም። መከበር የሚገባቸውን አይከበሩም እና በዛ ዙሪያ ላይ ጠቅላላ አድርገሽ በነጥብ አድርገሽ ነገሪልን። ለኔም ደግሞ እድሉን ስጪኝ። መተርጎም እንኳን ተርጓሚ ነኝ ብዬ ብናገር ትክክለኛ ተርጓሚ ያለው ግን ሐሳብሽን እንደገባኝ ያህል ለማስተላለፍ ሞክራለሁ።
እውነት ነው። ግን ናይጄሪያ በአፍሪካ አንደኛ ናት በህዝብ ብዛት 206.1 መሰለኝ ብዙ ሚሊዮን እና ብዙ ይብዛላት ናት። ደግሞ ብዙ እንትንም አላት። ግን ሁሌ ጦርነቱ ውስጥ ነው አለች በቴሮሪስት ምክንያት እና ጠቅላላ ናይጄሪያ ብቻ አይደለም አፍሪካ በጣም የተጎዳች ናት። ደግሞ እንደዚህ ናይጄሪያ የምታደርገው ነው። ሁሉም ናይጄሪያ ብቻ አይደለም የሚጎዳው ብዙ ነው። ለምሳሌ አሁን አፍሪካ ሙሉ ማለት ይቻላል ሙሉ ነው እኮ እየተጎዱ ነው። ግን ናይጄሪያ ውስጥ ሁሌ እየሞቱ ነው አለው። ትዊተርም ላይ ያለው ነው ጉግል ላይ ያለው ነበረ እና ባለፈው ሳምንትም ብዙም ሰው ሞተዋል ምናምን አለው እንትን ትዊተር ላይ አይቼ ነበረ። እና ብዙ ጊዜ አለች ሚሊተሪም አለች እና ሄሎ
Yeah, but so what Deborah is saying that first she didn't come in at the beginning of the conversations, so she didn't hear your initial statements and evidence that you gave. So I gave a little bit of that, but so the one point that she wanted to make is that she's been watching and not seeing that the insecurities in Nigeria is serious. Nigeria is a big country. She says Nigeria is the number one country in terms of size, in terms of the population, in terms of its power, but it's constantly under insecurities. Like many African countries, Nigeria is also in constant insecurities, and that insecurities is what she was pointing out. And then Deborah, ሌላ ተጨማሪ ነገር ካለሽ በዚሁ ላይ እንቀጥይበትና የሆነ ወደ መቋጫ ሀሳቡ ላይ እንድደርሺ ሌሎችም ሰዎች እየገቡ ስለሆነ እንዲናገሩ
እና ደግሞ እንትን ናይጄሪያ ብዙ ህዝብ ብቻ አይደለም ያለችው። ለምሳሌ አሁን ናይጄሪያ ላይ እኮ የተጫወተች ና ፈረንሳይ ናት። ለምንድን ነው የፈረንሳይ ወታደራት አታወጣም? ለምንድን ነው ብዙ በእንትን ለምሳሌ አሁን እኮ ሸባሪ
ናይጄሪያ ውስጥ የሉም። ናይጄሪያ ውስጥ የሉም ፈረንሳይ ወታደሮች።
ባለፈው ማን ነው ገደለ? ናይጄሪያ
ጎረቤት ሀገሮች ኒጀር ነው እሱ ኒጀር ነው። ትንሹ ሀገር በሰሜን አዋሳኝ ሀገር ናት። ናይጄሪያ የምትባል ሀገር ሳይሆን ኒጀር የምትባል ሀገር ደግሞ ሌላ አለች።
እና ጠቅላላ ግን እንትን ውስጥ ማውጣት ብቻ ናይጄሪያ ብቻ አይደለም። ጠቅላላ ለምሳሌ አሁን እኮ አፍሪካ የታመሰች ናት። ቡርኪና ፋሶ ምን እየሰራች የኛ ምንድነው የሚሰሩ? እኔ ግራ ግብት እያለኝ ነው። ምንድነው የኛ እንትን እየተቀመጡ ምን እየሰሩ ነው? እንትን የአፍሪካ
የናይጄሪያ ችግር ዲቦራ እንዲገባኝ የናይጄሪያ ችግር ለብቻዋ ብቻ ሳይሆን ዙሪያው ያለው ፈረንሳይ የምታረገው አሻጥርም ነው ያልሸለው።
አዎ ፈረንሳይ ትላንትና አንድ ቪዲዮ
እንዲገባኝ ነው እየጠየቅሽ።
አንድ ቪዲዮ አይቼ ነበረ ትላንትና። ምንድነው የአሜሪካ ወታደር ምን አልመሰለ እንትኑ የቮይስ እንትኑ የአሜሪካ ቮይስ ላይ ምን አለ መሰለ ማሊ እንትን አፍሪካ እንትን ቻይና እና ሩሲያ እንትን የጠጋች ናት እና እኛ በጣም ደግሞ የኛ አእምሮ የመሆኑብኝ እነሱ እኮ እኔ
ትንሽ ተቆራረጠ ዲቦራ። እስካሁን ያልሽውን ነገር ልንገራቸው። እሺ
ሄሎ
አቤት
ሄሎ ሶሪ So Deborah, let me translate a little bit, okay? So I had to make a little bit of corrections. So she was mistaking a little bit of Nigeria. So it's easy to mistake that. But she thought French were also had a military in Nigeria. But she after that correction, she went on to explain the Nigeria insecurity is very much tied to the insecurities around Nigeria. In Mali, in Niger, and Burkina Faso, and then she asked, "What are African countries doing about this?" Because Nigeria insecurity is linked to to all these other insecurities around the country. The country, particularly, those insecurity she points out is the French and the European presence that is there. And then she said that she saw a video where an American was explaining that. The Americans see what's happening in Mali with the Russians coming in, the Chinese coming in as a problem. So they are not going to allow Mali to host other forces other than French. So they will step into the behind the scene plotting that's taking place is linked to that. So she was trying to point out that Nigeria is insecure not just because of its internal problems, which causes a lot of issues for Nigeria, but it's also its insecurity is tied to the region insecurity. Now I've told her I'm not translating. I told her I'm gonna tell because I'm not good at translating people, but I'm only good at taking the ideas and then based on what I understand from the ideas. So my understanding of what she said, this is what it is. Okay. So I think you got John in here in the house. Welcome, John.
All right.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you for having me. Yeah,
Yeah,
do I
John,
speak?
John, this is your country, John. It's our country.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mika. Thank you, everyone. And I really love the girl who spoke in French. I love everyone. Though I couldn't understand what she was saying, but from the little interpretation, it seems as if she made a whole lot of sense. So quickly, thank you for having me. First of all, I'm a Nigerian, born in Nigeria, still in Nigeria. So, I think I'm much in a much more better position to explain this to everyone.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
first of all, I want us to go back to history a little bit. The first question is, how did we get here? That's the first question I should ask. Things do not just start overnight. Something, things like, something must be triggered by something. What we have today is as a result of, the gradual build up, over the years. And I'll explain to you, let's go back to the history of Nigeria. I'll be very brief. So I would like to educate you a bit on the history of Nigeria. The British came into West Africa and amalgamated, what we know as Nigeria. So, Nigeria came about, the uniting of two countries, of two protectorate. We have the North and the South. That was how Nigeria came to be. So now, if you look at the North is predominantly Muslim. So about 50% are Muslims in the North. So in the South, we have about 48% Christians, while religious worships are grabbed into two. And Micah, not to insult a certain religion, I'm not saying that that a certain religion is bad. I'm not against Muslims in any way, but what I would say is you and I know that whenever we have this religion called Islam, predominantly in a certain place, wherever you have a large presence of this religion, that there's problem already. That it's quite difficult, to actually work with this kind of people. And I will explain. Like I said, I'm not against Muslims. I don't hate anybody. I believe that we can work together, because if you look at developing countries like Saudi Arabia and Dubai, they are Muslims. They're Muslim country because they chose to evolve, from where they are, to actually meet up with what to actually become better. They actually chose to better themselves. But in the case of Nigeria, it has been, a pain in the butt. It has been a problem. It has been problematic. And let's now move, towards history. Nigeria got our independence in the year 1960, where we became an independent country from the British colony. So within that time, 6 years later, there was a coup. You know what a coup means? A coup was carried out by, a the people from the south, my region, where I come from exactly, from the southeast. There was a coup, and that coup, by mistake, so many casualties that was involved in that coup were from the northern Nigeria. So that was where that mistake, that was the first mistake that happened. And during that process, the coup only lasted for 6 months, and these guys from the north fought back. You understand? The south. So I'm just trying to explain to you where this division came to be. So the problem is, some people up north, ever since then, has vowed that this country will not progress. I'm not saying some people, I'm not saying all of them, because like I said, in 2023, presently, the president of Nigeria is from the north. In 2023, we have to welcome another progressive northerner. So I don't hate them. I don't hate them for anything. I feel that, the majority are just misrepresenting them. Like I said, the richest man in Africa is from the north. So from Kano precisely. So some people just decided that this country called Nigeria will not move forward. They just got upset with the country. You understand? And since then, over the years, Nigeria had coup. The country was held by military from the northern Nigeria from 1966 to 1999. So they held the country captive for about 40 years.
And for 40 years.
Remember, for 40 years, yes. Remember, within that period of time, we had what they call the Biafran War. The Biafran War was a war between the southeast of Nigeria, where I come from, the Igbo people, and the north. So now, what caused the Biafran War was that the people from the south got fed up and said, okay, let's go back to what we have before. Let us let us peacefully go back to what we have before, so that the country can peacefully progress. But the people from the north saw it as an attempt to hijack the government. Like I told you, I told you about religion. It has played a massive role in the underdevelopment of Nigeria. So these people thought that that the South is about to play its gimmicks again, and it led to the 3-year Biafra War that led to the massacre of the Igbos in the eastern part of Nigeria. All right. So now, going forward from that, it was from 1966 to 1999. At that point in time, the country was already in jeopardy. There was nowhere to hide again. Then, moving forward, it was becoming a shameful thing for a country not to be under a democratically elected government. So fast forward to 1999, we had the Fourth Republic, which we're currently enjoying now. To what we have now, it was the Fourth Republic. So for the first time, Nigeria since independence, Nigeria is enjoying 22 years of uninterrupted democracy in Nigeria. So from 1999 to what we have now. So the North actually had to step back for a new Southern democratic government to come in. And this happened briefly for 8 years. Obasanjo. Mika, do you know Obasanjo? You know him?
Yeah.
Obasanjo.
Yeah.
All right. So he ruled the country for 8 years. Then handed over back, because in Nigeria we have what they call rotation. So it is the north and the south. So he moved them back to the north. Then since then, briefly for about two and a half years, and the man from the north, a very peaceful man, like I said, a very wonderful, lovely man, the name of Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, died after 2.5 years in office. Like I said, he died in office, and the power had to move back to the south again, in the name of President Goodluck Jonathan. What you are looking now is this picture on the this stuff on the screen is called Eco Atlantic. It was developed by this is Lagos, where I live. So, like I said, it happened that way, and like I said, a certain part of the country got angry. They got aggrieved that they were being cheated in the Fourth Republic. So what was the next strategy? What was the idea to get power back, bring up insecurity? That was all they could think of. Remember, this region, has prioritized religion. Micah, in fact, I'll be leaving. I make plans to see you this year. Probably this year, I want to bring you to Nigeria. I'll bring you to Lagos, to the south, and I'll fly you to the north to go and see the difference that Nigeria is actually, when you combine two countries together is what you call Nigeria. This part you see is the south. Now, this where you have the hardworking people, where you have the developed people, the musicians, the developed people in Nigeria. This is where they are. Now, immediately you cross to the north, where you have this insecurity, because insecurity is not everywhere around Nigeria. Insecurity is in the north predominantly. That's where it is. That's where you have the religion. You have people actually in the north. You have they have the Sharia law in the region. They have Sharia. You know what they call Sharia?
Yes, I know.
Yes,
I know
it's like an Islamic law. In Nigeria, in Nigeria, we have two kind of education. We have the Western and we have the Arabic in two countries. So, like I said, what is happening in Nigeria is clash of ideologies. The country is not in synergy. We have people who are loyal to a certain part of the world, while we have the others loyal to the other part of the world. So there is clash of ideology. That was happening in the country. Some people choose to go, like some people are driving towards an Arabic dynasty, while the people in the south here are driving towards the Western dynasty. So we are different in reasoning. Now, like I said, these people thought out ways, to shake the country a bit. So they brought out insecurity. Now, if you look at the map of ISIS, I want you to go and, when you have time, Google the map of ISIS. You see that Nigeria is included in an ISIS state. Nigeria is included. Yes, in an ISIS state. Now, insecurity came up. They brought up all the people they could brought in ISWAP. Like I said, I'm not pointing finger to anybody, but we could know how this, at least we've been hearing some confessions. Most of these guys are captured, the Boko Haram are captured, and they are brought and they are integrated back into the society. These same people who killed people, this same Boko Haram who killed women, this same Boko Haram who murdered children, you capture them and you integrate them back into the society. So it's called that Nigeria has no enemies, but the enemies of Nigeria are within Nigeria. So that's why we've been fighting this for about 15 years now. If you ask everybody in Nigeria now, they've all, they've forgotten about it and they've decided to move on. So, this is what we're actually happening in Nigeria. So that was what paved way for our present president called Muhammadu Buhari. So he came in under the guise of insecurity, to come and, show, at least the North wanted to, to put their own in office. And we could see what it has resulted into. Massive insecurity that Buhari himself, cannot solve. Could not solve. The same man also, he could not solve it. So now we can see what it has moved, that's turned into the country. Probably these guys, he brought them in to disturb another person's government, and now they don't want to leave. In Nigeria now, there's a culture of bandits. Bandits capture people in Nigeria and demand for huge sum of money. $1 million, $2 million. So you understand? So that is what the country has turned to. And I want to quote somebody quickly. It was an army or officer in Nigeria. It was one of the the military leader. His name is Abacha. He said something. He said, if insurgency is not solved or he's not taken down in 24 hours, it means that the government knows about it. So it's a very simple, how do I put it? That's a simple way to wrap it up. So what we're facing now, it's propaganda by the government to distract the people and to loot the country's treasury. That's what we're saying now. The reason why Nigeria has not crashed is because the economy of the countries in the south, like I said, you're seeing Lagos right now. It's a very beautiful place. This is Ikoyi Marina. It's a very beautiful place. I'll make sure that before this year, I'll make sure I fly down to Nigeria. So, like I said, that's why the country has not crashed yet, because the economy is the crude oil, the human resources, the industries are in the south. If you go up north, there's nothing literally happening there, because these people, they decided to hide under the guise of religion, and impoverish themselves. So that's what we were having now. So when we talk about insecurity, before it used to be, like I said, it's a serious problem, but we all know that the government is behind it. We all know that they are behind it. So that's what I want to say. But like I said, insecurity is Buhari's administration is ending next year, and I know for sure that he's not going to leave this thing as is, leaving office. Something has to be done about it. So just to give you a brief overview on how Nigeria is right now, that's why I decided to explain to you from the history to what we have right now. So if you have any question, you can ask me and I would answer you.
Yeah, definitely. But I want to give a chance first to the brain. The brain, do you have any question that you want to ask to John?
And it's not necessarily a question, but I think he did a very good job of elaborating to us the dynamic, the internal dynamic that is very hard to see unless you are somebody, an insider. So I really appreciate that. That's a very good it's a good way of, I think it's a good way of really getting us to understand the complexity of what is underneath the surface. Because on the surface, sometimes you might see something else, but on the ground, it's always something else, because we've seen this in so many other places. I'm inclined to lean on John's explanation than any other explanation out there. But what I want to understand is that, like, John, what are the other perspectives inside Nigeria, other than your perspective, that we should be aware of?
Okay.
I know
all right.
You gave us your perspective. You gave us your understanding of it.
Yes.
But I'm sure there's somebody out there. There's somebody out there in Nigeria who will say, your explanation is one-sided. So, but what is that? What would be the other side that could be there? In terms of explanation, not the facts, but
right.
explanation.
Thank you for this question.
Yeah.
Yes, explanation. Yes, like I said, if you asked me this question 10 years ago, when we had this insurgency, just starting, people had people who were patriotic, who would defend the country to its core. But over time, we began to see this. For example, you send troops to ambush. These guys are probably, these insurgents are untrained. They are not professional. They don't have the weapon. You send the troops after them. Then mainly you call the troops back, not to attack, and the troops fall back, and these guys moving to attack the villages and run back. So, like I said, when you begin to see things like this, you begin to wonder that what is happening, what is wrong. Now, for example, about last year, I think last year, yes, we had these same Boko Haram members coming out with placards and saying, "We are sorry, Nigerians." Imagine Boko Haram members, people who are killed women, rape women, coming out with the Nigerian army standing beside them and, showing placard and saying, "Nigerians, we are sorry." Imagine. Number 3, about, I think last year or two years ago, we had the same people again. They were captured by the Nigerian army. They were rehabilitated. They were hosted in party. Mika, you host terrorists in the presidential lodge, in party, in what I mean, like get together party. You host terrorists. Imagine. So if you ask any Nigerian, apart from my, my point of view, they'll tell you the same. About, I think, 2 years ago, when we had the lockdown, I was with the Nigerian army in Lagos, and somebody was telling me and said that it was when this man from Chad, the president of Chad, actually offered to fight the Boko Haram, because it is we share borders with Chad, right? So it was until when he came out that there was a little blow on Boko Haram, little blow on them. Imagine an army saying that, my brother, don't die for this country. These people are lying against us. And an army officer saying this. Nigeria in Africa, our army is number 4. We're the 4th best military in Africa. Number 4. Now, going further, you know that USA, America has stopped sharing intelligence with Nigeria. They've stopped it because they've seen the whole ambush in the government. Now, you can see the recent movement in Ghana. America is trying to build a new ally in West Africa. Before, it used to be Nigeria. But right now, they are trying to change their dynamics to Ghana. So the reason why they can't really work so much with Ghana is because Ghana is not as really big, it's not as really strong as Nigeria could be. But who knows, in the next 50 to 100 years, they might become a major player if Nigeria does not sit up. So, like I said, the only person that will defend this man, that will defend insecurity in this country, is somebody from northern Nigeria. If you call him from the north side, he will defend these people to the core. But we have seen it all. Last year, also to this year, we can see how they caught Nnamdi Kanu, the Biafran agitators. They went to Kenya and captured him. So it shows you that the Nigerian government are more than capable to catch these people. They are capable. They can do it. Right now in Nigeria, some part in the south where we have more of agitation, but they are going down right now. Everything is currently subsiding because they've actually dialogue with some of them. You had in civilian space military helicopter Chinook land there to capture agitators in Nigeria here. In civilian space, military helicopters. So why can't you deploy that same energy in the north, where you have massive killing and terrorism and insurgency? So the language of the government, the body language shows that Nigeria is under siege. Nigeria is run by terrorists as we speak right now. We hope it changes. That's our prayer.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah,
John.
Go on.
So what you're trying to say is the main problem of things that are happening right in Nigeria, these killing and everything, terrorists. What is the main reason? Are you saying that the reason is religion? That's the main issue of Nigeria, with this conflict.
Yeah. Thank you for asking me. I won't say it's religion. You see, the North, if you go back to history, pre-colonial, post-colonial, they remain the only region that, that opposed development. If you look at, let's go back to history. In the North, when the British came, till the British left the country, they had the least number of schools. These people were not ready to, it has been an impoverished region right from time, right from ages, that's been that way. So these people have a bad attitude of blaming their woes, blaming their problem on the South. I repeat, the North thinks that it's being not developed is the South to be blamed. That's how they reason. That's how they think. So now They now hide under the guise of religion. Like I said, I won't say it's a religious battle. It's not religion, but they hide under the guise of religion to put the South, in submission, steal from the South and take from the North. That is what they are doing right now. They feel that the reason why they are underdeveloped is because of the South. That is how they reason. That's how they think. They blame the South for everything. Meanwhile, if you look at the diaspora, it's the South. If you look at development, look at this, as you see, this is Lekki, it's the South. Look at it, these skyscrapers. They are owned by billionaires from the South. So it's like their funding is, the problem is that their funding is so difficult to develop. And one of the things that, one of the things that have caused this is religion that has caused this. So they definitely feel that the
John,
South is all right, go on.
Let me ask you an extension of on that point, and then maybe pause a little bit. We've had a number of northern Nigerian leaders, northerners that have led Nigeria. How come they have not managed to resolve the poverty? Because when you are at the seat of the Nigerian federal power, you have at your disposal the resources of the government, and what have they done even to rebalance it? Okay, like there's a blame of the South, but the South is not always in charge of the entire Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
So what have they done, or what have they not done? Or are they? Wait, are these people who have come from the north to run Nigeria vested in the poverty? Do they have vested interest in the continuation of poverty in the north?
Thank you so much for that question, Ezra. Thank you so much. You see, one way that a region should develop, like I said, that is to become industrialized. It seems that, like I said, not all of them, some elites in the north, some elites. Like I said, that's one reason why I want to bring Micah to Nigeria. In fact, I want you to come. If you look at the three dominant groups in Nigeria, we have the Hausa Fulani in the north, we have the Igbos in the east, Yorubas in the west. The way they think of wealth creation is quite different from the north. In the north, the north will actually impoverish other people to raise a single billionaire. They don't believe in wealth sharing. They believe that once you have, as a billionaire, you are responsible for other people in the society. So that's how the society is actually run. I don't know. I think this can also be attributed to religion as one. Number two, it might just be how they are wired. Now, moving on, why have they left the north, as poor as this? Very simple. Number one, to be able to control the political power, because the person in the north, to be able to control, to be able to command huge amount of votes from the north, because, like I said, they probably keep them poor so that when it's time, for elections, they could easily mobilize them as quick as possible to vote. So they are kept poor, to serve as a major voting bloc, to serve the interests of the north. That's why they are kept poor. Very simple. I say again, they are kept poor, or they are mostly impoverished to keep the north in office, to keep them, because when you make someone rich, you empower him, you give him a mind to think. So they keep the north in poverty, number one, to control them with religion. That's the first thing. Number two, to continue to use them as a major voting machine to stay in office. I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, that's a very old tactic that seems to work for not just Nigeria, but in so many places in the world, right? Yeah. You keep certain people in a degree of poverty, and poverty prevents you from thinking higher level thinkings like purpose, meaning, and reason and logic out of the window. When you have nothing to eat, when you have no security or food security, no basic security that are guaranteed in your community, you are susceptible to manipulation and influence games that can be played. But in terms of solutions, solving this problem, what do Southerners think of how to resolve this problem? Because the poverty of the people in the North, okay, whether the governments that you have in power solves this or not, the people of Nigeria have to figure out a way to extricate the people of the North from such poverty. Then they become part of they benefit from the wealth that the southern part of Nigeria benefits. How do
Yeah.
Southerners think about resolving this? Not
Yeah.
just politicians, but you
The
as a
people.
southerner, how do you,
Yes.
like, as an Igbo, as a Yoruba, and then I think there's a lot of mix of, I know the three major tribes, the
Yes.
three
Yes. Yes.
major
Yes.
groups, but there are a lot of other subgroups as well. But how do you guys think about, like, what is the philosophical thinking in the in the background that we haven't heard publicly, that
Yeah.
a Yoruba person thinks about? Hey, if we do this to people in the north, then they will not be used by politicians for this.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that question. I think there are many ways the South has been reaching out. For example, in the North, we have IDP camps, internally displaced persons. We have camps, and we have organizations, churches from the South reaching out. We've had so many people trying to rebuild the communities. What I've seen is that I don't want to criticize the North because there are also people like me, and it is one region that I am passionate about because, like I said, they have the largest land mass in Nigeria. They play a major role in agriculture. I love them so much. I believe that we can work together. Like I said, we've been reaching out, but we've been reaching out. A lot of most of the people from the South are going there to hire to hire them in tech. I think I know about technology. Technology is a major key player that we're using. Industries are going there. Empowerment, like empowering the young people, because now the hope for them is their young people. So we have to grab the young people as quick as possible, so they don't belong. They don't become like their fathers, because their fathers have failed them. Their fathers held office for 40 years in Nigeria, and yet the North is still what it is today. They still live in hot houses. In the Southeast, there was a Biafran war. If I take you to a state in the Southeast, you won't believe that there was a war there, because they rebuilt their land. They built skyscrapers. They rebuilt again. But the North that came to the Southeast to fought the war still remains underdeveloped. You live in hot houses. There's little or no road. There's nothing. There's no economic activity going on in your region. So I think that the young ones are starting to get liberated. They are opening their eyes. Until last year, alcohol was banned in the North, but now they fought against it. That no. I think we have to. So like they're becoming more liberal. Still holding their religion, and they're trying to speak up for themselves. We've seen more of their youth come. Try to see how they could improve themselves. So I think that with time we should get more improvement from that region. So that's what I have to say.
We don't hear a lot, by the way. Very good. It's good to hear this. We don't hear that much about the people to people work that you just pointed out. Communities in the South, making that overture, stepping in and doing something about what's going on in the North, because that is, to me, in the long run. In the short run, politics is always going to play games with you, because politics is day trading. Politics is about day trading. It's not about investing in the future. It's about what is hard today and how do I exploit today. So, but in the long run, families, communities, churches, and mosques are the ones that will go and do something about it. But what about the Muslims in the south? I know Muslims are in the south as well. So how are the
Yes, yes.
Muslims in the south different from the Muslims in the north?
Yeah, all right. Thank you for that question. The Muslim in the south are found majorly among the Yoruba people of the southwest. We have about few Muslims in the Igbo, but the Muslims in the south are, how do I put it? They are secular. They're secular people. Like, for example, right now my best friend is a Muslim from the south. So, like, for example, this I don't know why they not just choose to be extreme in their own level of Islam, because the Islam from the south is much more friendly. In fact, I can remember going to mosque as an Igbo person, as a Christian. My best friends were Muslims. We ate food, but when you cross the southern hemisphere to the north, it's called that even the Muslims in the north hate the Muslims in the south. They hate themselves. So it's a bit confusing. Like I said, I'm not against them. Like what I could see in my living experience is that they are driving towards an Arabic civilization. That's what the people in the north are trying to do. The south is clearly secular. Be it Muslim, be it Christian, they are secular and they are not extreme. In fact, most of them party, they drink alcohol, they club. It will shock you why you have, two, like in a country, you have different people with separate ideologies. It begins to confuse you that, are you in the right place? So
I think John, I'm gonna push back. My last thing is that I'm gonna push back a little bit. I don't think like being secular and being conservative is the problem. Okay. Like, because I know conservative Christians and conservative Muslims who tolerate, because sometimes conservatism. Are you following the spirit and the laws of, let's say, Islam? The spirit and the laws of Islam is that you have to do good for your neighbor, for the poor. And then you have to follow them by 10% of your income. You have to give it to the poor, and that usually means when somebody is poor in your neighborhood, that they don't have, at least they will have something to eat, because there's somebody who's better off than you, who is by law, by their faith, have to do something about it. And then those are some conservatism is good. I think the problem with the problem is the extremism part. The extremism part is the one that says you don't. For me to exist, you have to cease exist. Your existence has to cease for me to exist. That kind of extremism is where we struggle.
Yeah. Yes, all right. Yes, okay. I think I agree with you. Quickly,
before you continue,
let me round up. Let me round up by saying this. Let me round up.
All right.
Just to speak more on the level of insecurity. Before we had President Buhari came in, let me you might not know that when we had the former southern president in office, his term was about to expire. He was going for a second term. He hired South Africans to actually help fight this insurgency, and we were one step close. I repeat, we were one step close to ending these guys out till this administration got in. And let me tell you one thing. This administration was sponsored by what? By the same United States. The USA, in the name of President Barack Obama, led this same man. But just that, I don't want to cast blame to anyone. I just wanted to just point out, the Western influence in what we are going through right now. And why did the USA back the former president of Nigeria? Just because he signed the anti-gay law bill in 2015, banning gay people in Nigeria. So just to show you how the West has influenced, how they continue to influence Africa. like I said, I'm not. Let me round up by saying that I'm not close to I'm not close-minded. I believe whether north or south, we can work together. They are human beings. But like I said, like you always say, we need unity. We need unity. We need to unite. So I think I'll rest my case on that, and I'll allow.
Right.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, John. I really appreciate it. I wanna give more chance to Nigerians. So I'm going to my brother to Niger, and I wanna ask you to hear your view to Niger. What do you think is the issue before you jump to security, because this is your area? But what do you think is the problem or the issue that Nigeria is struggling with, especially with the topic that we're talking about today? I gave a little bit of the data at the beginning that just within 3 weeks of the first, between January 1st to of 2022, there were more than 480 people were killed by, the terror. But I want to know from you, what do you think is the issue that Nigeria is struggling with?
Mika, before Niger say something, can I step out because I'm about to leave, and I just want to say thank you so much for doing this. I'll be listening on YouTube and then following this. I'm sorry to interrupt this thing, but I have to step out. I have to go make bread. Okay. Thank you so much, John, for your explanations. I'm looking forward to Niger's perspective on this.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. Regarding sorry, I just lost my chain of thought again. What was the question again?
The question is, what do you think is the issue that Nigeria is struggling? Maybe for a long time until this point, because we see a series of a lot of people dying and all those stuff. In your perspective, what do you think is the issue? And then I'll go ahead to ask you the topic of today. What the solution?
At the heart of it is that we don't marshal our people well enough, and our people are not as educated to the real issues on the ground. You can see that even grown men still have their way of thinking that we have been conditioned to believe. There are truths by when you look at different tribes, the way they talk about different groups in the country. And I always tell them that you always have to go for the objective truth, because sometimes it's easy to see things from your own point of view, but it's harder to try to see it from the more neutral point of view. The South, they like to talk about how the North runs the country and how the North is poor and only a few people in the North are rich. But they don't understand that they know full well that the South is richer and more educated, because when Europeans came from the South. That's how they roll. They came from the South, and in the Islamic country, they don't exactly focus on science and innovation as their focus. Their focus is to brainwash other groups to hold to their religion. I don't know whether that's how Islam started, but that is what is happening now. And you can see that even Saudi Arabia itself hardly innovates in terms of technology and stuff. It's only United Emirates in Arab Emirates that has decided to buck the trend and start pushing the boundaries. And Iran, which they hate, is also trying to push the boundaries of innovation. So they've replicated that whole thing direct from Saudi Arabia. You have to understand, Saudi Arabia is a Sunni Muslim and they're also Wahhabist. So that is the kind of Islam that came down to the north of Nigeria. And like the previous speaker said, the Western Nigeria has Muslims there too, but they're not as, how do I put it, more strict in terms of following the rules. And the north is poorer than the south. Financially, educationally, and developmentally, you shall just name the metrics. The only thing they control is the governance. And but when you hear the Southerners talk sometimes, they make it sound as if the Northerners control everything. I can understand their frustration that, they feel that they are smarter in the South. Why should they not be running the show? But the North have decided that will be their only area that they focus all their energy on. Otherwise, they will basically be a slave race to the South. And this is Nigeria was supposed to get its independence around 1990. That's 1957, just like Ghana. But because of the fear of the North, they refused to join with the South because they feared that they'll become a slave race to the South. Because the South was so much educated than them. That's like in the South, they had about 800 and something this in the schools in the South, while in the North, they just had about under 20. So that was the gap they were looking at. So they didn't want to join the South because of that fear. And all the events that have happened since then has led to the problems we have faced, because the South, when the British left, also saw an opportunity. And they just didn't understand that, you know, it's one thing to have education, it's another thing to be balanced with your advantages. You know, when the Civil War happened, before that Civil War, there was this coup that occurred, killed most of the Northerners, killed the first prime minister of the country. And the main coup plotters were mostly from the Southeast then. And can you imagine the first prime minister of the country that was killed, and the coup plotters, the coup failed. The coup failed. And the next person to take over was somebody from that same tribe. That's the Southeast. And he didn't go about executing the people that plotted the coup. Left them alive. And basically maybe imprisoned some of them. And the people in the North, you know, like I said, they were already paranoid that they were going to be a slave to this thing. So they were already paranoid. They saw that happen, and this guy didn't do anything about it. Nigeria was more of a confederation then, or federalist state where different regions had controls. And this Southeast guy that took over, instead of executing the coup plotters, somebody that has killed a prime minister. Can you imagine that? Killed prime minister, killed different governors and different areas, left the Igbo officials alive. Then instead of him to kill them, he went and made Nigeria unitary. That's, in other words, a country that was more a federalist state, you forced it to become one. So in other words, become direct control of the Southerners. So you see, first you kill their leader, now you force the country to be under your control. Their paranoia is increasing. Their paranoia is increasing. And then they went ahead to do so many other things that made the North, you know, they started massacring Igbos in the North. And I think it was failure of leadership and complacency that resulted in this. Because one could have easily seen it coming any time now. You can't just plot a coup, kill one side, and the coup failed, and they left you alive. In America, if you kill the president of the United States, you're not going to live to tell the tale.
Yeah, no.
But that's what happened in Nigeria. That guy lived until the Civil War, and he died in the Civil War. The guy that planned the first coup. And story, you know, the Igbo paid a big price for it since then. 40 years, they've been marginalized from power in terms of running the country, because they had control over the country before. They were not allowed to run the country, but they still had their areas. They were successful. Like the gentleman said, they built up a lot of things that were lost during the Civil War, to the point where they are still more advanced than the North till now. And I think that's, if I'm to give the shape of Nigeria, that is what is going on. And every time Nigerians talk, they focus too much on tribalism. Even if the numbers don't bear that out. Obasanjo was elected by practically all Nigerians. Buhari was elected by practically all Nigerians. Almost all regions voted for him. You see, these people, they have been conditioned to think in a certain way, but they don't look at the realities on the ground. Buhari, as northern as he is, was also elected by the South. Because he had an emblem of being anti-corruption. When he first came into office in the 1980s, he introduced war against indiscipline. He made sure people got to work on time. He made sure corrupt officials were arrested, but he didn't get to do that for long. I think he ran the country for about a year or so before Babangida kicked him out of office. But Nigerians remember that, and that's why they voted for him. So, and now he got into office. Everything he does is colored by people accusing him of tribalism. If he makes a road in the North, tribalism. If he tries to stop and do certain things in the North, maybe build a hospital, tribalism. Even if In the east, he's building a bridge, he's building rail tracks, building roads, everything. Look at Lagos. Look at Nigerians can't stop with the tribalistic thing, and I'm sure many other countries do the same thing. But that conditioning is there, and that is at the heart of most of our problem. Although you can also argue that obviously the instability in the north is coming from outside Nigeria, you know, the Sahel, and we all know why Nigeria has to be kept busy. Because some of all this nonsense going on in West Africa probably wouldn't be happening if Nigeria was in a stronger state. We know that for sure. And we just learned again that Burkina Faso, the president was arrested by a coup plotter. You see, I was talking about this weeks ago that, you know, about last week or so, we were debating this. I was saying you have to worry about the nations behind, because these things, military coup, that's how it spins out of control. And I just feel that if Nigeria had gotten its act together and our people stop focusing too much on tribalism, because in reality, it doesn't have, it's not real. It's just in their head. They elect their leaders not based on tribalism. I think if you look at the leaders Nigerians tend to elect, we have been lucky actually. The worst leader we elected was not elected. He actually came into office through military coup again. That was Buhari. This is Babangida. But if you look at the leaders we elect, like Obasanjo, he didn't do too badly. Jonathan that came into office didn't do too badly. These were generally decent human beings. They are not known to be very corrupt people. So why Nigerians complain, it tells you that it has something to do with conditioning. If you look at, what's his name, Buhari, when he comes to talk to you on TV, you don't get the feeling that that guy is capable of lying. He doesn't have time. You look at our leaders, they barely crave power. They are very quick. They want to leave office. No Nigerian president has run that country for proper 10 years. That's practically one of the few countries no president has run for 10 years. One man hasn't run it for 10 years. Because anytime they come into office, they are hounded out with corruption accusation, tribalism, and all the rest of it. By the time they are 58, they are thinking, you know what, time to leave. And if you tell many Nigerians, many of them will dispute it, but let them look at the data themselves. Let them look at the way Nigerians behave. Let them look at the leaders they've been selecting since 1999. They will find that the leaders have not been very terrible. The way we talk about our leaders, we talk about them like they are downright criminals. That leader in office right now has got some of our items seized because of his law that wasn't necessary, really. But I still understand. You see, I am the kind of person that can see beyond my own self-interest. Many Nigerians don't do that. They just see, no, he affects me, so he's evil. Even if he's trying to do the right things, trying to invest and make sure that we build infrastructure, the guy is focused on infrastructure. And I think that was a mistake on his end, because he should have focused number one on security. I think now he too understands, I think midway through his presidency, he knows security is paramount. And no matter what this guy said, that, you know, Goodluck Jonathan was almost taking out the Boko Haram. Boko Haram was controlling several local government areas in Nigeria. Today, they barely control anything at all in the country. The Ashakawi, the leader of Boko Haram, is dead. Although not Nigerian forces killed him, it was through other conflict between terrorist groups. That said, there is also the numbers that you raised, 400 dead this year. You see, the thing about Nigeria is that 400 dead, the real problem is that we have a terrorist problem in the country, because terrorist problem implies state of insecurity, and you can control it and stuff like that. But if you measure the people that have also died from just gun-related violence in the US from then till now, it's probably more than that 400. So over 27,000 people die in the US every year from just gun-related violence. Some years it goes as high as 40,000. It tells you that there is it's not only all the country that is at war. Lagos is relatively safe. Port Harcourt is relatively safe. In short, most of the South is relatively safe. Even in North, is some parts that you get, because Nigeria is in a state of awareness of these terrorist issues and kidnapping issues. So any single one that happens is flagged up very, very high. You see what I mean? So we are 200 million people, 400 this in dead. I mean, if you compare it to the US today, you find that quite a lot of people have died in the US too, but people are still flocking to the US, and so I'm not trying to say that that should be happening in the country. That's for sure. But I'm just trying to say that our real problem, you know, when we go to the security aspect, you find that that's where the real issue is. If they wanted to take care of it, they can take care of it. And if Nigerians can only get out of the way of the government, because anytime the government wants to do anything, they get in the way. They start complaining about, oh, you want to do this. Nigerians would rather nothing happens than to give power to anybody right now, because they don't trust anybody. I've seen in Nigeria on the road, there was a traffic block. There was a road blockage because of, you know, there was no organization on the road. And we got to the junction. I saw that there were traffic wardens there. I said, why are the traffic wardens not doing their job? He said, because drivers are not listening to the traffic warden. Until a military official came with his own security operatives, cleared the way, then traffic started flowing. They said, but why are the drivers not listening to the traffic warden? He said, because they don't have the power to force the drivers to do anything. I said, then, but why don't they give them the power to prosecute drivers that are not listening to instruction? He said, you want to give them more power so that they can go and abuse it? You see, I was like blown away that they would rather that traffic warden doesn't have the power to control the traffic because they fear he's going to abuse his power. They would rather have anarchy. So you see a system that people have been conditioned so badly not to believe in organization even. That is real life experience that I experienced the last time I was in Nigeria. So it tells you it's conditioning that has gotten us here, and we need leader. I think what Nigeria needs is a leader that can decondition them from this type of mindset. And it's not going to be easy. But I think one of the leaders that can do that is a leader that doesn't come from a major ethnic group. Because when the moment you come from a major ethnic group, there was always one accusation of the other. They will be pointing fingers. Oh, look at, he's a Nibo man. That's why he's saying this. He's a Yoruba man. But if he's from the South South, that's why people like Jonathan, because he's from the South South, that they don't consider any major ethnic group. Even if he's from the fourth largest ethnic group in Nigeria. Or it's like the guy that I was talking about, Governor Ayade in Cross River. It's not from any major ethnic group. If he was to become president, I think people find it easier to listen to his arguments. And they will treat him as an individual, not Fulani, not Hausa, that most Nigerians like to do. It blinds them to actually where the solutions lie, because every time Buhari talks, all they hear is Fulani man. What can I say? That's at the heart of it. And then you know, if we get into the security part,
I'm gonna come to you back with this one. Yeah, before that, I wanna give a chance to Divine John as well. Divine John, you are also Nigerian. My brother here, he's actually the member of Swahili Nation, has been supporting for a long time. You know, I want to hear from you, my brother, your side. What do you think is the issue in Nigeria? And if you agree with the previous speakers, that's fine. But also, if you have anything else to add to that, you know, you're welcome. Divine John, are you there?
Good evening. Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. How are you, brother? Yes, we can hear you.
How are you guys doing?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
We're doing great. We're doing
good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I really appreciate you for speaking up for our country. Honestly, our country, my dear, from the look of things we are seeing here, you just have to accept the fact. You just have to accept the fact of some certain things that is happening in this country. The main issue in this country is just that there are the different ethnic groups that is being combined to form this country has been disturbing us. When you try to do something like in this country, when you try to do something, if you cannot from Igbo, if you cannot from Hausa or Yoruba, they will say like, disregard you or like try to personalize the issue. Like it must be from Igbo before you do this thing. It must be from one side. It must be from a major people before you do a certain people in this country. And that has been the major issue that Nigeria is facing. For me, Nigeria is a blessed country. If we all can come together and understand that we all are one, let's stop disregarding anybody. Let's stop saying, oh, this person is from the let him go this way. This one is from Yoruba. Let's stop this thing. This is just the main issue that is disturbing Nigeria. That's all. If we Nigerians that can understand the fact that we all are one, let's stop this diversification of religion. And let's just accept the fact of let's just say let's just forget the past. Let's just face the reality. Let's just forget. We know we amalgamized everything. Let's just forget the fact and face the reality. This is just the number one issue that Nigeria is facing. And if we keep repeating it, my dear, till 100 days coming, Nigeria will keep facing this issue. Thank you, dear. Thank you for good work. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you, okay?
Yes. Hello, brother? All right. So you've shared already? Because I'm having hard time to hear you. Yeah, I think it's the network issue. All right. Let me try to do this. Let me get back to Niger, and to Niger. So, what do you think about the question? What would be your answer of what should be done to, let me see this again here. The topic. Where is it? It's right here. Yeah, what should be done to improve security in Nigeria?
I've talked about this quite a bit before, and I was quite furious with some of the insecurity issues. And when I saw a senator in the House of Senate in Nigeria calling for us to get foreigners to come and save us, the term he was used. It's not a shame. Get people to go. I was like, what is wrong with these people? You have 200 million people in that country, and we are not talking about only 200 million people. Anybody knows Nigerians are not slouchers. These are some of the most determined people that are willing to take on anything if you give them the matching order. And you are begging for other people's husbands to come and save you. A man, and a Nigerian man for that matter. And he doesn't see the irony in it. And for me, it's very, very simple problem. I even went as far as doing some of the numbers, and I was shocked to find some of the things that I was able to find. If you look at it, it's some of the lowest paid civil servants in Nigeria, that's soldiers in Nigeria, that you can recruit into the military. They are paid about equivalent to around 60,000, 70,000, and this is Nigerian naira. And I said, if you have Nigerians paying 1,000 naira into the account or to pay for these officials, in other words, let's say the Nigerians decide to do what, kind of what Ethiopia did, to hire their own army to secure the country. Because if you go to Nigeria, you can tell all those buildings you are seeing, you are playing in Nigeria, they all have some kind of iron bar in their windows, iron bars at the door, iron fences. They spend a lot of money on personal security. And if you take that money, 1,000 naira, 1,000 naira is not up to $5. Every month, put it in an account to pay to this. Let's say 20 million, 30 million Nigerians do that every month. You could recruit, you could swell your Nigerian army to up to 1 million from just around 220,000 right now. That 1 million soldiers, if you take 200,000, you can wash out all the terrorists and banditry in Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria. Literally match them and just clean out that area. Just 200,000. Because the problem now is that we are using 270,000 soldiers to secure the entire country. You can't leave Lagos undefended. You can't leave Port Harcourt undefended. You can't leave all the this in oil areas undefended. Not to mention the Federal Capital Territory. You have to. So the military is stretched. The police is stretched. Everybody is stretched because we don't have the right numbers, and that is what it is revealing. And that's what revealed this information to me, that even all African countries are subject to the same. And this is a flaw. We are not. Our nations are not founded properly. This is why we are often stretched very quickly. Then you start calling for militia, like the Ethiopian president started calling, come and join us. You didn't need to do that if you had recruited enough in the first place. And why we do these things, I don't get it. Because the military, you can pay for them with the same amount the people in the country already use to buy iron gates, higher security guards. So you know they have vigilante security guards everywhere. Different estate area, the higher security guards to guard it all the time. All that we waste so much resources, just as much as we waste on generators. We waste so much resources spending on the wrong things and achieving terrible results too. And the problem is because they don't trust anybody. There is no transparency, and I don't understand how you cannot make it transparent. Even in money, the federal government right now can take money from people's accounts in Nigeria. So why can't you just say, you know what, you want to solve the security problem? Everybody 1,000 naira every month. We are going to recruit so amount of soldiers. Even if it's a program that we're going to do for the next 5 years, recruit them and use them to wash out this nonsense from the country. And for good measure, you recruit, because you can recruit them up to 1 million. For good measure, send 500,000 into the Sahel and clear that area. Let's see how many soldiers, because all the other countries can't seem to be bothered. I'm telling you, the whole West African countries, if you put their soldiers together, I don't think it's up to 5. In short, I'm sure it's not up to 500,000. And these are almost 500 million people. You wonder why you have problems.
Yeah.
You don't have people doing, even if you give them machete, they will do a better job, because just by sheer numbers. It tells you that our leaders have not even done 10% of what they can do to solve the problem. For some reason, they don't want to lift their hands to use their own people. Because they have the people there. These people are determined people. People in the Sahel, they are not slouchers. To survive in the Sahel is not an easy place to survive. But nobody's marshalling them. Nobody's telling them, defend yourselves. Come join this militia, join this army, let's march. And make sure our borders are secure. Algeria is able to do it. In short,
Hello, I see Niger is disconnected. So as I'm waiting for him to come back and to finish that, I want to give a chance to the chief, the voice, Biggie, to give you an insight as well.
I'm just going to make it short. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me. As I think when I looked at the situation in Nigeria, I'm looking at from even commentators talking about the North-South. Already, overall, you're looking at there's a division. It's either religion-based or tribal-based. The solution that Niger, like you said, having a whole army to getting busy and clean up some of the terrorists and everything else. First of all, the definition of terrorism, they're not doing it for the fun of it. They have a belief. They are really determined to make change. The unfortunate thing is you don't gain anything by terrorizing your brothers and sisters. Usually it comes to a discussion. Sometimes there's so much bloodshed that you forget what you're in it for. And I think there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of information that's not been assimilated to the whole Nigerian. And I'm looking at it even things that's happening in the continent, different factors. Is somebody getting there's a coup that's going on, there's this going on. I mean, that shows you that people are not happy, and that shows you that we need to look into the core, not a divide of religion. And don't take me wrong. I see people that saying that people don't Pan-Africanists don't want they don't want to go along with the Islam. And no, we got to stop this nonsense. Uh, we are here to really hear different voices, and please do not be judgmental of people that's what they know. Do not judge John, everybody. That if somebody oppose on what they're saying, I would love to hear you more, because there's a lot of things happening in Nigeria. So let's keep ourselves open-minded instead of being one-sided or biased. I want to hear on both sides, all the groups that are not satisfied, and this is a platform that we voice. What is the solution? What can we do into gaining uh, Nigeria have full control of their destiny? Whether it's north or south, they got to put together themselves for one nation and believe in that being without your religion divide. I would say the minute that you started with religion, tribal, this is one thing that we want to get away from. So for me, the question is, whatever you live in Nigeria, before you raise arm against another Nigerian brother and sister, think about it. Is this the right thing that you're doing? But how many of you are listening to what I say? But again, for those who listened, to pass on good messages and think twice before you raise that arm. Is that religion based, or what is something that tribal based? So one Nigeria only exists when we are all united and together into the mission. We got a long way to do, and Nigeria is one of the countries or nation that Africa is looking upon. And for you guys have to be the example, and how to, you got the riches, you got the educated platform, and how to bring the rest of Nigerians that lacks this information, and who is going to be the one that's going to pass on this information. Just like anything else, we got to be on every media to bring peace for Nigeria. I think a collective mind that we push for peace with no religion, with no border of tribalism, and we put a clear message to every Nigerian that before you raise your arm, think twice. You're killing another brother of yours, and you're killing your neighbor. And I think that that would be a baseline to pass on in the name of peace. We have to give peace a chance. Everybody on the political side, everybody, politician or politician, and we have to defer ourselves from killing each other. That's the first thing. You don't like the leadership, come together and agree and start really making a change. That's what I see, because it seems like there's certain imbalance that we don't have all the parties that need to be heard on this platform, but for the one that are present and clearly stated their understanding, I think we should respect that, because maybe they need another person to join, elaborate more on the opposite side. But please, let's talk about this. I know it's an issue. Religion is an issue, but at the same time, let's take out the some of the component of the religion, because within Islam, there's Islam. There's another factor. You got the Sunnis, the Shiites, all that. But if you're going to go in the name of the, according to the prophet, what he put is the peace, peace for all. And he's using also the Old Testament message, thou shalt love your neighbor. And nothing different from the Christian aspect of it, because they use the Old, the New Testament, including Revelation in the Quran. So it's an understanding of somebody that's going to say, hey, first is you. Love yourself first. Do not just be a sacrifice just for the hell of it, whatever the movement that is. There's a lot of brainwashing that goes on, unfortunately. This is something that we need to address the youth on how to really discuss the differences, not based on religion and tribal. It's just making sure that they understand where they stand and they are at the risk of losing the future. So that, in my question, is that for all Nigerians, is that what does it take to bring peace in your nation?
So, yeah, I agree with everything you've said. About the this thing, the logistics as I described it, because one of the things I saw with Ethiopia was that ownership of the state by the people matters a lot. If the people feel like they have a stake in the state, it matters in the way they approach it. And because what I found with most Nigerians, when you tell them about it, is oh, who's going to build the army? Who are you going to trust? And it always comes back to this thing where they have issues with other groups. Who are you going to trust and stuff like that? I told them, you know, this is not about that, for one, because clearly, even you are saying those things, in reality, that's not how Nigeria operates. Nigeria is mixed like crazy. The north, south, and all the rest of it, they are still mixed. And I think in terms of this Islamic stuff, I think there is a model that the Yorubas use. I think that is a model that maybe Africans should learn from, especially the other Muslims, because Christianity had to change too. And sometimes when you tell Muslims, they think they are under attack. They don't understand that you have to modify some of your rules so that there can be a level of societal trust between groups. If one side says, oh, my way or the highway, you're going to have problem eventually. It's just, if we pretend as if it doesn't exist, it's just storing it up for the future. So from that point of view, I think the Yoruba groups that have both religions in them, because the way the Yoruba people manage is very good. And I think there's a lot the Yoruba people can learn from the Yorubas, because they have this innate ability to be commonsensical about things. Sometimes people ridicule them for say they are corrupt, they are cowardly or not, but in the end, they are not. They are some of the most educated people in Nigeria. If you look at Yoruba, Lagos is doing very well for itself. The Yorubas are doing very well for themselves. And because they understand how to read between the lines and understand where their interest lies. And that's something most of our groups don't understand. They are fanatical about their way of thinking, like the way the Igbos think, and sometimes the way the Northerners think that are also Muslim, they think. They can be fanatical and it leads nowhere for anybody. We all suffer for it. Because in the end, we are all related. We are all brothers. We've lived with each other for thousands of years. Thousands of years. We have lived with each other for far longer than the other parts of the world have existed. And we still find it hard to even work with each other. That is some crazy mind voodoo there. So the logistics of doing these things, all you need to do is get the funds from Nigerians, because Nigerian government have proven that they can do it already. They can take money from their accounts, use it and say, okay, this is the amount of soldiers we have. These funds that are going to be taken from the people is going to be used to pay for the soldiers. And the funds don't go to any minister, don't go to anybody. It goes straight from the account that the funds is being deposited straight to distributing to the military. And what that does is the people now know the money that they are paying is going straight to the people that are defending them. It's almost like hiring your own private security. The police, the soldiers, all of them. And whenever they will be willing to put more if they feel that security needs the boost. You know, I ask them all the time, you know, we have ShopRite in Nigeria. I say, why do you think ShopRite hire security? Do you think because they just want to, they are a charity, they want to give the security guard some money just to help his family? No, they are doing it because they know with that security guard there, it makes business function and they will make profit out of it. Nigerians doing this, it's a no-brainer because it's going to actually bring in more money. It's like an investment that brings in even more money than they put in. 1,000 naira a month would work this is magic. And this is why I feel like we have not even done anything. It's like we've not even moved to try to solve the problem ourselves. We have the capacity to do these things continent-wide if we wanted to. Somebody asked in the chat that why is it African leaders don't want large armies? It's not African leaders, it's black African leaders. Let's specify that. It's not African leaders, it's black African leaders. And Eritrea minus Eritrea and Somaliland, the rest are undermanned. So this is not a North African problem. Algeria, with a population of 43 million, has a standing military of about 700,000. Nigeria, with 200 and something million people, has got 200 and something thousand soldiers. How is that? How does that even match up at all? The North Africans are doing their bit. They are strong and they are steady. They don't take nonsense. It's the sub-Saharan Africans that are the ones that have let themselves go. And we need to fix it. And our youths, we have the people. That is where the population is growing fastest. That's where the bulk of the population of the continent lies. We have the people, we should use them. And like I said, there is the logistics. If we are talking about the logistics, it's right there. It's not even complicated. Because the banks are there, you can see the money. The money doesn't even have to touch the hands of a minister. If you don't trust the minister, let the funds go straight to the soldiers. Maybe the government can keep buying the weapons, maintain the ability to do all the covert stuff that they want to do. But in terms of paying the bulk of the military, especially when dealing with something like terrorism, the people can own it if they choose to. It's not even complicated. There is no reason why our countries can't be secure so that we don't keep putting iron bars. I don't know how East Africans live, but I can tell you the whole West Africa, they build houses and without iron bars on the window, that house is not complete. That is a lot of investment that they put in for those things when they don't have to. When I'm living in UK here, there's no iron bars on windows, iron gates on doors everywhere you go. Because the people are secure. The police numbers are appropriate for the population. How can you have Western countries that are more technologically advanced, have more people serving in their law enforcement and in their military than Africa that is less technologically advanced? That doesn't make sense. And especially in a world where we have tools now to do these things transparently, we should be demanding these things from our leaders. And this is where our smartness comes in. We can't ask our leaders for these things. It's not that difficult. You guys are the generation that has been around with the Instagram and Facebook and crowdfunding and all the rest of it. It can be done. It can be done very transparently. And what bothered me once when I asked a Nigerian that, are you going to pay 1,000 naira for your security so that you don't have to be paying bandits millions upon millions when they kidnap people and watch parents lamb? If you see where the parents are crying when their children have been taken, it's like, what kind of madness is this? And these parents will pay any money to get their children back. And yet, some of these parents, again, you tell them, you know what, bring 1,000 naira to sort your security issue out, and let everybody donate. They will start talking tribalism again. And somebody needs to break that this is spell, because it's an old conditioning that has been around for 40 or so years. And when we break it, you'll find that Nigeria as a country will emerge where it needs to be. And if Nigeria was as strong as it should be, you would not be seeing all these coups. Nigeria is quite, say whatever I like, they are quite interventionalists when they don't like what they are seeing. When they feel like a civil war is going on somewhere, they go there and stop it. When they see,
tell me about it.
We have a military dictator in Nigeria. Can you imagine how hypocritical that is? We have a military dictator in Nigeria. Some other country was overthrown by a military regime. He went and removed that military regime from office. How hypocritical is that? You are a military guy. He went and removed that military guy from office to put a civilian guy in office. So we are quite interventionist when we have our act together, and you will not be seeing some of all these things. And I just feel like we are one good leader away from solving that problem, because as you can see, it's not that hard.
There's one question here for you tonight.
One thing for Niger, let's not be naive, because everybody else has been trying all kind of sources. It's just now pushing the narrative for peace in Nigeria, because I know all the coup that's been going on. The minute you fatten the military, there's another intention from the military. I think you need diversification even in the military to have a lot more on the people from the same region, the same understanding, whether it's culturally or whatever that there may be, has to be involved. So one doesn't accuse, oh, this is the South that's been attacking us, even though you have a good intervention. So even on the military, you have to make sure that the power is balanced, between the North and the South, or whatever the divide is. So you always got to be careful when you try to venture out on the military presence and security. Yes, it's all good. But again, you gave us an example when on the police level, if we're going to give them this much power, they're going to be abusing it. So there's a repercussion that you have to, from me, as an understanding, I guess, within the government, say, you give them more power, they'll be abusing it. So if we got that kind of attitude and we're not keeping them accountable for the action, then you have a flaws that you need to adjust in your judiciary side of the house. It's like anything else in the West world or whatever that you may call it. But if you do the crime, you pay for the crime, and you keep people accountable for their crime. And the more harsh punishment that you're going to put in your laws, then there's a certain level of deterrence. It's not like, some of the in the local, it's like the old way is like eye for an eye. It's just simple as it is. They say, hey, eye for an eye. There was laws like that, So I think even the laws in Nigeria should really define on people that repetitive crimes. You don't, people that been involved in crime, that been killing people and nothing has been done with these people. It shows, a green light for the next one to come up. Hey, nothing happened to the other one, so I'm going to be a copycat, but a slight version of mine. So yeah, I think
can I add
the judiciary part need, yeah.
Yes. And then I have another question for you tonight.
Yeah, because that thing, you see, Nigerians, when you tell Nigerians today that their country is one of the most generous countries in terms of loose with the law, with the people, they will doubt it. They say, oh my God, we are living in a dictatorship and all the rest of it. Nigerians, one thing Nigerians don't seem to understand is they live in two worlds. One, they think that the country they live in is very dictatorial and very draconian. But in reality, it's actually the opposite. Nigeria is one of the few countries, like I said, the first guy that killed the prime minister of a country, his school failed, and he lived to tell the tale. Literally. And look at this canon now that they're talking about. This guy that advocated anarchy on the streets of Nigeria was talking about blood and all the rest. This guy basically committed treason against the Nigerian state. And look at him. He's coming to court, shining, and he might actually be released. The Nigerians are one of those people that, because they accuse each other of so much tribalism, it paralyzes the state from taking action. But that said, I've seen a governor that was elected into office removed from office because his deputy governor forged his document that they used to campaign, that he forged his school qualification. I was like, how do you remove, even in America, you can't remove a governor that was that was elected from office because his deputy forged documents. But in Nigeria, it happened, and it happened peacefully. So the law does have power if they want to do things. But Nigeria is one of those countries whereby the slightest thing you want to change, they complain so much. Look at this thing, fuel subsidy. The fuel in Nigeria is cheaper than in Saudi Arabia. And if you tell them, this fuel subsidy, the rich people are taking all the money. They are the ones enjoying all the fuel subsidy. You people are not getting the benefits. And it's keeping the economy, the Nigerian economy, in a sub-state, whereby the government is putting a lot of money that they can use to do other things like for healthcare and all the rest, just to keep the fuel price down, as if other countries don't have poor people. But Nigerians don't want to hear that. Like Saudi Arabia is making more money. They are making more money because they are paying more money for things. Same thing in the UK. The UK energy price is almost 10 times the price of that of Nigeria. How can we keep living? When I was in Nigeria, I said, please, these people charge me more. Because we can't keep living like this. Because if you keep paying this in energy price, can you imagine that? If you keep paying energy price 10 times the price they pay in the UK, how will a UK company go to Nigeria and say they want to found an energy generating company? Because they are not going to get their money. They have to buy the equipment from the real markets of the world. So it's almost as if we are choosing to put ourselves in a sub-economic state. And when you tell people that, they're like, oh, no. It's because it's an Hausa man. We are too poor. How much do I earn a month? Everybody complains as if there are people here in the UK now, because gas price is going up now. They are talking about, oh, if gas price goes up anymore, some of them were like, I'm not going to be able to heat my house. They can't heat their own house to live. And in the UK, it's actually cold. This is Western world where they paid about 10 times the price in Nigeria. There is a reason why when they carried out a survey around the world about the happiest countries, there was a year Nigeria came out the happiest country in the world. Why? Because they barely pay for anything. If you ask them to pay for electricity, they want to get it for free. If you want them to pay for fuel, they want to get it for free. Everything, because they are used to, in the 70s, because we had that oil boom, and there was a lot of money, the state was funding everything and stuff like that. So they got used to that. They don't seem to understand that you own the state. You have to pay tax into the state for the state to give you something back. That concept misses them. When I told the guy, can you pay 1,000 naira for security? He said, why? Why should I have to pay 1,000 naira for security? Who is going to control it? I'm not going to pay. I'm like, but you spend that. If you kidnap somebody now, you spend millions trying to get them back. If you are getting a room, even in a one-bedroom, you will still put iron bars on your window. How much does that cost you? Thousands of pounds, naira. So it's sometimes you just need to talk to them and get them to see. Just like the Ethiopian, I keep saying it, just like the Ethiopian government got their people to see that if they build this dam, it's going to be good for everybody. You just have to let them see, and nobody is making that case to the Nigerian people. The only case Buhari has made was to say that when people finish university now and higher institutions, they will go to the military to go and do military service. Now, that is one of the ways they are trying to take more and more people into the military. But I'm not even sure they're going to take enough. And in terms of the military, in terms of the mix in the military is quite mixed. It's more mixed than we think. Like the defense minister now, if I'm not mistaken, is somebody from Delta State, part of where I'm from, South, where I'm from. So, and there are so many things in the military that you see when they tell you on paper, they'll say the outsiders control everything they do. But if you look at the paper, I've had somebody present a document said the Buhari elected chose only his own people into government, all the key positions. I said, are you sure that's true? I just went online, checked it, and there were more people from other areas than even in the north. Like sometimes our people just criticize because somebody told them. And some people say, oh, Buhari is a clone. They believe it. Because they are conditioned to believe those things about their people because they don't like their governments. They don't like anything. And if I compare Nigerian presidents one-on-one in terms of decency to the presidents that have been in America, Nigerian presidents are actually better. They have more honor. They tell more truth to their people. But our people don't listen. They are not very creative. They may not be very creative. But they tell them.
I think. Sorry.
I'd like to ask this question first, Biggie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Biggie, I'll come to you. I want to ask this question. Has been here for a long time in the comment section by Sadek. He's asking about. I want to ask to Niger how much the education in Nigeria is contributing to the unity of Nigeria and handling the diversity. And I think specific this unit, I can add to this, the northern side and southern side. Is there any effort that is making to unite? We know that most of leaders, president coming from the north sides, is there any effort that is making to unite these two sides, and including this question as well?
To unite both sides, yes, there's a lot of efforts. You see, there are what people like to call statesmen in Nigeria. There are people that have risen above policies like Obasanjo. There are quite a lot of, hefty men out there that people actually listen to when it comes to these things, and they don't care about tribalism and all that nonsense. So, but the education thing is a serious one, especially the gap in the north. And it's also a cultural thing, because let's put it this way, I'm not even sure it's a cultural thing. It's something that they just think is a cultural thing, because it's something that they took on when Islam came, and they took that flavor on. That okay, we don't need this thing, we just need to be focusing on specific things, you know, Mecca and all the rest of it. I've said it before, I've seen they call them Amajiri children. These children, the government, the people, their parents give them away, probably from poor homes. They say they belong to Allah or something like that. They go around the streets and they gather in mosques, and what they do to them is every day they come, they put on the board from the beginning of the Quran, they have to memorize the Quran from start to finish. For years, they will be memorizing the Quran, and they are not taught anything else. That's literally nothing else. No maths, no science, no physics, no financial studies, nothing, just Quran. And the most disturbing aspect of this is that when you ask them why, they'll say they are preparing for the last war. What is the last war? You see, when you have people that practice some of practices, you can wonder why some groups feel paranoid. And at the same time, they have rules that says you can't marry into any group. Like a man, a Hausa man can't marry a Christian woman without the Christian woman converting to Islam, vice versa. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem. And I think maybe in the medium term, that wouldn't be a problem. But sooner or later, that is going to be a problem if that kind of rule is not relaxed. You have to somehow find a way to relax those rules, because otherwise people are going to be apart, and you're going to find that you're going to have two cultures, which is what they generally have now, apart from the educated ones that are working together. And that needs to stop. I feel like I'm coming across as being Islamophobic because I'm saying these things. But that's the last furthest thing from my mind. All I'm looking at is, I'm looking at what is keeping our people apart. Just like languages and border is keeping our people apart, religion is doing its bit too. Then we have to do something about it, either through education, give this, because I went to the north, I was shocked. Even before I went to the north, people in the south were telling me, oh, they know they have great road, they have nice things there. I was like, why would anybody say that? And some of all these people that were saying these things to me have actually been to the north. I was like, but what I'm looking at here is downright poverty. These people are poor as hell. We are better off than them. And the South is accusing them of being, they own everything, they have everything. They don't. And I really feel bad. If you see some of these children, if you see, you've seen some of the videos online, and there are people, all these European bloggers that go to Nigeria. If it's the northern one, the one that one of the guys went to Kano, even me that has been to the north, my mouth was open. I'm like, this is bad. The poverty is chronic, and the mindset of moving them away from there is so strong that how do you shift that without coming across as if you are being patronizing? You are trying to tell them to change their culture. It's a very, very sensitive topic, because most of these people believe in their faith so much that if you question anything, you're going to have serious problems. What I would say is that in the UK, one of the things they've done is that during the time when there was terrorism, they tried to ostracize the extremists from the religion and empower the moderates. And I think that is what Nigeria needs to do. If Nigeria wants to have a situation whereby both sides are not too suspicious of each other, they need to start enriching the North and let the South know, because most Southerners don't know that the North is poorer than them. They actually think, because many of the leaders came from the North, that they have everything. Most of the Boko Haram, you think, when you hear Nigerians talk about Boko Haram, you think they've killed more Southerners. They've killed more Northerners. And that's one of the things Northerners always say all the time. It's not your people they are killing. Why are you concerned more than us? If you hear Igbo talking about Boko Haram, you think Boko Haram is in Nnewi or Onisha sometimes. But they are in the north killing Northerners. dispossessing them, sending them to camps and all the rest of it. Those people keep telling, when you tell them, why are you not solving the problem, they'll say, leave it to us, it's our problem. That is not your problem to worry about. And I actually think they shouldn't be saying that too, because people are concerned that maybe there is a method to the madness. That's why that's the suspicion of so many people, that why are you allowing these jihadis to gain sway? Look at that picture you are showing. Do you see how many children? This is the continent of Africa. This is literally Africa. The whole continent is full of young people doing nothing. We keep bringing people in. Some of the strongest human beings on this earth are there in that picture, and they're not using them for anything. Just wasting them over and over again. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's really sad. It's really sad. Man, you know, I've been really thinking these days, and like you know, all these things that we talk, you guys have been here for a while, and we have been discussing about all these issues all the time. And you know, I've been thinking a lot that, you know, what are we gonna do? Like, honestly, we talk about these things, and you know, it's so hard sometimes, if I can be honest with you. I you know, I have faith. I believe in God. So I believe somehow, you know, someone is listening to this, especially people that we have in the government, the ones who make decision actually, because man, we're doing this, we're talking this, we're not in the government. We cannot enforce anything to change what is happening right now. Yes, I believe we are tomorrow's leader. You know, maybe a few years to come, Mr. Niger will be the Minister of Defense in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? So maybe all these things we are talking about here today, some of you guys will be able to implement later in the future. But we need urgent change, because every single day, as days goes by, you know, we're losing people. And the future of Africa, children, as you say, they're in pretty like difficult environment, right? Looking at the education, look at this is the future of Africa. And if things are gonna continue to be like this, man, you know, I'm concerned about the future. Like, how is it gonna look like? Like, if things are continue to be this way, we need an urgent change.
Like right it's going to change. It's going to change, because I think, if I am thinking about it, what I believe is that there is a kind of you know, consciousness that is around, and if I'm gaining it, I'm sure others are gaining it. And I've seen some officials that in Nigeria that used to say we should hire mercenaries to come into Nigeria, change their thoughts. You know, I've heard them use some of the statistics that I don't know where they got it from. Whether it's from me, I don't know, but they were using similar statistics that I've used. So it tells you that the consciousness is beginning to rise, even on the continent, and especially from what I described, it's quite easy to do now. It's not like those days. We can run some of the most transparent systems on the world, really, not even on the continent. We can run the most transparent system in the world, whereby we'll see where our money is going, who is going to. We just need to get somebody that wants to get into office to understand these things and pursue it. And in Nigeria right now, I can tell you, there are quite a few leaders that are going to probably make it to become contest for president in Nigeria, that are open to ideas. They are not closed off. They want to be popular. You know, that's the thing about politicians. They want to be popular, and they want to be the darling of the people. They want to be revolutionary. That's one thing they want to do. So if you get to their ear, you can bend their ear, they will listen and they will implement it. And personally, I wish I was in Nigeria right now. I wish I was in Nigeria, because basically we are sitting at half of the time we are isolating here in the UK. So we're basically not doing that much here. So if I was in Nigeria, I will be getting about talking to people, because I do talk to sometimes you talk to senior officials, even in the military. You'll be surprised how many of them have similar views. And what makes this idea so strong and so possible, because when you talk about these things, you're not talking about down with the establishment. You are actually arguing for the establishment, and it makes your argument stronger, because you're saying, build our military, build our law system, build our defense, build the people in the police will be supporting you. People in the military will be supporting you. So can you imagine the politicians that want to stand in your way? How are you supposed to argue? Before, they tend to use these instruments against people that accuse them of corruption and all the rest. But now you're not accusing them of corruption. You're saying, we want to take over our affairs. We want you to put the military in place. So it's almost like you're turning the table on them. It's a very powerful position to be in. The state cannot come after you when you're busy arguing for the military and the police and the healthcare and all those things all at the same time. They can't come after you because you're arguing for the establishment.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Biggie, you had another question. I catch you area. Can go ahead, bro.
I think, one of the things overall, I've been always talking about an African cannot raise arm against another African. So from our point, this panel, okay, we have a lot of work to do, okay, because I want to account for every single African that's dying for nothing. It can die by terrorism. It can die by fire. It can die by any natural disaster. But we should ask, how can we prevent it? How can we prevent this issue? What I can see in the whole continent, we have administration issue. The paper is there, but nobody's exercising it. For each African leaders and sub-leaders, all the way to the village level, we have to make them accountable when they lose another African brother or sister. We have the power now. Now we are not in the third dimension. I always talked about it. Before it was going forward, backward, upward. Now we're using time. When you start using time, now that's the fourth dimension. When you use all the four and the above, you're going to be on the fifth dimension. What do you think? Every youth is tapping into this dimension because they see what happened on the third, fourth dimension. This is something that is beyond a certain capacity of understanding, which needs and require to impose for the leaders to successfully execute their position. If you cannot do it, we're going to find somebody that's going to do it. This is the part we need to be aggressive. We're so used to say, 400 died here, 1,000 died in here. Everything is because, no, that game is over. That game is over. That's why we're all screaming. What do you think we have this panel? What do you think we're talking about every situation that's coming into African issues? We need to account for every life that passes or before it passes, how to prevent that. We have to think at the low level. One African sister, why they died, what's the cause? We need to know. That's when you start accounting or accountability that you're going to be asking the leadership that is on top. The guy that's president, prime minister, it can be from any part. I really don't care. But under your watch, you lost this many people for flood, this many people for this, and keep them accountable. And it trickled down all the way to the, because the president or the prime minister or the top might not get the information, even though they have established some kind of administration, but the administration is missing certain link. You're not connected to the people on the ground. Or you need to change that in order to line it up where every life is accounted for. This is the way we're supposed to think. Let's say the problem in Nigeria, okay? You have the president and you have the governors, or any such capacity that have region to manage, guess what? I'll be willing to tweet, to write, and question what happened to that person. You lost 300 people in your region. What are you going to do about it? We're watching you as Africans. We have the right to question. We cannot intermingle in the political part of it, but from human being standpoint, I think we can have this ground going. We need to really identify the loss of our brothers and sisters or the suffering of our brothers and sisters. It's not like you just put them 6 feet down and then you're done. No, it has to stop. It stops with us. We're the one that's going to be talking about accountability for every African brothers and sisters that are in danger, that are being killed. Why? As a whole voice, as we're voicing it, we need to write. Africa lack writing. Africa lack putting her words out there. We always have the theory, the principle, the love for the continent. But we need to start accountability for one African life. That's where we start. You're going to have to ask why to the leadership. It's my African responsibility. We're talking about Pan-Africa. This is where it starts. Every African lives matter. And specifically within our own self, one African killing another African. This has to stop. This is where we're going to put all your tweet, question your governor, question your president, your prime minister. Let's put this word out there. Let's force them to be exposed and what they're going to do about it. Because we can talk about the atrocity that's going across the continent is unforgivable. And it starts with me. I'll ask all Nigerian, my brothers and sisters, to question your governors, to question your president. Go all the way to the supervisors of the counties if you have to. Because when COVID hit, nobody paid attention to it's going to be a pandemic. Nobody. But when it start ravaging across the globe, everybody said, "Oh my God, this thing is contagious." It was too late. How many people we lost? Because of the attitude, nobody accounted for. Even China didn't really react to it. They want to hide the fact. But again, it was a disaster for us. So we have to think as a continent owners, this is our continent. Every lives that are in there should be accounted for. When I say accounted for, it's across the education level, whatever that we need, it has to be accounted for. Because we want to be also in the preventative mode. You prevent something when you are informed. The information that need to be given, the leadership that's going to be accountable, not something that is going to hide it under the carpet, and eventually the carpet will be so full underneath, it's going to expose anyway, right? It's like a mound. It's going to expose. By that time, how many lives been snipped? How many lives been lost? So we as Africans, we have to think from one African life, one. Again, when I said about COVID, at the end, what? The end of the stick comes to Africa. Nobody cared. But we should have been proactively really pushing it, because we just listened to some media that is tomorrow that happens to me. In Amhanya, there's a saying, Nagbani. So that means tomorrow is going to happen to me. So we have to be very, very careful, because what happened in Nigeria is really across Africa too. We have to be very careful when we talked about religion. Religion is personal. Africans, you hear me? Religion is personal. First, your blood. You take care of one another. And you put the religion under the umbrella, it tells you the same definition. It's basic, 101, to love one another. Even if you bring the religion. So start exercising that any brother that dies in Africa, I'm accountable for it. Me. As everyone wait up, I am accountable for it, because you know what? I never questioned it. I never went forward. But collectively, we can put that request together. It doesn't have to be Nigerian to put that question. Again, at the beginning of our platform, I told you, I'm Nigerian. Yeah, I'm Ethiopian. No, I'm Nigerian too. I'm Tanzanian. I'm Kenyan. I told you that practice. This is how we're going to have to see our world. Let's start with one life. That precious life. You could have been a leader. You could have been the scientist that Africa never had. So remember, I'm sorry that I burdened you with that, but we on this platform are accountable for every single life that passed in Africa. We have to ask about it. It's not political. I'm not asking political. It doesn't matter, but it's accountable for. We need to account for our action. We need to do something by voicing together. Because if you're African, African matters are African, then stand with Africa. Everything is possible. And like I said, the youth is aware, and I want to use that youth, our brothers and sisters, to be strong, lead them to successful life by caring for one another, by accounting and being responsible. If we live out there in the jungle, they come out of the jungle like another, either they become a monster or they become the passive caring individual for Africa. But that's not how it's going to equate. We want to be accountable for every life in Africa. We all have that responsibility.
Yeah, I agree with that. This same kind of mentality, because I think before now, I think especially in Nigeria, actually, they have been taking lives for granted too much. Yep. And it's like when we lose people, it's like nothing. We don't feel it. And there's a change that is happening now. You can feel it even in Nigeria now. There's a change. They are beginning to demand that their leaders make sure that they are protected. You know, like when Nigerians are treated badly overseas, Nigerians are noticing it more now. They're becoming more and more sensitive to these things. So I think the change is happening maybe continent-wide, even sub-Saharan wide, where they are beginning to realize that, you know what, our lives do matter too, and we need to start protecting ourselves, and our leaders should be doing a better job of it. This generation, we shouldn't have to see our people dying in droves from hunger, those type of things, and the leader just sit there and act as if they are choosing the best of both evil. You have to make sure that lives are preserved. And I think they have done enough to set the stage. A year ago, I wouldn't be sitting, 2 years ago, I wouldn't be sitting here telling you that, oh, Africa has continental free trade agreement, common passport is being rolled out. Some of these are dreams. They are the wet dreams of Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah would have killed 1,000 times and died 1,000 times for this. So these people have done things that even Nkrumah hasn't done, and they did it in a silent way. Maybe that is something we all want to keep an eye on, because they are making moves, deliberate moves that, for me, I'm a man of, I tend to be from a technical background. So when I hear our leaders thinking, in an imaginative way, when they think, okay, some people will be like, oh, let's just build rail tracks, let's just join the continents together. But they are thinking, we need to do it faster. We can't wait for rail tracks to be ready. Let's do it through the air first, since that one is faster. That kind of thinking is what you need, agility, because they understand. They are beginning to understand now, time is not on their side. You need to move, leapfrog, just as we didn't have to have telecommunication cables on the ground and overhead. We just went straight to this in mobile this technology. That is how we have to start moving in an agile way. And I like my leaders surprising me with ideas that I didn't even think about. Because so far, it appears that from the way we sit, it's as if everybody is smarter than African presidents and leaders. How are they making it there then? So we need to be, I prefer when my leaders show that they are actually smarter. They are thinking ahead of us. And that's what I like to see, because that is a good sign that at least then when you are going, you go with a bit of humility. Not saying it, because then you understand that, okay, they are doing the right thing. You're going to augment what they are doing. That's what most parts of the world have become accustomed to. Everybody in Africa, in the black community, think they are better than all their leaders. Their leaders are completely useless, apart from the dead ones, obviously, that died a hero. So, so that's the thing. And we want to get to a place. I like to have a situation whereby people have actually done great things. And because there's no harm in having people that are smarter than you around. It's a blessing. And I would like to see more of that. Because these people are holding position. Because when I heard that minister talking about these things, I said, wow, okay, that's good. I didn't see that one coming. That's what I like to be seeing. And if everything goes as we are, the way we are thinking right now, I don't see any reason why what Big E is talking about, so that our people's lives actually start mattering, we are not going to see it in our lifetime. It's not that most of all these things is already there. This is why when this stuff happens, it's going to be transformational. It just needs a catalytic event and a catalytic leader that is going to change things for good. And that's why a lot of people talk about Nigeria a lot. It could be Kenya, it could be South Africa, it could be even Egypt. You just have to have one leader of a powerful country in Africa says, this is what we want to see. And you'll be surprised how quickly these things change. Because all the other leaders are already on board. Even the so-called Francophone countries. After all, are they not the ones that signed the Defense Pact? Are they not the ones that signed the Continental Free Trade Agreement? Most of them are already on board.
And that's what I want to add, Naja. This is the actuality that's happening on the ground, and the youth that is really being aware. But at the same time, we, the one that are in this panel, and we, the one that are in this commentating, we're the one that administratively to put effective messages. It's like one of the things that I would really want to know is just from all the nations, all the leadership, we can directly voice our concern and demand answer. And if any leaders that are listening to this panel, and what we trying to achieve is for the betterness of Africa, for all unity, and Pan-Africanism cannot be accomplished if we don't get ourselves accounted for. So those that are in the leadership, think of the people. Our lifespan is very short. It's not long. There's nobody that lives 200 years to see differences. But at least with what capacity that you are in, think about your people. Every lost life under your watch, you're responsible for it. You're accountable for it. Whatever it needs, you're not in a box to tell you to think out of the box. You're wide open. You have all the things that you need at your disposition. And that make it effective to secure, to help, to serve your nation. And out of that, you will serve the continent. This is my message for all the leaders or any part of the leadership that's going to listen to our voice in here. I want to make sure it's clear. You are accountable for every life that goes unprovoked, unnatural, under your watch.
Yes. Well,
and you heard about the issue with Burkina Faso, the coup that happened again. Oh, it's not a full coup. I'm not sure it's a full coup, but they arrested the president. In Burkina Faso. This is why this is what I was talking about the other day. That rules. This is how you save lives in the end, because you have to have rules. And I don't know whether I should be heartened or disappointed that a lot of people are giving these presidents the benefit of the doubt because they are francophone countries. That's the only reason why, which is weird. You're like, you know what they say? They're like, oh, because if these people are going to break the stranglehold of the French on this country, we support them. You know, because is that the only reason why you support the coup? How about the people? And what if they are in support of the French? They are the worst because they will never go. They don't have any way you can de-elect them or stuff. They will just remain in office indefinitely, like some governor presidents remain, like Cameroonian president that has been there for decades. So this is one of the problems with this military coups. They don't take permission to come in, and they don't owe you any reason for why they are there and whether they are going to leave. They don't owe you. But when you are elected, there's an element of engagement that makes them feel like, or at least in the minds of people, feel like they are the ones that elected them into office. But military regime, they gone their way into that place. What are you going to tell them? Our former president, Babangida, he says, I'm a practitioner in the field of violence. When it comes to violence, I do it and do it well. Literally threatening the Nigerian people. So, see, if you have been through that kind of military regime, you will think twice when you keep wishing for military regimes to come in. So, because they don't owe you. The people they owe are the men and the powers that got them into office. They are fellow soldiers and the people that funded them into this office. Those are people they owe. They don't owe anybody anything. And it can be a roll of the die. And the problem is that you can't remove them too if they don't want to go. So that's something. And I just feel like if Africa has signed up to democracy as the way to go, we should stick by one rule, because when you have rules, you are more likely to have peace, because there is anything without rules, anarchy, isn't it? It's just the opposite. It's so clear cut. So you have to have rules and enforce it, because there's no point having rules and not enforce it. And that's one of the problems Nigeria has too. Because the state is relatively weak, when Nigerians misbehave, they tend to get away with it. Even when they blatantly misbehave, like the way Kano did now, the guy might actually walk free. But if he did that in the UK, there's no way in hell he's going to walk free. But in Nigeria, he might actually walk free. But that tells you that why would anybody not try that nonsense again if Kanu walks free? Nigeria tried to pass a hate speech law. To tell you how deep this thing goes with our people, they tried to pass a hate speech law. The people rejected it. They're like, how dare you? You want to start censoring us from hating each other? In other words, this law was supposed to prevent people from using tribalism to hate each other, but they oppose it with a vengeance. They say it's a draconian law. I was like, but all Western countries have them. America has them. We always want to be America. We want to be UK. We want to be French. They all have this hate speech law. But Nigeria wants to have it. Nigerians don't want it. Till today, that bill died. It died a very fast death when they tried to bring that kind of law in Nigeria. It tells you the conditioning we have gone through. We have been conditioned not to function, not to be functional, because we don't trust the state. Maybe it was a good thing once, because if you are dysfunctional, You can see why no Nigerian government president has stayed very long, because it's like herding cats. Nigerians are not going anywhere. Anytime you try to make them do anything, they refuse. So if you have a dictator, it's very hard. Even Babangida, that was relatively beloved, he lasted about 9 years. When I hear other leaders in African countries, 10, 20, 30, 40, some, how did they do it? Because 5 years in Nigeria, that you know the door, you will be seeing the door, and you yourself will be wishing for the door, because nobody wants to. Everything you do, they want to stall it, and that mentality needs to go. And I think it's something that it will come from having a leader that they trust, that have record, and start channeling it in the right direction. Because so far, Nigerians have come such a long way without trusting their leader, not one single bit. Even if he doesn't even give them reason to distrust him, like Buhari now, what has he done? Buhari is one of the most boring presidents ever, and literally, he's one of the most boring presidents ever. He doesn't talk. Even when he talks, he just talks very simple things and say he's very, very, basic. They are the kind of people that they are men of few words. That's how they describe them. He was sworn into office when he won his second term in office. They swear him in a crowd, in a public area. He just walked away. No speech, nothing. And you were like, what is this? Nothing, no speech. He just walked away. And when I say this thing, people are surprised. The guy comes sometimes when you look at him, he's in a public area. He's always looking at the door. I was like, it's like he just wants out. He doesn't want to be there. He didn't want to run for the second time. They forced him because they knew he had a brand for anti-corruption. That's why he ran. And there's a video online when he came into power the first time in the 1980s. This president was given 2 days notice by the actual coup plotters. He wasn't the ringleader. We tend to like leaders that don't care for the office. Look at Obasanjo. He too wasn't the ringleader. They killed his president. He was the deputy. They killed his head of state. Then he became the president, and he handed over to civilian regime. And during the second civilian regime in the late 1990s, they elected him into office again. He didn't care for remaining in office. He did his 2 terms and he ran away. The next president died in office. Jonathan came. He served 1 term, went. Buhari came 2 terms again. So the leaders we tend to have are not. If Nigerians make it sound as if our leaders are bad, we are the trouble. Nigerians are more of the problem than their leaders, if you think about it. Because if you are working with your leaders, giving them good ideas, they are not going to reject it. Buhari is a relatively simple man. If you give him solutions that are going to solve the problem, he's going to embrace it. But Nigerians can't see through that. I don't know why I can see through it, but many of them don't see through the man, and they don't. I think most Nigerians see through him. That's why they elected him. It's just that the loud ones that are on the internet, that are show up on TV, they are the ones that don't like him, and they just blow everything out of proportion. And yet they will say, "Oh, there's going to be a massive protest. We're going to make sure this." When the protest day come, nobody shows up. Oh, we're going to make sure Buhari is not going to do anything. Well, if he nothing. They keep saying all kinds of things, threatening all kinds of actions, because the vast majority of the people are seeing improvements. It's a subliminal stuff. Even if consciously most of them behave like those people, but subconsciously they are seeing the developments on the ground. They are seeing the bridges being built. They are seeing the trains being built. Sooner or later you feel it. And even when you don't know it, you are not bothered enough to go to protest. To protest, you really need a lot of energy to protest. I'm one of those people that when I'm in the UK here, I realized that when I was in the UK. Because if you watch a TV in the UK sometimes, you feel like people should be on the streets, trying to kill the prime minister, or people should be on the street trying to tear the parliament down. I wonder why. Because the media, the way they talk about these politicians is so obvious. They make them seem like they are the most corrupt people, useless people that hate the people. But yet the people never go on the street. Why? Because their lives are not that bad. If your life is not that bad, why would you want to go and fight? You want to go to party. You want to take your children to school. You want to apply for jobs. Those are the things you do. And that is what those people that are so rabid in Nigeria don't see. That when your country is improving, even if it's improving slowly, people feel it and they will not follow you. If you look at China, China is another example. For how many decades now have you seen any major protests in China? It's not because people cannot protest. If they want to protest, they will protest. That's the whole point of protest. It's not because government wants it. That's the whole point. It's not because the government wants it. They will do it anyway if they want to do it. The reason why they are not doing it, because how can you fight a government that has been responsible for such amount of progress in 30 years or 40 years? You will give them the benefit of the doubt and they start screwing up again. If they screw up, then you see people on the streets. Chinese people are some of the most no-nonsense people. The Chamamao revolution should tell you that. Those people, when they go crazy, they go crazy. They make Africans look like we are just amateurs at going crazy. They tear everything up and start all over again. So I feel like it's something that if other people that are listening to this, they should pay attention to that. That sometimes the media, they hype things, even online, they will hype it, but watch what is going on the ground. If you see that there is improvement going on the ground, that's a good predictor of where that nation is going. Because the vast majority are quiet. They don't say anything. They are busy doing their jobs, and they will never respond until they see something badly wrong. Like, you know, like the way the SARS police was killing people on the street. That's what triggered them, because they were killing so many people on the street. So many people had so many experiences like that. The people went on the street and went crazy about it. It has to be so bad. It really has to be so bad for people to just join and go and do what they did with the NSAS this protest. And since then, everything else has fizzled out. Because even when I went to Nigeria, I saw the improvement with my own eyes. And many Nigerians don't see it because they are there, isn't it? When you are there, you don't see the train station that has changed. You don't see the extra road that has been built. You don't see that maybe power is staying on maybe 1 hour longer. You don't notice it as much. But when you travel from overseas and go in there, after 1 year, 2 years, you're like, oh my God, that road, I didn't think that road existed there. I didn't think this existed. There's improvement going on all the time. So, and I think it's happening all over the continent. And I think what is spurring most of this urgency is that Continental Free Trade Agreement. Every nation wants to capitalize on it because they understand that when Germany was part of Europe and it became a common market and a common currency, Germany gained a lot from it. So they all are in a race to build their economies so that they can capitalize on the free trade that is going to happen on the continent.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Yeah, man, I really went on today, didn't I? I went over a bit.
When I was coming with this topic, I was actually thinking about you. I was like, wow, this is the opportunity for Niger to talk as much as he can, because we're talking about Nigeria, it's your country, and we're talking about security. It's something that you love talking about. And I wanna say this, that this is not the end. This is not the end. I don't know if today Ezra is gonna be coming back with another stream about this. His Excellency, please let me know if you're coming. You can just come here for a second. But today is not the last day. I reached out to one of the very good YouTuber in Nigeria. So hopefully I can have conversation with him, in these coming days, if he accepts to come here to have conversation, because I feel like today it's the beginning, right? Talk about Nigeria, but I think we should have a session to talk about Nigeria as well. Pretty much all the countries, but we need to talk about Nigeria because majority of Africans are Nigerian, right? And we are all Nigerians because we're Africans. So,
to be fair, not majority of Africans. Don't get some people crazy now. Majority of West Africans.
I'm saying that because Nigeria is #1 country in Africa when you're talking about population, right? It's the largest population in Africa. So if you're looking at all Africans, then majority of Africans for like when you're talking about separate countries, it's
Yes.
gonna be Nigeria, and then it's gonna be Ethiopia and some other countries from there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if we get Nigerians into this idea, if as much as we get a lot of them, a lot of Ethiopians, then we have a lot of influence in the West, in the East, and then we go down there, South Africa. We have His Excellence, and I think that would be the first step towards a united Africa as we always want. Yeah.
And it's a good time to talk about Nigeria because there's an important election coming on in
Oh
2023.
yeah.
And the presidential candidates, it would be good to have a session on talking about the options that we have and the kind of leader we want to see.
Yes.
We want to start encouraging the leaders that are agile, that think on their feet, that want to understand that we need to leapfrog. We can't do what other people have done. Was it not Kaiser that was saying something like that yesterday? So we have to be leapfrogging things and thinking out of the box as quick as we can. We have to be agile because we are being surrounded right now. And if you look at the events are speeding up, they are actually speeding up. It's almost as if they all sense it. The coups that are happening, they are speeding up. The leaders that are falling from office, they are speeding up. And the more coup you have, the more chances you have that this continental free trade agreement can be disrupted. God forbid it happens in Nigeria. Because in the background, some of all these leaders have done a lot of hard work of these negotiations. They are not even thinking of outside the country. They are all thinking internal. If you look at the way they are thinking about it, they understand that if Africa just decides to trade amongst itself, we can generate so much wealth from within ourselves. We don't even need any other people. And they are doing these things, and the way they are talking about it, I thought the way people talk about this continental free trade agreement, they're talking about, oh, it's European project, is this. I would have thought most of the things they are talking about has to be tied to how they are going to trade with Europe, how they're going to trade with, no. What they are preoccupied with is preventing foreign goods from coming into the continent and integrating our trade as quickly as possible. That's their obsession. All I've heard so far, I've not heard them worry about whether they will trade with China or India. They don't even seem to care about that. They are thinking, oh, let's build this thing quickly so that we capitalize on it. Because Nigeria knows if there's a continental free trade agreement, they could gain a lot from it. This in Egypt knows the same thing. Same does this in Kenya definitely knows that. South Africa is a big linchpin. They are making a lot of headway, knowing that they have a lot of technology, they have a lot of industry. They are going to export into the African market. South Africa has not even traded compared to what they could have done. Like South Africa has a lot of advanced technology that they can trade through the continent this is freely without a lot of tariffs and all the bottlenecks that they are suffering from right now. Was it somebody that told me something about how the continent is linked together? That if you want to move from the west to the east, like the southern area, you have to literally go around South Africa to get to the other side because there's no real highway that crisscrosses the continent in that region, like from the west to the east or something like that. So there's so much inefficiency on the continent that can be improved. See, I tell you, you are one of the lucky ones. You came at a time when there is hope. If Yabini came in the 90s, if you are born and you're this age in the 90s, man, you're not going to find Africa funny at all.
I would have been assassinated already.
Jesus Christ.
Tunaja, you and Israel, when it comes, Nigeria is Tunaja. When it comes to South Africa, it's Israel. I mean, you guys are so passionate, and I'm so glad, we're having this conversation. I'm really, it's deep. And again, I want to remind everybody again, Tanaja, not to cut you off, but I'm about to go myself. But let's think at the lower level. Each African life means a lot to all of us in this panel to begin with. It should be across the whole Africa continent. So always let's think about it. And at the same time, you were mentioning about certain things that you thought they're happening. It's because it's the dimension that we are in right now. That means we are really can tell and communicate with everything that you see around. We transmitting information that are really common to all of us. So don't be surprised if you see something that's going to change overnight in Nigeria, because everybody's in sync. Everybody
Yeah.
is getting in sync. So if we start thinking about one life in Africa, imagine how much we can improve because we're accountable for it. So let's start thinking from one life, one. Okay. If we start thinking that way, we're all going to unify. This is where unity comes. Mentally, you're prepared. Physically, you're prepared. Spiritually, you're prepared. So this is a new level of understanding. The all three dimension is gone. People are now using the time, so the fourth dimension are rising to the fifth in order to understand the whole overall move in the world. We're not just talking the African continent, but the youth is really harnessing that power, using all the technology. All that is going to put us in the advanced stage into changing things around the world. Because before, networking was like, no, 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 I know this information, I'm not going to network. But now you got to network and over network and build network in order to really put things across and make them work together. So we come a long way, and I'm so glad that I'm still existing in this world to put this to speed up, because it's a blessing. So in conclusion, for me, I'm just going to exit to make some bread, is that please, let's pray for Maria Antoinette. Maria Antoinette has cancer, everybody knows, and let's pray for her before you exit on this panel. Just a reminder, I pray for you, Mary Antoinette. May God be with you. May Xavier be with you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and one key thing that you said that I think is there's some truth to it, that we are in sync. When you think about things, because the consciousness, you have that consciousness, it tends to pass around. For somehow, either because it reached you, probably it's going to reach some other people too. So if we start thinking, make sure that our lives are valuable, and we shouldn't treat it as, and it should be, we see it like that. You see that, it's to start speculating around, and you just never know where things end up. And I actually strongly believe in that, because I've seen it happen. I don't know what I keep saying, I don't know whether that guy read my post or it's just my coincidence. He just stumbled across it himself, his own thought, because he just used exactly the same. Because when I saw that senator say those things on the Nigerian Senate floor, I went online and criticized him, wrote that stuff. I said, you are asking for people to come and save you when you have all these people on the ground in the country. And you gave him an example of Algeria versus Nigeria. And somebody on TV was using that guy is well known in Nigeria. He was using that same figures. Or like either we share the same consciousness, or he read my post. So, and this is why I think that consciousness thing, there's some truth there. People gain realization over time. And I'm not, what do you think is responsible for it? This recent window that has opened. Because I can tell you right now, it didn't exist in the 90s.
Yeah.
In my only guess is that the effect of the flux in power, the Chinese are rising, the Indians are rising. There's no major superpower in the world that dominates everybody like, yes sir, yes sir. So that has given Africa another window. The last window was open during the period of the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union was competing with the West significantly. And you notice during that time, that's when we generated all the leaders, Malcolm X, Kwame Nkrumah, most of them came during that time.
Yeah.
But in the 90s, when the Soviet Union fell, watch what happened to Africa. That should tell you, when we think the West are on our side, we have to be extremely careful when we do that. Because for me, the lesson I learned then was that, man, these people are mean. They are mean as hell. Because that's when Rwanda happened. Nigeria was in chaos. So Somalia was like hell on earth. So just Congo, name it. The lamentation on the continent was terrible. You know, if they were on your side, that is when they had a chance to show it. But they showed the opposite. So if we can learn any lessons from that we cannot rely on any of these people for our sustenance. We have to sustain ourselves. And the truth is, you know, I've been in panels where so many people say we can do it ourselves, And I used to disagree with some of them. That we need the Chinese to help us. You know, we have to ally ourselves with people sometimes. That is still true, but now I'm beginning to feel like the other side of the equation is also as correct. We have the ability to do most of the things we need to do without even needing anybody. We don't even need the Chinese. If we organize ourselves, we don't even need the Chinese to fix the continent. Because the things that we need to do, I said it before, when the West built the so-called atomic bomb that they built and dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the technology they had, we have more of that now on the continent. They didn't have the kind of technology that is in our mobile phone. They didn't have the sophistication, the card, and all the stuff that we have access to in Africa today. So why haven't we, like, something that they didn't have, we have it now, and somehow we feel like we still need something from them. We really don't need stuff from them. We can do it ourselves if we really believe and go in that direction. It's not even believe, just do it. Because it's a fact. They did it without needing all these modern technologies. They built the first nuclear bomb without needing modern technology. So why is it that now, somehow when we talk about this thing, we have to sign up with Russia, we go for 20, 30 years. The Second World War didn't last for 30 years. They built it within a couple of years. So there's no reason why we can't free ourselves. And that may also inform why they too know that, and they don't want to come directly and mess with Africa. Because they know if they mess with Africa directly, they could have a situation whereby Africans could develop some of all this and retaliate. Because they don't want to stir the hornet's nest. So while we are thinking of our lamentations and our shortcomings, it's also important to know where our strength lies. We have flexibility, we have room to move. We should just make sure our leaders are not being knocked off, because that ability for them to knock off our leaders is the most efficient way for them to control us. We have to make it harder. We have to make it extremely difficult for them. If you want to take our leaders out, you're welcome, but you will go through a lot of hassle. You won't be able to do it. By the time you calculate it, you might just as well come and invade, because it's almost impossible for you. We have to make it tougher for them, and we have to be the establishment, because the establishment has failed us till now. They failed us till now, and we should be using the words that used to belong to them. You know how in the West they talk about how the far right has hijacked the flags of countries. Because if you cede control of a sector of your country to the corrupt leader that you like to call corrupt leaders, they will use it. They will use it, and they will keep carrying on with whatever they are doing. We have to take it from them. Say, you know what? You are not doing a good job. We can do it better. That military that you think you have, rubbish. Like someone like me, now I could go into Nigeria and say, you know what? These things you have been doing is not working for us. We need to upgrade this military. We need to upgrade this. You know how that looks? It makes them look bad. Nobody wants to be in government, and you are telling them that they are soldiers. They are not equipping them well. Because the soldier, because what are you going to argue? What are you going to tell the guy that is telling you that? Like, oh, we equip them fine. But the soldier behind him will be thinking, no. So they will be turning back and thinking, oh my God, this guy is, trying to reveal our underwear here. And they will have to back you, because you are backing the tools of their power too. You are saying, you are not even defended. What kind of leader are you? You don't have pride, where people can just come and take you out and they can assassinate you. Secure yourselves. The stuff will so jar them that they will not even know where to start. Because Can you imagine a leader? We are telling the leader that you're not even doing your job very well. You need to secure yourself more. You need to have more security. You need to do this. Because and the truth is, all those people around him that are securing him will be nodding their head because all of them know where you're coming from. They know that they are weak. Nobody wants to join a force to realize that countries that are smaller than them have stronger military. Nobody likes that. Some of all these military officers, they go to courses overseas. They feel embarrassed. I will be embarrassed if I go to another country and go and study and find out, okay, there are so many other smaller countries that are doing better than our country. I will be very embarrassed. I'm embarrassed when I go to Ghana sometimes. I see how they are doing better in certain areas than us. Yes, I grit my teeth, but I have to admit that I'm embarrassed. So that's how you want to embarrass the leaders. You want to tell them, you know what, you are not doing your job well. You are not securing this country well. And even the countries that are safe, you tell them like Kenya doesn't have any problem. Like, you say, but this country is safe. But why is it that you left us like this? If you bring the data and show him, or why are we not forming pressure groups and even charity organizations? You tell them, can you imagine charity organization that is care more about security than homeless children? That is weird, isn't it? It's going to change your narrative. Like, you bring the data and say, look at our country. You want me to start crying about homeless children and orphans when this thing that you left unguarded is why we are creating these things. We keep creating homeless children because we are not securing our country. We keep buying generators because we are not generating enough electricity. We are not even generating enough. That is common sense. So if you start challenging them with data like this, the people that are working with them, that are junior officers, they'll be like, he's correct. And they will protect you. They will tell you things that you would normally not know. Because they too want to have pride in their profession. I can tell you that many police officers that joined the force didn't go there to be corrupt. Many of them, okay, I admit, the younger generation, I think some of them did actually. They want to go there and get their own. But there are a major group of them that go there to take their job seriously. How many African countries do you see that are overrun with drugs? How many African countries do you see that are overrun with prostitution and so many of these vices that, if the countries were completely run by corruption, would be rampant everywhere? Mafia, underworld powers. You don't see that much because there are a lot of people actually maintaining law and order. When the Soviet Union fell, that is what they call true disorder. The economy was being run by the mafia. About 70% of that economy was being run by the mafia until Putin came into office. That is what they call true disorder. Africans don't have that. And when I see that, when I go to Africa, it surprises me a bit, actually. I'm like, but you people don't have anything. Your economy is rubbish, and if the facilities are not there, but you still maintain a level of decency in terms of the way people conduct themselves. They don't have sophisticated laws. I don't even think when cars hit each other in Nigeria, in most parts of Nigeria, they have accidents. They don't exchange insurance details. They'll just say, I'm bigger than you, you fix my car. They sort it out. That is efficiency at work. And a lot of people are doing some magical work on the ground, and that's why it functions. And it baffles me because sometimes if you go to the UK here, you see that some areas, you see needles, drug needles and all these problems that they have, prostitution, name it. And yes, Africans have these things, but it's not as acute given how poor they are. You go to Gambia. When I went to Gambia, I was surprised how orderly it was. Ghana, very orderly. People were going about their business, doing their things. Yeah, they are poor, but they are doing those things without any great law forcing them to do those things, because there are people on the ground doing good work. And I think we should always praise those ones, because sometimes we forget them. I call them angels that are on the ground doing great things, keeping that continent going. And one lady refers to it that they kept the roof up when there was a storm. And that storm hit us in the 90s. It was a big one. All the major countries were in crisis in the 90s. From Somalia, Ethiopia, I'm not sure Kenya. Kenya was Al-Shabaab. Yeah, they had a bit of a problem with Al-Shabaab. Nigeria for sure. Liberia, Sierra Leone. You know, Ghana dodged it. You know, so many countries where Mugabe was going through his own turmoil in that region. But the Central African countries were the worst. From Congo, Central African Republic, Rwanda, all of them. It's like the whole sub-Saharan Africa was burning. And since then, our leaders have come through it and started trying to mend fences. 2005, 6 years after Nigeria became a democracy, they started signing that defense pact. They started making the changes and putting and then the Chinese were rising at the same time. The Indians were rising. That changed the dynamics because now African leaders have options. If they want to build bridges, they know who to go to and get to build the bridge. They don't have to go to the African Union, the World Bank or IMF to build these things, because the IMF will give them extortionate rates or ask them to change things in their country, like pass a law. Like, can you believe that the IMF was the one that came to Nigeria and kept telling Nigeria to devalue their currency? And the Nigerian president, the minister was revealing it recently. They said they kept doing it. Every time they came to them, they didn't even tell them no once. You keep devaluing your country constantly. In other words, reducing the value of your state. We just kept doing it because that was the advice, that it was going to be good for us. How is that good for us now? Nigeria's national budget is about $26 billion. 26 billion. Do you know how pathetic that is? That is so bad. It's really so bad. It's bad. It's not even funny.
Compared to, you know, the people in Nigeria itself, like, it's a strong nation. It has to be more than that. It has to be one of the leading in the world. You know what I'm saying? It has to be competing with some big, you know, countries.
The economy is about 0.5 trillion. Average of $0.5 trillion, the size of the economy. That's the GDP per annum. And yet the budget to take care of that economy is 26 billion. It's like, how are you supposed to run that country as a government? I feel bad for the government. When you think about the way African governments are running their countries, it's like you really don't have a lot of power to influence things that much. You can't. How are you supposed to run a country when your national budget is about how many times, more than 20 times less than the GDP of the country?
How do we change that?
The way you change it, first you want to create revenue for the economy. Okay. You see, so one of the ways you create revenue for the economy is to start making things. You make things and you export them and get money from overseas. People have to start bringing money into the country. So now when they bring money into the country, they invest inside the country, the government gets more money. And secondly, the second way to do that is to start taxing people. Nigerians don't pay tax. I can tell you that now. We don't like paying tax. At the moment, I think many African countries don't like paying tax compared to most other countries that are developed in the world. And that culture needs to change. Because without tax, I think people need to understand this. You know, you really need to go deep into people. Without tax, there is no civilization. It's like full stop. That's the end. There is no civilization that has existed in this world without tax. Even our traditional ways have ways of sharing resources. That's basically what it means. When a king comes into office, people farm and bring resources to the king. That is how the people of the town, and the king owns people that bring resources to the king. The king can just go seize resources and own them. That is how civilizations are created. You have to fund the controlling authority to stimulate certain priorities for the people. If the people prefer to build a dam, that's it. If they prefer healthcare, that's it. You get it, because everybody's chipping in, because it's more efficient that way. Tax is an instrumental aspect of any civilization. If you don't have tax, forget it. That's not a civilization. It wouldn't exist, because you can't pay for your military. You can't pay for anything. And Africans need to start understanding that, because it's not, we do it, it's funny, we do it every day in our lives, our daily lives, but we don't understand that when it comes to the state. I keep saying this in so many topics, things we do every day. We pay for things like when we want to go to hospital. Many Africans don't get free healthcare. I'm sure your country is one of the exceptions. They have to pay for their healthcare. Many Africans have to pay for their children's school. Many Africans have to pay for almost everything themselves. How do you, if they had taken time to say, you know what, instead of us to be paying for all these things ourselves, let's put all this money together and give it to the government. The government does everything for us. You'll be surprised how efficient it is. That's why wholesale price is always less. Wholesale price is always less, because
the only issue with that is that people, they don't have trust with their government because of corruptions. So there are people, they're not willing to pay their money like that because they know how it's gonna be used. Like they feel like, I'm giving this money to the president or to somebody out there.
I've had that argument a lot. I think what the problem is that what they don't understand in that argument is that if you give your government your money that you worked for, you went to work, at the end of the month, you see the money leaving your account and it pains you. If you give that money to your government, you will remember it. You will remember it and you will demand results. But if your government exists outside your consciousness and you are not funding the government anyway, you don't feel like you own it. You are not, you feel like you are divorced from the authority. You will hate them all you want, but because you are not engaging directly, you're not going to be able to hold them accountable. That's what I see in the West here. When the people pay tax, they will be like, I pay my council tax. Why are you not taking my beans? And they will lose it on you because you didn't come and take a bean 1 week. 1 week, they didn't come and take their bean, they will lose it. So, because they know they are giving the government a hard-earned money. And it tells you that we go back to the same thing again. I keep saying, we do this every time. If you hire a carpenter, you give the carpenter money to fix your house or something, and you didn't do it, are you not going to be crossed and demand action? That is how it is. We have to understand that when we give government our money, we feel personally invested.
Yeah, of course.
And we
need both sides. We need us to do something like that, and also we need accountability on the government part.
The people that say that most, the people, sorry, let me just add this point. The people that say that most, they've never contributed to, they've never really contributed once to say, okay, let's try this for 1 year or 2 or 5 years. We gave money to the government and the government didn't deliver. Which African country can boast of that? See, they will say that in theory. That's the argument in theory. But how many African countries can actually boast that they gave their government money to do something for 5 years and the government didn't do it? You will find it hard to find one of them. So that argument is a false. I don't even know where they got the argument from. I don't even know where they got the argument from. Because you would think when you made that type of argument is because you've had an example of it. Like you pay the bills for something, and like the Ethiopians now, when they pay for the dam and the government didn't build the dam, I can understand. Oh, yeah, I can see why people are skeptical of the government now. Why should they? Because look at what happened in Ethiopia. They paid money and nothing was done. But you can't find one case in Africa so far, especially sub-Saharan Africa, where the people actually donated money to the government to do something and the government didn't do it. I believe the government will do it because the governments, like it or not, I think the African government, they fear their people because they know they are not that secure anyway. They know they are not that secure. If you take a poor man's money, that is very, he suffered in the farm trying to get, and he tells you, build this hospital for us, and you refuse, you're going to have problems. You're going to have serious problems. They're going to come and burn your house down. Seriously. But when you say you allocate oil money to a region for them to be building houses for that region or build roads or build hospitals, the money you are allocating doesn't belong to the people. So the people you are giving the money, they feel like they can just do whatever they like with it because the people didn't contributed to them. And the people themselves don't feel connected to the money. They just feel like, oh, these people at the top just got a whole of money that they sold oil for and they all shared it among themselves. Yes, that's bad. But it doesn't make them feel like this is ours. You're supposed to give it back to us because you don't feel it. You know, it's like somebody sending the capital to fix your house. If the capital doesn't do a good job, the way you will react will be different if you are the one that paid the capital. Because you'll be like, nah, who should I talk to? Should I go and talk to the guy that sent the carpenter or should I talk to the carpenter? You're not going to be connected to the facilitation of that repair or facilitation of any project that the government wants to do if you're not directly, you don't have a direct stake in it. And I think that is one of the things we want to change on the continent. You want to have people contribute to things. They make them feel it. They see their money leaving the account. They'll be gritting their teeth every month. What did they take this money for? What did they take this money for? Eh? I better see the hospital. I know where he is.
Exactly. I feel you. Yeah, you have a point there. Definitely, you have a point.
And I've been in Nigeria. I've had this conversation with many Nigerians, and they always come back to this thing. They say, "Let them do it first, then we will contribute." Well, you keep saying let them do it first. What are they going to use to do it? Go and stolen money. You wanted to go and steal the money. You have the money in your pocket. Like I said, Nigeria is an economy of 500. This almost $500 billion. That's a lot of money. They could put money together and do anything they want to do. If they want to create an ultra world-class hospital in all the regions, like five of them, in the next 10 years, Nigerians can do it. They have the money to do it.
Yeah.
They don't just have the channeling part.
Yeah. Even you to Niger, you're a very rich guy, you know. You can definitely do something like that.
I can contribute, but I'm not that rich. I can contribute. I don't mind because I'm used to paying high taxes, isn't it? I'm used to paying
exactly.
a lot. So I don't mind paying for stuff in Nigeria myself. I say it all the time. I said, let them come and tax me. I don't mind as long as they use the money well.
And I remember that, man. Like every year where I was living for 9 years, man, I was paying a lot of tax, man. Every single month. Every single month was a lot. It was a lot.
You know,
because of we don't have this political agreement between my country and South Korea, so I didn't get my tax returns.
Oh my
I left
God.
there. I went to ask for it, and they're like, you know what? We don't have any policy related to that, so you don't have it.
It's all gone.
It's like a lot of millions, man. Like
I'm a poor man from a poor country, and you choose to hold on to mine while the British guy will get theirs back. You see how things work against us so badly. That is one of the kind of stuff that pisses me off when I go to when I experience this type of stuff, because we don't have the money.
Pensions. I was paying even pensions. Like it's mandatory. Like when you're working, when they hire you, they take some money for pension, some money for insurance, some money for tax, and then they'll return to you like when you're 65. Am I gonna live there forever? I'm out.
Thank you. They were like, thank you for contributing. We are very generous to our economy. You know, thank you. Thank you. We will accept it gracefully for you.
Oh man, yeah. One day I'll go back there and I'll be like, I've been paying for the tax and everything in your country. Yeah, I lost to Niger. But well, guys, the session of today, it was a beautiful session, and we're just talking about Nigeria here, and this is the beginning. You know, it's not the end; it's the beginning. But you know, yes, my brother.
Yeah, I feel like when we start having this our consciousness on understanding that it's a powerful thing when you know you can own the state, you can own the institutions, you can own the healthcare system. You can actually pay for it, and it brings results. It's crazy that this type of mindset hasn't been given to our people. You know, your country is not very acute, to be fair, because I've heard you describe the state in your country. But if you look at Nigeria, you look at so many West African countries and even other African countries, the way their systems are run, it's like, why are people not taking charge a long time ago? Because it's obvious. Pay for it, you will get the stuff you want. You can literally tell them, let's put this money doesn't even touch the hand of a minister. Once it's got done, the only thing the minister will do is just sign it off. And it goes straight to where it needs to go, to the people that are going to...
straight to the... Exactly.
For the purpose.
That work. Yeah.
Because it's so transparent. This is what I mean by it being very transparent. There's no real reason why this minister should be touching some of all this money that people pay in tax. As a matter of fact, it will be better than this country, because this country, they will tell you, oh, you have national what they call it, NI contribution that you are using it to contribute to the healthcare. But in reality, when the government takes it, they can use it for whatever they like.
Yeah.
But in Africa, you can do it like it's so strict that the money you pay for so and so thing, it goes to that thing. It doesn't go to anything else. If you pay for healthcare, it goes straight to healthcare. If you pay for education, it goes straight to education. The reason why we do these things is common sense. If you put money together, you get a whole, you put everything in a kind of wholesale manner. Everything is done collectively. It's cheaper, and you get better quality for it. Africa, we operate in a fragmented way. Look at Tanzania, it's a good example. Because Tanzania, they already have that fundamental in their system from their founding fathers. They are still benefiting from that kind of communal way of doing things till today.
That's true.
That philosophy is what we have not applied. And when we talk about capitalist system and all the other system, the truth is there's always that socialist element in it. Without that socialist element, there's not going to be a military. Who is going to fund your military? You have to put money together to pay for the soldiers. You have to put money together to pay for police. And that is basically socialism. That's what they call solidarity. We all coming together for a common good.
Yes.
And we just have to learn that more and more on our continent. And I'm tired of those people that keep saying they should do it first, then we give them money. They'll probably will give them, the truth is they may actually give them money when the people do it first. But the problem is that most of the people, they are not thieves. They are not going to go and steal the money to go and do it first. You can't keep telling people to go and take their own money, put it at stake, to go and do it first. Then maybe when they are doing it, there's instability, then they lose their money. That's their own money. But if you put your own money in it, if there is going to be instability, you'll be like, shut up. I have staked my money. I have a stake in this. You can't make my country while I'm around. You see, that also encourages stability. You see what I mean? Because if you have a stake in the economy.
You're very right with that, because as I remember the past 5 years, during our president, what he did when he came, he had to make sure that because a lot of people, they were not paying tax. A lot of companies, they're not paying tax because they're just giving money, behind the closed doors. So what he did, he had to make sure that every single person pay tax, like everybody. Those companies that were not paying taxes, they had to calculate all amount of money that they owe government and paid. And the government, it was giving the report every single month. At the end of the month, it was giving report how much the government collected from the tax revenue. And every single month, the money, they're like trillion of shillings they are collected. And because of that, all these mega projects that he built within 5 years, it was actually regenerated from the tax that people began to pay for the past 5 years.
You see what I mean? And the strange thing about it all is that everybody gains from it. For me, when I look at Nigeria today, I say, my God, the potential there is crazy. They've not even started scratching. And look at we are basically limping along. Look at what Nigeria has done. If we really get our act together, it's ridiculous what can be done there.
Professor Rumumba, he said, the day Nigeria wakes up, Africa will never be the same again. And I do agree with that.
There was a time I used to think, oh, leave it. There's people talking about Nigeria. But when I've looked at it from afar now, I'm beginning to see why people think like that. Because I look at it and like, our leaders have not done anything. They literally have not, they just left the country like that. Everything is so inefficient. It's like everybody, if you will go to Nigeria sometimes, you see this guy who owns a generator, this one, they will own generators and they will, all of them, they will turn it on. The noise alone, all they needed to do was just come together and buy one generator and hire it. It would have saved them a lot of trouble, but no. They are so disorganized, it's crazy. There was a place I used to rent in Nigeria. I think I own almost 4 generators. 4 generators just to maintain power supply. And the amount I spend on that generator and the fuel and everything, I was begging them to triple and quadruple my power supply bill if they are just going to give me 24 hours power supply. Because I was like, I will pay that. In the UK, I'm paying 10 times more. So I will pay 10 times more there if they just make it 24/7. And people will be happy. People will come back to that country and spend good money. And most importantly of all, people that want to make money from generating electricity, they will.
I've lost my brother again. I know he'll be back very soon. And we'll be closing with his final thoughts. Yes, guys, I really appreciate for all the support that you guys are showing. It means a lot. Yes, brother.
Sorry about that. My mic keeps cutting out these days. I don't know what's wrong with this funny mic of mine.
No
yeah. So these inefficiencies, we have to learn how to iron them out, because I've seen it. Just I've begged, like, literally, I'm begging, charge me, please, charge me the money, I will pay. Just give me power supply. And the only people that wanted to give us power supply was when I approached this solar energy company, and the amount they were charging was like 3 times what they charged here. I was like, how do you go to a poor country and that is the solution you come up with for them? Something that is more expensive than when they have here in the UK. You know, but what can you say? We put ourselves in that situation. The only good thing about it is that it's quite easy to solve. That is the beauty. And that's why I think your generation, you guys have a gift. There's a gift on your lap, and I just hope it doesn't escape this generation, because there's a lot on the ground that is easy to solve. Yes, they are. According to Big E always use the term low-hanging fruit. There are so many low-hanging fruits out there. We just have to open our eyes to them. There are so many. In the case of Nigeria, like everything I've said today, I'm not saying all these things in theory. I'm talking about practical things that can be done to actually solve real fundamental problem that could transform that country. And it's not even, the weird thing about it all is that it's not even that hard. That is what I'm happy about.
Yeah. Oh, my laptop is about to turn off because of the charge. Let me connect a little bit. Yes, my brother. To Niger, I want to appreciate you, man, for your voice. We need this. We really need this. And as I promised you, this is the beginning. I think we need to include, to talk about Nigeria, at least, like, in every single week as we're having all this conversation. As you know, election actually, it's in Nigeria as well as Kenya, and we'll find out also Libya. We have Mali. We have all these countries, and I think this is very sensitive things that we should be talking about in the coming days. But I really love the fact that today we have to show our support to the government as well. So when we were talking about paying tax or people being willing to pay to support the things that are happening, I think it's a good move, because we're not working against the government, but we want to support. When there's something good, it's been done, we must support, and we must encourage our people to stand behind the government and to support whatever something good is happening. And even when something bad is happening, we can still speak about it, but also we can do something for our countries, because at the end of the day, these are our countries. I would rather invest in my country. I would rather lose my money here in the country than the money I lost, in South Korea for all those years. I would rather lose here, in my.
It's insidious, isn't it? It's an insidious problem that we have. Nigeria is an acute case. There is this minister for the diaspora in Nigeria that takes care of the affairs of Nigerians that are overseas, and her job, she seems to have forgotten what her job should actually be from what she is doing right now. She seems to be thinking that it's a good idea to be promoting Nigerians that are accomplishing a lot overseas. I think it's a wrong-headed approach. It's like, why are you praising Nigerians that are trained in Nigeria that go overseas and accomplish there? Why are you not thinking about getting them back to the country? Why are you not setting up systems to empower
Exactly.
them there so that they transfer
Yeah.
technology and know-how to the to the country? They
Mm.
created a book of about 500 Nigerians that are doing so well overseas. What good is that to us?
Yeah.
Are we? It's bad enough that our economies and our resources are being taken overseas. Our best minds, we are celebrating that they are being used overseas. What is that? Then when they are old and decrepit, then they want to consider coming back home.
They want to come back home, yeah.
What is the use then? They are gone. We should be, the way that we should be doing it is how the Chinese did it, whereby when they have people overseas, they empower them. The government actually give them money to buy businesses overseas. They buy the business overseas and they transfer the technology back to China and the know-how back to their countries. This is how, because everything is a two-edged sword. Yes, they've been enjoying taking our people from the continent, our people crossing the Mediterranean Sea. But if our leaders, you see, this is the thing, that's why we need agility. If they think in an agile way, that they can turn it against them too. Because all those people overseas now, you can use them to acquire companies overseas and transfer the intellectual property and the know-how to the continent.
Exactly, back home, yeah. Definitely.
Everything is a two-edged sword. It's just a matter of looking at it the right way. We have so many advantages. We cannot be seeing everything as a disadvantage. Even if it is a disadvantage from, just looking at it, you educate people in your country, and after you spend the little money you have for your education budget, educating them, they go and serve other people for decades. How sad is that? Then your resources is also taken away. Everything has been done in such a perfect way that our continent has been extracted with everything we've got. Our leaders just have to turn the tide. That money, that resources has been taken, we need to start using them to make stuff ourselves and sending it to them. Our people that are flocking over to those countries, you use them to bring stuff back into the country.
Yeah.
And you incentivize them, because if the country is secure, you can incentivize them to return back to the country. They will come. By the time, if half of the Nigerian diaspora returns, or African diaspora, if they return to the continent, they will transform the continent.
They'll transform, man. Like, that's true.
Most of them have dual nationality. Most of them have dual nationality. So they have access. They can go to and fro. Nobody can block the door for them. So what used to work as a disadvantage before will become a strength. While most of us have dual nationalities, the other countries, the Europeans, don't have dual nationalities because they were looking down on Africa.
Yeah. That's true.
They don't have free access to Africa, but we have free access to their countries. You see, everything can turn the table on them. So that's why these times are quite exciting, and I don't think I'm special. I think that a lot of people will be having these ideas, and you start seeing smart solutions.
I really appreciate Niger for all you're bringing on the table. These are really good suggestions, a really good suggestion, and I love. I mean, always Big E, he says, we do not say that we should think, outside of the box, because we're not in the box, at the beginning. and the suggestion that you give, like, you remember when you started to talk about this, I started to ask you some questions, and you told me that these are arguments you face all the time when you talk about this. It's just like your ideas and how you talk about it. It's like, it's very different. That when you speak for the first time, people might be like, oh, no, wait a little bit, what are you talking about this? But then when you go to explain again and again, it makes perfect sense that you're thinking, and you're thinking there. Like, if we are thinking here, you're thinking there, like 15 years later, 20 years later. And I think that's how we're supposed to be, thinking, at some point.
Some people I've spoken to, when the others, you will give them so many answers, and they will just find problems with every answer. That's when I coined that statement that some people always have problems for every solution. No matter what solution you give them, they will find the problem. That is their biggest objective.
We have that issue in Africa. That's true. Africans, we have that issue. Like, at some point, we, like, if we hate, like, our government or anything, or our country, the only thing we see is just negative. Like we will not talk about positive, even if something positive happened, but we will always just oppose. I've seen that even in opposition parties, you know, here in the country or some other place. Like they will always just oppose. It's like they were born to just oppose. But there are actually good things are happening, but we don't really, like, we don't see it. We find problem in every single thing.
It's because we are not conditioned to take yes for an answer anymore. And because we have seen so many no's, something we should say yes to will be like, no. If I say yes, that could mean that no will slip through. So they don't want the no to slip through. So they maintain with the no. No. So that is a conditioning thing. And I think, you know, sometimes you blame people. Like the only time I will say, okay, man, because if I have given somebody, I've taken time, explain over and over again, so many different ways. I say, look at the solution here. And some people are so frozen in their position, they would never move. And what I've decided that when those people are like that, just leave them. It doesn't matter, because sooner or later, reality will tell them whether you are lying or you are telling the truth. And when you say things, it doesn't matter what other people believe at that moment. I've had some people on this panel tell me that when you said some of the things you said, I didn't believe it. But when I went and checked it, I started saying, oh my God, you know, this is what was actually happening. And that's what I found. It's not about having people say you are correct. I'll just say, I will say my piece. It's up to you to go and find out the truth. And it's quite liberating, actually, when you think about it, because in reality, once you said it, if it is the truth, life will bear you out. It doesn't matter whether they believe you or not. If they believe you, let them. It's like telling somebody they are standing on the train track, that the train is coming. If you tell them and tell them and tell them and they refuse to listen to you, what are you going to do? Life will take care of the rest.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's not a train. Let's hope it's something else that just nudges them off the track. Then they will think, oh my God, he was correct. Maybe I should take lessons next time. So
they're not gonna be alive. They're not gonna be able to think
that's why I don't think that example is a good one. But the point is, you want them to. I prefer that they find out the truth and realize it in ahead of time to forestall in a permanent damage. Because you have to give them heads. That's the whole point of telling people something. You let them know that, okay, this is the truth. And if they refuse to listen or they don't believe it, the truth is, you're just saying what life is telling you. Life will tell them too. If they don't want to hear it from words, action will teach them. And if they cannot learn it from action, God help them. They are in trouble. You know, because any smart human being will know. If somebody is telling you that it's raining outside and you don't believe them, once you go outside, you feel the rain, you know, oh, that's true. But can you believe that some people actually can go outside and it's raining? They'll be like, that's not rain. I refuse to believe because I disagree with that guy. They will completely disagree. And when it gets to that point, you know that person is pathologically, you know, you can't solve that problem at that time. And the person may take them a long time, or they may never heal. You know, people are allowed to freeze in position. You know, we have all kinds of traumas out there, and you know, you can't. What can you say? Life has made people weird sometimes, and I don't know how I got to how I got. Maybe because I lived in Nigeria and I saw my country from a high position. You know, in my lifetime, go from high position to a terrible state of affairs, and it lets you know nothing is permanent. You can't take things for granted. You know, I'm sure Tanzanians don't know what that is like. You guys have been enjoying yourself for too long, and same with Ghanaians. They've been chilling out for such a long time that they don't understand what it's like to have tumult. Your president come on TV and you're worried what he's going to say next. What now? I'm telling you, man. When Abacha came on TV anytime, you're like, what now? What is he about to say now? That guy was so crazy. He did so many crazy things. He literally invited the warring groups in Sierra Leone to Abuja for a meeting, and he jailed the rebel leader. He locked him in prison. I was like, who does that? The guy, the guy came from talks. It's like imagine somebody to African Union and he jailed them from there. He took the money to jail him. So some of these that our president was so unpredictable. My God! And if you were looking for leaders that are anything close to that guy, I like him because of that strand of radicalism. He can really be radical. He doesn't take sides, and that's the thing. He was a Muslim, but he jailed the leader of the Muslim group in Nigeria, the Sultan of Sokoto. He killed the leader of the Bayelsa that's Sarawiwa. He executed him, and for good measure, he put Abiola in prison, which is a Yoruba man. He put him in prison, and the guy died in prison. He arrested the second in command, a former deputy military leader, Yaradua. He died in prison. The guy was attacking all Nigerians. It's like equal opportunity radicalism, and then he took it to West Africa too. So, they said he was very corrupt. He stole a lot of money. I don't know, but I don't know the truth of that. If he did, that is a strange person. If he was so corrupt, why was he so radical? I don't get it. I thought corrupt people want to be corrupt with other people. Yeah. The elites were running out of the country left and right. But all the top people were escaping the country because of this in Abacha. And Obasanjo was the one that was like, oh, I'm going to be righteous and come back to Nigeria and exonerate myself. He just got to Nigeria, they chucked him in prison. And he was lucky he survived his time in prison when Abacha was in office. The guy, I don't know why he felt he had the mandate to do what he did, why he felt the drive to do what he did. I really don't understand him to an extent. And I think Nigerians still don't understand that guy, why he did half of the things he did. But one thing for sure, after Babangida left office, the economy and everything was spiraling out of control. And when he came in, by the time he left, he destabilized all those things. You can say whatever you like about him. And he was against 419. All this corruption that happened under Babangida period. He wasn't for it at all. He jailed the head of the 419. That I've forgotten Umana or something. I've forgotten his name. That guy was the kingpin of 419 that they recognize all over the world in Nigeria. I think he defrauded Gaddafi actually. It was Abacha that jailed that guy too. The guy, just name it. Any category in Nigeria that you think you are the bad person in Nigeria, he will jail you. You will end up in prison or you escape the country. That is the only option for you. And I really wish there was some vision behind it, because that would have made a big difference in Nigeria. But you see, you can't tell the story of somebody that was dead, that is dead. You can't, because he is not there to tell his own side of the story of why he did some of the things he did. So, and many of them wasn't so bad. That removing that military regime in Somalia and in Sierra Leone wasn't so bad. Helping sort out the civil war in Sierra Leone too. There was a civil war there too. You know, to the point where he arrested the rebel leader and put him in Abuja. He's like, enough of this already. And you know, imagine if you are able to arrest the rebel leader, then you have a bargaining chip to stop the war. Like, shut up, stop fighting. You know, and I must give Nigerians credit for what they did there, because they did it. There was no major scandal. I'm sure there were, you know, scandals of behavior from the Nigerian military, but there was no major one. And they did it and they left. They just did their job and they left. And I think people don't give Nigeria enough credit for some of all those things, and Nigerians don't even give themselves enough credit for that. They don't even remember it. They don't understand how unusual that is. South Africa doesn't do that. South Africa had more resources to do that kind of stuff. They don't do it. Kenya doesn't bother with that kind of stuff. I hear Ghana went to Somalia a bit, but they, you know, kept themselves in check. They didn't like go into Somalia to solve the problem completely. I can tell you that if that was Nigeria that was next to Somalia, they would be all up in their business. And that Al-Shabaab leader that was thinking that he knows too much, they will take him and put him in jail. And at least Abacha anyway, not this current president. And this is why sometimes you can argue that military regimes, they have a lot more flexibility. You have a good one in office, they have a bit more flexibility to do things quickly. you know. But this civilian government, you know, what's his name? Buhari was saying it the other day. He said, when I came into office the first time, you know, and he was saying it very slowly as he always does. He said, when people were being corrupt, you know, we took them, we jailed them, you know, we make sure they brought all the money back and all the rest. Now that I'm a civilian, I have to follow the rules, and people are calling me Oga, go slow. That he's doing everything too slowly now. He said, what is he supposed to do? He has to follow the constitution. So and so that is the issue with democracy sometimes. It means the leaders from being very active. And that is Buhari. That is Buhari that was relatively radical in his own government. I must say, though, there are governors in Nigeria that are quite radical. You know, the Rivers State governor is crazy. He was the one that destroyed somebody's hotel because they didn't follow the COVID-19 regulations. He put COVID-19 measure in place. The guy just broke the rules. The next day, bulldozer destroyed the whole hotel. And people were like, what is wrong with you? You just can't. The guy is half crazy. Some of the things he does is very radical. He goes on the streets and makes sure the police are doing their job, stuff like that. And I feel like maybe he wants to run for president. That's why he's doing all those things and showing off. And but I'm not sure whether I don't see him being very creative. Because some people like, you know, tough people that talk tough and all the rest. Definitely he does talk tough. And if he was somebody that was in office, he would do a lot of radical things, that's for sure. The guy likes to do crazy stuff. He puts bounty on the criminals and you get me this criminal and we'll pay you so and so money, and he pays the money that he says he was going to pay publicly. He makes sure he rewards the people that brings those people to order. So those things are all good, but I would rather have creative leaders that are creative and solve the problem in a democratic way. I believe Africa has the potential of having a more advanced democratic system. It's democracy, but it can be agile and it can be owned by the people. And when democracy is owned by the people, it can be very fierce. Because when the people demand something, it happens.
It happens, It's about people at the end of the day.
It's supposed to be. And in the West here, they try to do that, but the countries that practice the best democracies are not the ones we tend to hear about. They are the smaller countries like Switzerland, Sweden. If people take their time to study their systems, they will start getting ideas of where the African democracy can go. And there are creative solutions out there, you know. And I think maybe if I have the time I'll spend time studying them a bit more in detail, because I think Africans are looking for a different form of democracy, a more advanced form. Right now, they are not very satisfied with just the tag democracy and that's it. It doesn't mean anything to them. They want it to actually show that it reflects the modern era. You know, just like we leapfrogged and started using mobile phones, we should leapfrog the technology, the democracy of the West, and do something more transformational that is going to actually be tailored to the needs of the continent. And the reason why that is a very tricky thing to do, or how do I put it, an important and critical thing to do, is because if we cannot figure out a way to govern ourselves, a way is going to be forced on us. And I've seen the ways that can be forced on people. It can be very, very painful. It can be very destructive. We've seen it happen in the world, like with the Chinese, with the Russians, Cambodia. If you look at those countries that went through some of all these traumatic changes, there's a lot of destructions. And say whatever I like about European countries, especially the Western European countries, they are some of the smartest groups in terms of knowing when to pull back in terms of the way they govern themselves. Because I think their people are a little bit more independent. They are very, very hot. Whenever things doesn't go their way, they can be very crazy. They can destroy things. So what the leaders in Europe discovered was that when the people start agitating, give them what they want. Quickly, as quickly as you can. And the ones that didn't do that quickly enough, they tend to suffer very gruesome fates. You know, like the French one. The French monarchy were being sluggish, and look at how they beheaded them like goats in the market square. They don't take prisoners. And in the UK one is not. You see, the UK is very, very austere. Even the monarchy here, they are not too extravagant, even in the ancient times. So even when they got rid of their monarchy, they still brought it back because it wasn't too extreme. But if you look at the Germans, those ones they are austere forever, so they didn't even have that problem. But the Russian one was very, very controlling, and they were very, very rich. If you look at the Moscow, if you look at their state houses, if you look at those buildings that Putin is walking around, it was built by the monarchy of Russia, not the why would communism spend so much money ornamenting stuff? Communism will never, or socialism will never do that. It's only monarchy that will build all those ornamental, golden, flowery designs that you see in Moscow and in those halls that you see Putin in. And but the people that built those opulent buildings and state houses were all destroyed. Like literally every single member of their family was destroyed because the people felt that they were not representing them, and they got rid of all of them. And the same kind of attitude was in China too. The Chinese had this leader that, you know, they almost elevate to a godlike status, and he literally owned his own town. You know, they call it the dead city or forbidden city or something like that. They call it that. And he basically owned the whole city to himself. That's his own residence. And when the Chinese came for them, you know the result now. They went straight to communism. They didn't even branch into socialism. Like, enough of this, man. We will destroy everything to the very foundation. We are not even going to do socialism a little bit. They went after religion on top of it. So if you observe that, you can see pattern. You can see a pattern there that says the more divorced you are from your people, and the more you don't listen to the people, the more their reaction is more extreme. Their reaction is more extreme. And this is why I feel like Africa, if we keep at this is why I said it was critical. Even if we say that it's good that we have a more advanced democratic system as a good thing, but it's also critical we do it, because if we go with a mediocre democratic system that doesn't deliver for the people, and it keeps going on and on and on, and one way or another it didn't deliver for the people might react. And when they react, they will come for all the institutions. They may not stop at just changing the type of government. They may not stop at just getting rid of tribes, like Kagame has already done on the continent. They may not stop at tribes. They may go further. They go into religion, get rid of religion, and get rid of borders. People can get radical very quickly, and when they do, they become blind, and that scares me. I've seen scary things, man. If you watch some of all those videos, man, the question I always ask myself is, what is going through the minds of these people when they do these things? They will see human beings being put in that they will line them before the hole that they will dig the hole they are going to bury themselves first, and then they will shoot them all, put them inside. Then the next set will come in, stand before the hole, shoot them. What makes people do that? Some of them are neighbors. Ask yourself, how did human beings get here? And when what I found is that it's what is happening in Africa. That's the kind of stuff that can get people there. You'll be surprised. Human beings can be very ugly and unfeeling when they believe that they need to make a change for the good. And most of these people believe they are doing the right thing. They don't have any doubt that is the right thing that they are doing. That's why they are able to do it. They believe what they are doing is right, and they will slaughter their fellow human beings without any remorse. And these are, if you think Rwanda is anything, that is nothing. These people will go to the extreme and kill millions because they believe that that is the way they are going to free themselves. And I must say, these East Asians, some of the things they've inflicted on themselves, and the thing, if you hear the leaders, I think we really need to study some of all these people because it's a warning from history. Hear what the leaders are saying, why the people believed in them. And if those statements resonate to our problems on the continent, that should scare us, that we could create a leader like that. It's a warning, because when I see those things, it doesn't look good. I always feel like this is some crazy stuff. I hope it doesn't visit us again in humanity. Because I always like to think that those were the past. It will never happen in the future again. But it did happen in Rwanda. 800 or something thousand died in a couple of weeks. And for that, the leader now that is there said no tribes anymore. There was a time that would sound crazy, isn't it? Before that conflict, if you had said it, they'll say, "Are you mad? I'm Hutu. I'm Tutsi." They will say it's crazy. But when he did it, yes, you are right. You are right. After 800,000 deaths, you are right. This is how realities change. It happens because of frustration and results. If the results are not good, and sooner or later people will get so crossed. They will get so crossed that they will bless anything that will get them out of it. No matter how radical it is, they don't care. If you tell them, if anybody mention the word God, let them die, they will support it. If anybody mention the word tribe, Yoruba, they should die, they will support it. And that's why I think it is worth studying how people get into that state of mind where they become so radical, because I don't want to see that on the continent. I like our cultures. I like our religions as they are. I like the richness because it's a historical time capsule of what we are.
Exactly.
The Chinese lost a lot of stuff from what they did. They destroyed their books, destroyed so many evidence of their technological advancements in the past. Documents that thousands upon thousands of documents were destroyed. Do you know how many documents were destroyed when they invaded Timbuktu or when they invaded Alexandria? They destroy things. When things happen, people don't care about history anymore. They destroy. And Africa is one of the oldest continents on this thing on earth. The last thing we need is something of that seismic proportion happening on the continent, because we will destroy too much. And but you know, it's the ball is in our court, I guess. And I like to think that I'm an elder compared to you, but I'm still relatively a spring chicken compared to our leader. So it's not like I'm checking out anytime soon. So I'm going to be doing my best to contribute as much as I can, because this is all you can do. We are just one. I'm just one person, and you are one person. But if we all put our head together, things will start moving the dial. You know?
Yes, 100%. I appreciate it.
One day you need to talk more about your country, because I really need to learn more about how your country. Because the way you describe your country, I think you were talking to somebody the other day, and you really described a system that is quite stable and relatively okay for the people living in that country. You know, it would be nice to hear more how it was done and what other countries can learn from it. You know? It would be beautiful to be able to learn some of all those things, and what like a country like Nigeria, what we can gain from that. You know, some of all those things, it might be useful lesson, because we have examples of things that are working in Nigeria that others can learn from, and things that are working in other countries. I've always said that Ethiopian this thing of having people, you know, contribute to that dam was a very, very critical thing. And if Nigerians can learn from that and implement something that to own whatever they decide to contribute to, that will be very empowering for Nigerians.
You
know how we like to brag now. Hey, we just paid for another 10,000 soldiers. That is cool, isn't it? We just did it. I did it myself.
Oh, yeah. You guys are good at that.
Nigerians like to brag, man. You can't. I don't know, man. I don't know where they got that one from.
My best friend is Nigerian. He's the only best friend I got, and I've been living with him for 9 years. So
Jesus Christ, they like
we've
to brag.
always been fighting because of that. When we start talking about like Nigeria, maybe Tanzania, we fought a lot. That is really good.
When I stopped apologizing for Nigeria, I think it was about 2 years ago. When it occurred to me, I think because there was a time when even as in Nigeria, most Nigerians criticize Nigeria more than Nigeria. In other countries.
Exactly.
And I hear too many Nigerians online. If you go to YouTube, there are so many Nigerians criticizing Nigeria. And then it just occurred to me that these people they are criticizing in US, they are being described as the most accomplished, the most educated immigrants in the country. They even compared to Asians, we are competed the Asians. And I was like, if these people are able to do this, then they must have something that maybe Africans can get, learn from. And and then it occurred to me that if you look at compared to most Africans, Nigerians are some of the most unapologetically ambitious group. They are so ambitious, it's scary. It's to a fault. They are ambitious to a fault.
That's true.
And they work on it like a crazy people. Like a Nigerian, a Nigerian now, if you tell them that that thing that you do is gonna, it could lead you to becoming a millionaire. They'll say, I will take that blessing. I'll take that blessing. They don't joke.
Yeah, they don't joke with those opportunity. They don't. He's disconnected again, but I know he'll be back. One of these days, we'll definitely talk about, I've been thinking a lot about it, about Tanzania. Yes, brother.
They are so obsessed with success that anything, any strand, even if you said it in passing, they would embrace it. Yeah. If you call them chief or anything that denotes positive thing, they say, God bless you, I'll take it, but I'll take it. So because
that's the spirit.
They have such ambition, and me working with them for how many years now, what I found is that what I always tell them that you guys are ambitious to a fault. You need to rein it back a little bit when it comes to cooperating, because like in one town in the west of Nigeria, I think every family has got a professor there, and they are some of the most negative people. They are some of the most negative people because they are so competitive. They think they know everything, and
that's true.
Oh yeah. See, they taught me. Oh my God, they taught me that anybody that you see studying PhD, if you want to bring them in a technical environment, like a proper tech company, you better watch out because they think they know it all already. And they are not always very open to suggestions and collaborating. They tend to think they know everything, and I wasn't surprised. When that town where they have so many professors, they always have disagreements. They argue among themselves, and but they are also very high achievers, individually. I mean, and this is why I said Nigerians, in terms of individually, we are some of the most determined, intelligent, hardworking people you can find in the world. But as a collective, we have a low IQ. As a collective, so far we've not demonstrated intelligence. I must say, with the Nollywood and the and the music one, I think they managed to demonstrate some level of intelligence there. Yeah, I hear how they promote their music overseas and all this. And I was like, wow, that's quite an operation. These people are running there, and they done well on that front. And one thing that surprised me most is how much Africans embraced those Nigerian movies. I didn't see that one coming. I really didn't see that one coming. When I was growing up, I liked more South African movies and Southern African movies, like all those Kenya. I like their movies. you know, but to see that people, when I came to the UK after how many years, suddenly the whole continent has been taken over by Nigerian programs. I was surprised. I didn't see that. I was busy watching Western programs. I suppose I didn't see Western programs. But Nigerian films have made it into Netflix. They are everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere, man. Everywhere.
They're everywhere now. So it's like they are here to stay. So that one, they managed to do well in that area. But man, that power thing, though. That power thing. How is power supply in Tanzania anyway?
Man, you know, it's quite an issue here. You know, in Tanzania as well, we made a little bit agreement with Egypt. So they're building the dam that will actually, it's kind of like in Ethiopia, but it's not that big. The dam that it's going to save Tanzania and even neighboring country as well. Like people, they'll be able to have an electricity in the cheapest amount of money for that. But right now it's quite difficult. You know, electricity is gone almost like a lot of time, like during the day or during night. Sometimes it can just be gone like that. It's quite an issue right now. But the previous 5 years, it was not an issue because, you know, the president himself, he said that, you know, I don't want to see electricity like stop anytime. So it was kind of like a command from him. And so in 5 years, like things were okay, right? But I think because of that, they say, you know, the tools they were using, they kind of like they're broken down. So these days, in these years, they need to like to keep like for some time. So sometimes they cut it, they bring it back, they cut it, they bring it back. But in the future, I think, you know, after this project, they call Nyerere Dam. After this project is completed, I think, you know, things will come back to, you know, it will come back to normal. Yeah, because his idea, it was to transform Tanzania from agricultural economy to industrialization. And so there's so many industries that have been built. And because of that, he wanted as well to you know, to finish that dam, you know, that, you know, to provide electricity for manufacturing and all those industry. So if he was alive for these 10 years, I think you know, things will be pretty quick. But even at this moment, the current president, she's actually carrying on of the mission because they were together, right? She used to be a vice president, now she's the president. So her job, she's trying to fulfill everything that they started 5 years ago. So hopefully, you know, it will be done within 5 years. Hopefully. Yeah.
I'm maybe surprised by that. Like you said, you guys have power supply issue. Why is Nigeria the butt of every joke when it comes to power then? Because if you guys are having power issues, why does everybody know Nigeria as the number one power issue? Do they use generators in your country too?
Internet.
No, generators.
Generators, yes. They're using generators as well. So a lot of places like hotels or industries, they have generators. So every time when electricity is gone, it's just automatically it's connected to the generators. Yeah. In some houses, they do have to. Yeah.
Wow. So that is quite surprising, actually, because I actually thought, you know, those countries in those regions are fixed, you know, some of all these things, because I know Nigerians are crazy, so they haven't been able to sort it out themselves. But so your country, so from where you stand now, which country would you say your country trades most with? Where do you export your goods to most?
You know, actually, you know, for that, I think, you know, mostly I would say in Kenya. Right, neighbors in the East African countries because of EAC that we have, but we are exporting a lot in I would say in Kenya and some other countries in Eastern Africa. Right,
you don't export outside the continent.
Outside, I'm gonna need to double check that. Because I know when it comes to minerals, you know, we are doing a lot of projects with outside.
The
for
Chinese.
Example, India, Chinese and India as well. And American companies. There's one company called Barrick, you know. So we are doing that a lot with them. But when it comes to goods and products, apart from coffee, you know, I think it's just, you know, close here because Tanzania, we're not. I need to find out about that. But before we were not really producing a lot of stuff because most of our stuff also are coming from Kenya. You know, they're importing to our country. But I'm going to need to double check. With that.
Did you see the rice pyramid that the Nigerian government displayed recently?
No.
I'll check it out now. There's rice
Alright.
pyramid. See,
Rice
because
pyramid?
he was using it as a way of boasting that, because about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the Nigerian government closed the border because of the this is Chinese rice coming to the
Okay.
country. So for
Ah.
2 years, he blocked the border so that Nigerian farmers can start building implanting their own rice. So this year he used it to build a pyramid, showing that look at our rice. We are making our rice now. So it will be interesting for you to show them, to show you that. So that is quite a good thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Rice pyramid. Let me see. I think people should see that. It tells you what happens how you can transform the way you do things, because there's no reason why we have to have things the same way as before, because we just get stuck with the Chinese, importing our stuff over when we can have our own things. So I'm just sending you this link. It's just from a newspaper. You see the picture. There's videos of it on YouTube. To just check Nigerian rice pyramid. I think it was in the last 2 weeks or so. So I was surprised.
You can actually share on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know how to use it before I go and wreck my connection again.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm trying to find as well. This one. Okay, let me show here.
I'm telling you, they use the rice to make a pyramid. Yeah, that's it. They use to create pyramids to also show off that we can within how many years. So I thought that was a good idea to show that this is what you can do when you decide to plant your own rice. And
this is quite interesting.
Yeah. He was trying to show off, like, look at me, I did it, I blocked the borders, and look at our farmers, we got our rice going and stuff like that. So, and obviously they're not going to leave it like that. And because it's dry season, so he can do that now. If you try that in the rainy season, that rice is going to be wet. So probably they're going to get it out of there, but that's a lot of rice. That's a lot of rice.
Yeah, someone here is reminding me. I appreciate Africana. He said, actually, Mika, you guys are exporting a lot of beef to the Middle East. Generally, most East African trade is regional within East and Central and Southern Africa. Appreciate for that. Yeah, I can see this guy. Actually, yeah, I think he's Tanzanian because I see his name is in Swahili. The biggest export market for Tanzania is actually Southern Africa. Oh, that Mwenda Tezi is helping me out here. Oh, I appreciate. Oh, this is good. Yeah, you guys let me know in the comment section.
That's good. Yeah, because I was just wondering. And about, let me ask one more question. Regarding Malawi, it's right next door to Tanzania, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
And but I noticed a step change in their condition. It's almost as if it's a lot poorer. Am I accurate?
You know, I don't know what is going on right now between Tanzania and Malawi, but the only thing that I know before is that because I mean the president of Malawi he spoke about it during the the funeral of the previous president, and he was sharing how how cooperative like they used to be. He said like there was a moment that Malawi was facing extremely hunger. They didn't have food, they didn't have anything, and the president Magufuli, he reached out to him, he called him and asked, man, I've heard you're having trouble with food, so how much should I send to you? The next day, there were like tons of cars with food, right, all the way to Malawi, and they support. So because of that, the relationship, it's really good between Tanzania and Malawi. But I don't know if there's current issue going on right now. But so far, we're having quite good relationship with them.
I wasn't referring to it in terms of any issue. I just feel like compared to Tanzania, Malawi is relatively poor, but it surprised me that they are next door neighbors, and one country is so poor. Is there anything in particular that is making Malawi that way, and Tanzania is relatively okay?
Yeah, definitely. That's a good question. We need to find out about that.
Because when I saw the
Yeah.
images from Malawi, I was taken aback. I was like, wow, this country is close to South Africa, and look at them. And one thing I found was that they really look like native African. They look like West Africans or something like that. They really look. They're not like like normal East distant Africans. So in that region, at least the images I saw anyway, I don't know whether that's how it's reflective of the whole population, but they really look.
And actually,
African.
the president of Malawi, he's one of the good one. He's one of the good ones. I see here. There's actually breaking news. It just happened a couple minutes ago. I said Malawi president fires cabinet over corruption charges. Oh, let me show this. Yeah, he's one of the really good president actually in Africa. This guy, he has he really works for the people. He fight against corruption. Let me show here. You see, this just happened right now, like a couple minutes ago. He said,
wow.
Dissolve his cabinet due to the graft charges against 3 ministers. The president is facing a revolt over perceived inaction on corruption within the government. So he just fired some people here, and on Monday dissolved his entire cabinet over corruption charges against 3 of its members. Chakwera told the National and the Advised Function Cabinet. Yeah, I'll share this link with you guys. You can read. But this is good. This is good.
Yeah, it's good that at least he's taking action. He was being accused of inaction, but it's good that he moved and got them out of the way, because we don't need those sort of people ruining the image of governance. And but I must say, from what you describe about your country, they seem to be doing well. Other than this power issue that I'm hearing about, and Malawi too probably has similar problems. And I don't understand how power can become such a bad problem for Africans. It's because your country has not been to war, has it? Like recently?
No. No, it hasn't been, and it's it's quite interesting. Like I started to experience that recently, and I don't know if there's an issue or something, but yeah, it's quite interesting. And yeah, it's quite interesting. Like I'm going to find more about this, maybe even to read the official page of TANESCO. TANESCO is the electricity company here in Tanzania. And yeah, I appreciate to Banjul. He gave me some numbers here. Let me read for you. He say the top exports of Tanzania are gold. This is billion 1.39.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and you can see all these like raw tobacco, coconut, Brazil nuts, and cashews, other oil seeds, and refined petroleum. And we see here again exporting mostly to India, United Arab Emirates, China, Switzerland, and Rwanda. Oh, that's
wow.
Mostly
to India. That Indian one is an interesting one. Yeah. How is it that you guys are so close to India?
That's very interesting, because when you come here, Tanzania, actually, every single town you go, like every single city, you find Indian town. Like we have a lot of Indians, and most of them, they're Tanzanians. For example, here in Dar es Salaam, where I live, man, like a lot of business, private business, hotels, like name anything, they are owned by Tanzanian Indians. Like they're Indians, but they were born here, they were raised here, they speak Swahili, they're full Tanzanians, but they're Indian. So I think because of that, there's a lot of connection between Tanzania and India as well. We're too close.
The Indians in Tanzania, are they the Muslim ones or generally the Hindu ones?
Wow, that's a good question. I'm not sure, but what I would say most of them, are Muslim. I believe are Muslim, because most of them that I met, that's what because they were born here, right? But some of them are are Hindus, but most of them are Muslim.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking that is because I've been in the UK for quite a long time, and I've hardly had any universally terrible encounter with people in the UK. Like even like some people say I'm against the Somalis, but I'm not. I've never had any issues with Somalis or any African nation, and most people around the world, even Afghanis and Indian Muslims. But most of my encounter with Indian Hindu has been questionable. I can't believe their hostility against black people. It's really interesting because I don't know whether it's just me, they don't like me or something, but has not been very good. And we as Africans have to be careful because the Chinese don't like us in terms of when we are in their country. Maybe they look down on us, now and again, but they don't step out of their way to really dislike us. And I think the Hindu Indians do that. And that may be partly because their religion has this caste system that sees some groups, the darker you are basically, as inferior, the untouchables as they describe them as in their country. And we have to keep an eye on that. This is partly why India Amin reacted the way he did. So India, from what I gather, is building a kind of military base in I think Madagascar area, something like that, a kind of base there. And we have to keep an eye on that, because if anybody is could be worse to us than the Europeans is the Indians. Because they literally have it for thousands of years, trying to oppress the people that are darker skin. And not the Chinese. Not the Chinese don't care. The That's Indians, true. The Hindu ones have and even the ones that are not even Indian, like the Sri Lankans, the Sri Lankans that are just next door, or Bangladeshi, they display some of those traits too. You look at them and like, why are you so hostile? Why are you so mean-spirited to us? And some of them are just as dark as myself, or even some of them are really black. Man, they are really black. And they look at you, they just like have an aversion to you. And we really need to pay attention to that, because we put our eye too much on the Chinese. But when even in China, you hardly hear one case when a black guy has been killed. And sometimes people blow these things out of proportion because people react. Nigerians are killing more Nigerians than Chinese have ever done. So we should keep that. But the Indians, I know of people that have been killed in India. These people, they really, when they don't like us, they really don't like us. And when they are coming to the continent, we have to pay attention. I don't want to alarm people, but we have to pay attention. If anybody, I take data, and when I get the data, you use the data. I'm not using feelings here. It's not because of my direct encounter. I'm looking at what they've done to Nigerians that are in their countries, what they've done to myself too, and what they believe. They believe in their religion that the darker you are, and we are worse than their darker people. And their darker people, they consider them untouchable. So technically, Africa rising in power could it kind of upset their country. Because when the black Africa rises in power, the Indians, the dark Indians that are being oppressed in India will feel like, why are we being oppressed? These so-called Brahmins that are lighter skinned, they are no better. After all, look at Africans, they can do it. And so it upsets their system. Maybe that's part of it, why they feel that way towards us. The way they behave is so cringe-worthy, and I don't understand it, why they feel that way. I have an encounter where you want to rent a property, and the moment they see you, they switch. But if you see a white person, welcome home, just come in. Whether it's a drug addict, it's not a problem. We can work on it. And if it's a molester, it's okay. We can work on it. It's not, nobody's perfect. But a perfect black guy, they will do everything to resist. That is it. So that's something I think we should keep in mind when we are, because I don't know how many because Tanzanians don't travel too much, and generally I don't know how many East Africans encounter them on foreign lands, and many of them don't even go to their countries, because if you go to India itself and you see how they treat you, when you come back home you think twice.
Oh yeah. Definitely. I have my close friends who actually went there to study, and somebody, I was just talking to her last week. She was like, I was really excited to go there, but when I was there, I was like, I cannot wait to go back home. And when I came back home, I was like, I will never ever step my foot there. But when you see how we are treating them here, it's quite different. Like even here in my country, because as I say, most of them, like, they're Tanzanians, like they have Tanzanian passport, they speak, you know, Swahili, but you know, they look Indian. But it's hard to find them, you know, like the way they treat, you know, the local people is different. It's really different. For example, there's this place where, you know, also my friends are working, and the boss, you know, Indians, literally, like, you're going to work there, and you know, I don't know if I'm exaggerating, but you know, you go to work there, but you know, they take your phone away. You work there from morning to evening, they take your phone away, so you can, that means you cannot use your phone for all that time as long as you're there. So imagine if there's a, that my friend, she was sharing with me, because she has a kid, and sometimes there's emergencies coming from home, but she cannot hold her phone for the whole day, for like for 12 hours, you know, because they're not allowed to do that. And she was sharing with me how they're being treated as well. So it's quite sad, you know, when you hear about these stories, and these are people that we respect, and when the way we treat them is different, but the way they look at us and how they treat our people in their countries, it's quite different. And you're like, there's no difference. Like, you go there, you see the country, and you're like, man, my country is beautiful than this, but why are you treating us this way? It's crazy.
What surprised me about them is that other people at least try to pretend. That's what I find. Some of them try to pretend that they don't like you, but them is so transparent. They just look at you in a certain way, and they can't hold themselves back. They just dislike you for something. I even studied with one of them, and even as much as he tried, you can tell he's wired. It's almost like he's wired to dislike us. He tried his best to try to be nice, but he didn't work out still, because he just can't help himself. And that bothers me quite a lot. And because of all those things, it reminds me about what India Me was saying. And this is why when leaders do something, we need to be paying attention to the reasons why they are doing certain things. Because when India Me is gone, people will just like, oh, he was a crazy leader, he's a cannibal, he's do this, but they don't ask why he did some of the things he did, because he didn't emerge from thin air. And if you hear his arguments for getting rid of the Indians, it's not like he wanted to oppress them. He felt these people don't like them. How can you have people that don't like you in your country, that really treat you as if you're a nobody in your own land, and you want to keep them there? That's trouble. You are literally giving them an opportunity, something to kill you, because they are telling you they don't like you. So it makes sense when the way for me, that policy that he did. Yes, there's a lot of innocent Indians that were hit by it, that didn't have it. Obviously, not all of them would be that bad, that's for sure. But what he did, the overall decision was correct, because the people, if you are not that way, you could convince the leader and tell him that this is not what we are doing. We are going to be working with your communities. We are going to be employing more people. We are going to be sharing culture, cultural exchange, not keeping yourself separate, not interacting with the people, bringing people from India to replace people, marrying your daughters to people back in India, and avoiding, maybe if there's a local that wants to, a man that wants to marry your daughter, or your daughter wants to marry a local man, you do everything to prevent it. That to the point where sometimes they might even kill their daughter from doing that. And not to mention the general disdain you see in their eyes for your people. That is enough to put any leader and tell you, like, why should we have you here? Go back to your country where you can be among your people, so you don't hate us. It's not about hating. He didn't even go about killing them. He just said, leave. Go somewhere else and hate the people you are with. Because here, when they came to the UK, they didn't do that. They were very happy with the English. Because they are always happy with white people. Whenever they are with white people, they are very, very happy, because that ties in line to how they were raised. They were raised to believe that the lighter skin are the superior ones. That's what that caste system is all about. So there you go on that one again. I was saying that because I've heard of the trade between Tanzania and sometimes, and that number is high. If you look at that number they showed there, that is heavy. With Indian this in interest. It will be interesting to see, how the Indian community in
Yeah.
the Tanzania is. Nobody talks about these things much anyway. Everybody just pretend as if nothing
Nobody's
is
talking about
happening.
this. Yeah. Yeah.
And they have the numbers. They are over 1 billion.
Yeah.
They have the
I would say
numbers.
like we have a lot of Indians here in Tanzania more than Chinese. And I think most of places here in East Africa, I think maybe in Kenya as well too, but here I would say that, you know, we have them everywhere. They're holding economy in so many business. All these mega hotels are owned by them.
According to one guy, that whenever your video is flagged online, it's probably an Indian that is flagging it, because most of them they work in most of these big companies, Google, Microsoft. They are present everywhere. And they are mean spirited, and they know our names. They know our names. When they say our names, they know which one is African name and which one is a European name. And they are very kind to Europeans. They are really kind to Europeans. And when you compare them to the Chinese, and even compare Indians to Europeans, see, the English, the French, they were not designed. They were not inherently designed to hate black people. Because they really never encountered black people before they came here. They were not designed to hate black people. They took advantage of the opportunity they had, and they did what they did. They were brutal, and they exert that brutality on us too. It wasn't different from what they do to their people. I can tell you that right now. They kill their people just as badly as they killed us, maybe even more. Because if you look at what happened in the Second World War and all the rest of it, they are brutal people. So, but they were not wired. It's almost like, see, they are not. It's not personal. It's about power to them. It's not personal. But the Indians, it feels personal. It's like it's tied to how their religion works. It's how their system has been for God knows how long they had that system in place, at least 1,000 years. So maybe it's what, see, I've been in so many conversations where we talked about the Chinese. Nobody really bothered to talk about the Indians.
Exactly. I think you raised a really important point. We should talk about that in the near future, talking about that, because I've seen even one of the videos actually from India. It's that media is in India. This journalist was talking about that Africa should also open their eyes to India, because India is actually it has been making its way to Africa for so long, but our eyes are focusing on the US and China, but then we forget that there's someone in India that has been actually here operating for so long. I think it's something that we should be, we should come back with that topic and discuss about it. Yeah.
And I think we also have, to an extent, a common cause with the dark Indians. Because the reason why they don't like us is because they see them in us. Because they feel those people are dark, we are the same. Even if we are not, technically we are not. Those people are probably related to them more, but they see them in us. That's why they don't like us.
They're being treated like us, so they're like, this is because of these bloody Africans.
The way people look affects the way they behave. Because look at how they treat the white people. Because their religion tells them the lighter skin is good. They don't know Englishman. They don't know a Nordic man. But yeah, they just put them on a pedestal just because the religion told them that. Because they've been taught to believe that those type of things. And by default, I don't know whether I should blame them for it. When they come to Africa, they just look at us. They don't have a choice. Their religion has told them this is how it should be. They will look down on us. It doesn't have to. I don't know whether it's from their point of view. It's not like they manufactured it. It's just wired. That's how they have been born. They passed it down from generation to generation, and that is a weakness that country has got. If they don't understand that, because if you have a group of people in your country that have been marginalized, we're not talking about just small amount. There are hundreds of millions. India is almost 1.5 billion, heading towards 1.5 billion, and these people are almost 300 million, 500 million, and we have a common cause with them. That is another set of power Africa has got. If Africa gets the act together, those people will be more energized. Because they see themselves, just as black people see themselves, they see themselves as almost inferior. So many black people have internalized these things. Like, oh, because we have been, all this stuff that's been happening in the last 400 years, maybe we have a problem. They start self-hating. Can you imagine how those people feel? They've been at it for thousands, maybe 1,000, 2,000 years. They've been going through that in that country. If they see people that even remotely resemble them doing so well, they will start believing again. And if you look at the countries that are doing well in Asia, they are not the darkest ones. They are the lighter skin, these in Asian countries that are doing well. Because if you had countries that look like, maybe darker than you, even the president comes on screen and like, you know what, we just decided that we're going to be testing our latest technology and we're going to be sending missiles to space. It's going to make a difference. If Africans will look at that person, even if that person is not African, just because it's funny how looks matter a lot. It's weird. Just because the person looks black like you feel like the person is like you. That is how the Indians feel towards the white people. Once the elites in India look at white people, they feel like it's like them and they just defer to them. Like in everything, they bow down for the white people. So it's okay anyway. I don't want to go on forever because I could talk and till tomorrow morning. And believe me, I will.
I remember it was like 3 hours. That's when I wanted to close. But now it's 4 hours and 40 minutes. And now we're talking about India.
I've learned some things from you now. I've learned some things from you. So it's all good.
It's beautiful. And me myself as well. And that's why I stay here and I didn't catch you, because I think it was necessary for us to have, this conversation. And I'm going to come back one day to talk about, Tanzania specifically. Actually, there's someone that I'm talking with already. So it might be coming maybe this Friday. Actually, I talked to him today in the afternoon, because when it comes to Tanzania, I wanted to bring somebody else, to actually share about it. So this Friday, I'll be having someone here. I think he does an amazing work. He's in Ethiopia right now, but he's Tanzania. He's working there teaching Swahili. And the thing, another suggestion that you suggested about Indian, I think we can come back talk about that one of these days. And I'll be coming with that interview as well. So there's a lot of things that are coming along.
So something jumped out at me as you were just talking just now when you used the term Indian towns. That needs to change. You can't be having Indian towns. They need to be integrating more with the people. You can't be having Indian towns. That's what leads to the division and resentment building in the country. Sooner or later, that stuff will start manifesting itself. And the stuff is in Kenya. For one time, I heard again. It just shows these things I'm talking about. They create enclaves for themselves, and they don't interact with the people. And sooner or later, either we pay a price for it or we fix it before it gets to that point. And I think maybe the young generation, people like you that are in a country like that, you want to be talking and, okay, where are the bridges? Where are the organizations that are helping, bridge the gap so that we start sharing culture? Because if you are coming to my continent to live, you want to start mixing and becoming one of us. Don't say you're going to be in our country building your own town and enclave, because these people have the capacity to literally take over your country. They have the numbers.
They do.
You can't be just building towns.
It's really sad, my brother. It's really sad. Me personally, I feel sad all the time, because you see all the I don't want to control this conversation, but you will see all of the like everything, all the business, like it's hard to find the Tanzanian who owns business. Of course, these days we have, Diamond Platinums, he does a lot of investment and he owns a lot of stuff here. So it's refreshing to see someone who like is real Tanzania with dark skin, owning all those business. But it's sad. You go everywhere and you're like, man, these people, what if one day they decide to walk away? Where are we gonna be? Gonna be like,
just decide to take over the whole place. Because the thing is, they have the ability to do whatever they want to do. I just think that this stuff can be managed, and this generation can manage it better. We have to start bridging gaps and letting them know that if you want to stay here, You have to be like one of us. You can't come here because we see. I said something about threat assessment. We have to see things coming 3-5 steps away. We don't wait until it blows up in our face before we let it happen. I don't know how many African towns you have in India.
No.
You don't have that. And look at how many countries they have their own towns. Because they separate themselves out. They do that in the UK too. The UK, but the problem with the UK is that for them, they see the UK people as gods. That's the difference. Us, they see us as minions, people that they consider beneath them. So we have to keep that in mind when we start allowing them to build towns. And to be fair, they don't even have towns here in the UK. They just have neighborhoods. But when they start having towns, that is not a good thing. We need to start bridging the gap and letting them know that if you want to do this, you have to integrate. If you don't want to integrate, don't stay here, because the threat is coming in the future. It's not today. You have to start seeing it in 30, 40, maybe 50 years time. That's what they call stress assessment. Start seeing into the future and forestalling it now, because there's no point. There's no point pretending as if this is going to end well if you don't start creating synergy between both groups right now.
Yeah. So true.
Thank you for having me anyway. I'm really glad we talked about Nigeria, and we should be talking, especially when the election is coming up in countries. It would be good to, getting ideas about who kind of people should be encouraged to get into office. And then, because that is where the change, we need them now, isn't it?
Exactly. Definitely. 100%. 100%.
Nice
yes,
one.
My brother.
So I'm done, except you have questions to ask. And, I know I've talked a lot. A lot of people have been listening for me forever. And this is a very unusual, actually. It's almost like if it's my show, because normally, we have people come in and discuss about stuff. And this one is almost my single-handedly talking. But it's all good, because I like to get my words out there.
Exactly.
Because I've been seeing so many things, I've been wondering everything I see, I try to analyze it a little bit deeper. You have to see beyond the surface and try to get more information. And now I know why I do those things, because I want to share them. I want to share them so that other people understand these things. Not everybody have the time, people have their life to live, man. People have their life to live. I have no life. I have no life.
I know you do have life. Go and make some bread. I'll let you go, my brother.
I try to keep myself busy now. We do work. We are working on a few things on the ground too, and someday I will slow myself down on YouTube. YouTube has to take a backseat sometimes so that I can get busy on the ground. This COVID-19, maybe I don't know whether it's a good thing. I'm not so sure about that. But it allowed me to come online a bit more. And but if it wasn't for COVID-19, I probably wouldn't have been on YouTube channels and stuff like that. I would just have been doing my own thing. So half of the last couple of years, we were barely doing anything, just sitting at home, eating, sleeping, and lockdowns and all. So that encouraged me to get online and chat and talk to people. We owe you 5 cups of rich coffee to Niger. Hey, that's this is Ethiopia, isn't it? Nice one. Yeah, I wish I can travel Africa, man. African roads. Man, there's so much to talk about the continent. The road system. How do they have roads from south to Ethiopia? You can drive from Tanzania to Kenya and from Kenya to Ethiopia. So, how about Tanzania to South Africa? You can, eh?
I think you can, because there are a lot of these lorries, moving from Tanzania to Malawi to Zambia to the southern side of Africa. A lot of them, actually, you can. Yes, you can. You can. You can go all the way down to South Africa. Yeah.
Senuti is trolling me or something. She's saying, can you give us solutions how Black people can work together to build Africa? You are saying a lot, but I hear no solutions. Hey,
that's where we.
I thought that was all I've been talking about. Most of the stuff I tend to talk about is just after the main discussion I started talking about all the other things. Most of the things I kept talking about is fix our defense. And I've talked about how we can fix our defense. The solution I'm telling you, the solution I created, the solution I suggested for Nigeria can work in any country. Can work in any country. You don't need foreign aid. You don't need anything to implement it. If as long as the people can be able to sell Gary or sell anything in that country, they should be able to fund their military too. If they can be able to get their own house and put security doors in their country, put padlocks, they should be able to fund their military too. So I've been talking about solutions forever because I understand that what is the point of talking if you don't give people a way out? You have to give them a way. This is so like mechanical. I can't. Like in the case of Nigeria, I literally talked about how you can get the money from the people, put it inside the account, and pay to the people pay to the soldiers directly. All the military needs to do is recruit them and send the names out to the banks and their ranks, and you pay them according to their ranks every month. It's simple, it's transparent, and it's effective. It solves so much problems, and it will have resources that investment pour into that country, and the amount you spend that you take from the people to build this security posture, it's going to pay for itself. It's not even like just taking money from people. It's actually going to pay for itself, just like supermarkets hire security guards. That's how efficient it is. So the solutions I'm giving are not even that complicated. They are relatively simple solutions that don't require trust. The only trust you probably need is the bank. You probably need to get a big bank. You don't want to get a bank that was opened a local bank. You get a big bank that is nationally recognized, that have good reserves. You know, they're not going to run away with social salary. You know, that's the worst kind of people to elope with their money. You know, they are going to hunt whoever owns. Can you imagine people, the citizens pay money to a bank, and the bank, the money was meant to be used to pay for the salary of soldiers, and the bank runs away with the money. Hey, do you know how many soldiers will be looking for that? The officials. That is almost a foolproof solution, where they are not going anywhere with that money. The ministers don't touch the money, so it's a win-win. It solves that insecurity problem we tend to have within our countries, and it's not a lot of money. By UK standard, that is just around $5 a month to pay for your security. The UK council tax alone is more than £20 that you pay just for living inside a flat. You don't own a flat, just for living in there every month. That's council tax, not your income tax, not your national insurance. They are not counting all that. If you count all that, they are paying more than 10, 20 times of what I'm asking for. And if you want to solve further problems, take another 1,000 naira from each person. Take it, use it to build hospitals. Okay, if you want to do one more thing for education, take another 1,000 naira. You don't even need the government. We don't need the oil money. There is no more foolproof solution. I don't care about the oil money. Because if you think about it, it's just 20-something billion dollars that we use for our budget. When our people have the money in their pockets that they can use to spend more, because the Nigerian economy is almost half a trillion, they can use it to solve their problems themselves. They just need a part that they trust. If they trust the part, they're going to put the money in there, and they're going to send it out, because they know they are not trusting the government, they are just trusting the bank. As a matter of fact, they don't even have to trust the bank, especially if they are using it to pay for the salary of soldiers. Personally, I'll be telling the bank, dare me. Dare me, try to run away with that one. Let's see how well you're going to do with that one. So it's a foolproof solution that is going to work in any country. And if anybody has any queries or criticism of it, I would like to hear it, because I like to hear the potential weaknesses of it.
All right. To Niger, let me leave you. I need to let you go now. Right. I love you, my brother. Thank you for today. Thank you for everything and the knowledge you share with us. Knowledge is power. So I appreciate for always, pouring out your knowledge with us. Appreciate, brother.
Yeah. Let me ask you one last question before I leave, though, because I didn't ask that question earlier on, which I should have. Because when I talk about these ideas, I actually want to get contrary opinions that challenge why, that shed light on possible loopholes, because this hasn't happened before.
Yeah.
So from everything you've heard me say about, this idea about, getting funds easy to pay the soldiers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What is the weakest point that you see? What is the biggest issue you see with the idea?
Just like how I asked you, I mean, the challenge I asked you before, I think the biggest challenge we do have, or what I see is, again, I'll go again to talk about government, even though sometimes it seems like it's an easy, way to complain, but, our governments, they haven't been having a good reputation, right? Not all of them, but some of them haven't been having a good reputation for such a long time. And I see the bigger issue that we have, not about giving, but it's about trust. Like, people are not really trusting the government enough to give their own money, right? Like, they can follow along and all this stuff, but they don't have that trust. It's kind of like one of the work I did in South Korea. I was working in a company that it was actually working with different NGOs. So I was in the company that were working with Oxfam, UNICEF, all these big NGOs who were helping them to raise funds for the work that they're doing in our countries. Right. So one of the things that my job, it was to actually motivate all these fundraisers who are staying outside to collect money from people. I had to motivate them how they can raise those money. And one of the things that it's very difficult. It's very difficult to make a Korean to give money. Koreans don't give money. Like, Koreans, they can call you, they can pay meal like for $100 or even more than that, but they will never give you money cash they will not do that. They don't give that. So it's a big challenge. But then one of the ways that they're using is they have to make that person trust on what they're saying. And, so they'll put all these pictures that I was opposing that all the time. The pictures that shows like all these kids that are having really difficulties. You know what NGOs does?
Yeah.
And Koreans are people who are very like emotionally connected. Like they will feel pity for that, and then they'll want to give something. They'll give even more. They will donate even more, but they have to feel something in their heart. And so in that way, like you find the weakness. How can I connect with these people to get them to give you money? So the same thing here in Africa. What I see people, they don't have trust at all in the government, the system, because it doesn't have a good reputation when it comes to money and when it comes to accountability and openness, right? And so it's really it's a big thing that to ask people to give money, and while you don't have, I believe, for example, like the previous president here, if the government right now asks something like that, I'm pretty sure people will go ahead and give it, because of all these 5 years that they built, and they show that, okay, this is the money, and we have been telling you how much we receive and how do we spend. We've been telling you guys. So the people, they're having trust with the government, and when somebody trusts, then they are willing to give. Like, however you want, I'll be giving it to you. So I think that is the major thing I see.
So that is a potential problem. How would you, because you did touch on the solution, that in terms of the Koreans, that they show them images and then so that they can connect. So like in my own idea was to make it transparent that you are not giving the money to the government. You are putting the banks are taking it. The only thing the governments provide are the names and ranks of the people that the funds are going to. So the government provides that, and they send it to these officials. And the banks will know the officials because they have an account with them. They have their phone numbers. They know the people that they are paying the money to. So from that point of view, it will be transparent. And if you have a way of displaying the money publicly too, in such a way that this is the coffers, this is the amount that is remaining after they pay every monthly salary, and maybe at the end of each year, the excesses will be used to buy more equipment, take on more people. You know, you can decide on so many things. And the idea is that the people are the ones deciding now. And if one can convince them that this is the middleman is the bank, and the other side is the people that are receiving the money never goes in the direction of the government, other than the minister just authorizing it. What do you think? Do you think that could help with the trust issues?
I definitely believe that could help. And because transparent, that's one of the things that we're struggling with in our governments. That's one of the things. But another thing that I see, like, what do you need this money for? They have to be transparent with the plan and how much money is needed and how it's going to be used and how these people are going to be like benefit from these projects. So if people, they know that, okay, they want this money because they're going to fix the electricity problem that we have, right? And they need this amount of money to create a dam, like what happened in Ethiopia, right? People, they funded money with their own because they knew all these details, and now they're fighting with everything they got because they want to see that
their
happen.
investment. They have a stake in it.
Exactly. So you see like how much effective we can be if we are transparent. We show how much we need and for what project and how much this project is going to benefit you. Like this, what we are trying to do here as a government, it's for you and all of you. It's going to touch all of you guys right now because you don't have this electricity, or we are having all this disadvantage, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And if you guys give and we make sure that this project is done within this range period of time, then we'll be able to tackle all these issues and you guys will be able to be benefit from A, B, C, D. Like people, they're not really, I mean, people, they go to church all the time. They give money because they believe God will bless them. Exactly.
Yeah,
they plant the seed. Why not to the country
that
that
is so
will
true,
save a lot of
actually.
life?
Yeah, they pay in churches all the time, and they don't even know where the pastor is taking all the money to. And not to mention when you have a bank that this bank dip into your pocket all the time. They take bank charges and all the rest. So the banks are capable, and the banks see a lot of money. They are not going to run away with soldier salary. Not to mention it's a bad idea. So all that can inspire a level of trust. From that point of view, especially when you tell them that thing is not going to touch the hand of any minister, it's going straight to soldiers.
Exactly. Straight to the
like you said, you have to tell them, okay, this is the amount of soldiers you want us and police officers you want to recruit, and this is the purpose we are doing it, and this is the benefit we are going to get from it. You let them know that, and you say this money is not going to see the hands of any government official. The only people it's going to go to is for salaries. The government's job is just to get the uniform for the soldiers, give them their guns, which they are already doing. Then we take over the salary payments. So also, because one of the problems we tend to have in Nigeria, that there are some soldiers that complain that they don't pay them their salaries. And some of all these soldiers, they are in hostile locations. So these people are now paying for the soldiers directly. So in other words, they are paying for their own security. And you can see that if that situation is occurring and there is an insecurity incident, the people will be like, do you need more money? Do you need more people? Let's give you more money so you can get more people. Because they know they are the ones paying for them. When I was in an estate, when they are securing the estate, they always say, the amount we are spending on security is not enough. And we need to upgrade our security. We need to get more security. Estates in Nigeria, they do that. They will pay more. They will say the tenants in the estate should pay a levy for their security. So that's how it should work nationally. But the estate one is not even transparent. But if you want to do it the way I was talking about it, it's going to be like 100% transparent. I would even suggest that the funds, as they are coming in, it will be recording on an app and on the website, government website, that will be showing how much is coming in, how much is going out every month for salaries. And if you can do that, people will start trusting the system. They don't have any reason to doubt it. You have to have the system in place, though, to convince them that this is possible, that you can do this. I know Nigerian government can take money from people's accounts, even when they don't like it. So that since they can do it, you just tell them that's all they are doing. They will take it, the money goes to this bank, and this bank pays it to the soldiers, and that's it. And you just need to sell it to them. If you can, I guess there's not that much area for people to doubt that one. The only thing Nigerians could go back to is that when we have all these soldiers, where are the soldiers going to be from? Are they going to be Hausa, Yoruba, or Igbo? Or they'll be like, who is going to command all these soldiers? Are they going to command them to come and invade us? You know, kinds of weird questions will start popping up. It's not going to be about transparency. But if you can take care of the transparency one, as you highlighted, then that is a good step forward, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. 100%, definitely. And I think, yeah, in that case, I think it will also be, you know, wise to invest more on the projects, you know, that are directly, you know, affecting, you know, people and, you know, the local Mwananchi. For example, we have schools in Africa, you know, we have schools that they don't have, you know, books, or we have hospitals that they don't have medicine, right? You go there, you know, you cannot even find medicine in the hospital, right? And people are dying because of that, you know, because sometimes they don't have time to move from hospital to go to the pharmacy to find a medicine. So we need all those stuff. And these are expensive things, right? So if you invest in a things that they actually going direct to touch people and change people's life and actually save people's life, everybody will be willing to give. Because imagine if you're like 60 million people and everybody, let's say you give $1. Just $1.
That's 60 million every month.
Exactly. That's a
You
lot
can
of
build
money.
a new school, a sparkling new school with that every month.
We always do
In 5
fundraising, we do
years,
donations, we do
you
all
can
those
build
stuff.
so many schools with that in 5 years.
Exactly.
And you see, you are beginning to see how transformational some of all these things, simple ideas can be.
Exactly.
And we have the numbers. We have so many people.
We do.
We have the numbers, hardworking people, some of the strongest people on the planet. And that's why I feel frustrated that our leaders are not using them. We have the numbers. These people can literally build a world-class school every month if they wanted to, with that kind of number. And you see, the idea is that if you succeed in one, then you find that the state governors and the states will start copying from that too. They will take the method, because if they feel this is a working formula, they will use that same formula. And that same formula could also help even my people in Nigeria, because I am from the area where there is a lot of oil in Nigeria, but we don't have a lot of wealth to show for it. And so one of the things they could do there too is have this type of method whereby if they collect money, like the money the federal government allocates to that area, the people don't have, because right now they give it to an organization, and the people within that organization, they just embezzle it and use all kinds of money. But if you put the money in a location, in a place where what you're going to do with the money has been decided even before the money is released, then transparently the money will be channeled. All the organization people can do then is just approve. They can't move the money. The banks won't let them move the money anywhere else, because it has been decided before the money came in. You see the beauty of that, because the bank, if the bank moves it anywhere else, the bank is accountable. You see how plausible that becomes, because now you're not holding ministers that can operate in the shade, because the moment the bank fails to stop the money from going in any direction that it's not meant to go, then the bank becomes liable. And in other words, the bank is guaranteeing the transaction. And believe you me, banks are greedy. They don't want to lose a penny. So when you tell them this fund is going to this company to build a bridge, that money is going to that company. They are not going anywhere else. And before you choose that company, before you even hand the money to the bank, the federal government release that money to the bank, the company must have been vetted, and we already known to have delivered such things before, and it's worth it. The thing is, we shouldn't, when you don't want to take risk, you don't want to, create any doubt. You have to have things that are beyond reproach. If somebody wants to build a bridge, you make sure that company has built 100 bridges. You say, okay, so that money is now released. It goes straight to this this thing company, and that's the only direction the money can go. No minister will touch it. No official will get a hold of the money. The money will go straight to the direction where it's meant to. If you have that type of situation start occurring, I think we would have gotten to a point where we are becoming even more advanced than the West. The West doesn't operate, they still have a lot of dark areas. The West doesn't even operate like that. So, but I think like somebody said, I should have, I should have mercy. So, you know what? It's true. It's true. I should have mercy. I think we've been going on too long.
No worries, brother. I appreciate.
Yeah, we should do something similar to this where we scrutinize ideas of transparency. I think because as you can see, it has a lot of power. We should do something like that.
Your wish is coming to pass very soon. We were talking about this since last year. In this 100 days of actions, on February, we'll have a day that it will be like 24 hours live stream. We'll have 24 hours live stream whereby we'll have a session after every 3 hours. Like it'll be 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, different topics, discussion. So it'll be on for 24 hours to just talk about all this stuff. We are working on something right now, and soon we'll announce that day. And that day will be amazing for everybody to just come here. Anytime you come, we are live. We're talking about something. So be ready, everybody.
Yeah, we are ready, man. I really want people to criticize these things because I think discussing this with you has made my eyes open a lot to the potential of this. And I want more people to engage and, criticize it until it becomes polished. And then one can go forward with it. And I'm glad I've been involved in this conversation. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate the work you are doing because I know I cannot, at least not now. Some people are telling me to go and start the YouTube channel. I was like, how am I supposed to do? You know how hard it is. This stuff is hard, man. Thank you.
Thank you for being part of it, and thank you for supporting. Appreciate it, brother.
You take care.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. I just had to actually, my comment section, I didn't want to look at the comment section, so I was not seeing it at all. And I see like there's more than 100 comments here, a lot of comments here. But I want to appreciate Banjul for the super chats. I see my brother Abdul, he donated here. Super chat, appreciate for all the comments, all the members here. I see a lot of members here. I see Mwenda Tez in the comment section as well. And also, guys, I'm sorry that I didn't share the link in the comment section because I knew that this is gonna go. If I shared, right now it's 5 hours and 12 minutes, but if I shared, would have gone for 10 hours. You want to talk a lot, you know what I'm saying? Mwenda Tezi, what's up, man? Do you want to have another session? So I want to appreciate you guys. I see Banjo, he's the one who, please don't mess on him. He needs to sleep. And let me say this, man. I love my brother to Niger. It's amazing in this platform. You meet a lot of people who are very passionate about Africa. In this case, it's not just about me, but it's about even himself to Niger, because we've been here for like 3 hours. We've been talking about this like for 3 hours now. So even for him as well, like you see, like even you don't even focus on the time anymore, but because of the issues that we have, and it just shows how much people they love Africa and they want the best for Africa. Not only him, but you guys who are here in the comment section, some of you all have been here for hours commenting and asking. It just shows what kind of people we have, and that's the reason why I'm not stopping, and we are not stopping. Regardless of, you can see the number of the subscribers and you can see people who are watching, regardless of that, but we will never stop, because these 21 people who are here, they mean a lot. And these 21 people are the people who are going to transform Africa. You know what I'm saying? We're going to transform Africa. The number is not an issue, but you every single day when you come here, you'll see 20 people plus watching. You'll see that. That's actually a good number. Imagine if we are in the room of 20 people, talking about this stuff. That's a good number. 20 people every single time we have 20 people plus. Those are people who are dedicated, are committed to see changes in Africa. And I love you guys, and that means a lot. I don't need 1,000 number of people to be here. I need just few people who they're going to stand with us and going to speak this message and going to find solutions together, because we need you guys. So I appreciate you guys for that. That means a lot. But feel free to share this link with some people, so that it may be like this channel may be suggested to a lot of channels out there on YouTube, platforms. I'm just gonna spend some time to pray, and then I'll be leaving here. I appreciate Nana Dreams, by the way. Nana Dreams, he has been very active in the comment section almost every single day. So I appreciate you, my brother. My brother, I believe, from Ghana. One day, hopefully, we'll talk about Ghana. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate. There's another country that we're gonna be talking about soon. I wanna be talking about Eritrea as well. I realized that we didn't have a single session for Eritrea, and that's not fair. Every time we talk about Eritrea, we talk about Ethiopia, and then we plugged in Eritrea. But these are two different countries. So even though they share a lot in common, but we're going to have a session to talk about Eritrea, to get to know the history of Eritrea, to get to know, the current and the future of it, just to get to have that conversation with, Eritrean people right here. So that's going to be very interesting topic to talk about. And this Friday, I'm going to be coming here to talk about Tanzania. We'll have somebody who will give a lot of details about that. About Tanzania, I'm very excited that what can Africa learn from Tanzania, basically. We'll talk about that, and also we'll talk about Swahili as well. This guy is an expert when it comes to Swahili language, why we think Swahili should be the common, language in Africa. We'll talk about that and receive all the questions that you guys have. Also, I've reached out to a couple people. Hopefully, very soon I'll be having, an interview, a conversation with, my brother Wodemaya. I cannot wait for that. Hopefully, it will be happening soon. And also, I reached out to some another YouTuber in Nigeria and in different corners of Africa. So hopefully, we'll be coming here to have this conversation. So there's a lot of exciting things are happening. Keep supporting us, regardless of what's going on. Keep supporting us. We need your support. We need your love. We need you guys to be there to stand with us. That's what we need. We're working so hard in the behind the scene. Even here, as I was having a conversation with, my brother to Niger, I was actually working at the same time. I was working at the same time. Let me show you here a little bit. As we're having conversation here, let me show you just a little bit. Let me just show you what I was working on, all right? Just a little bit. I want to show you guys. Most of the time you see me like using a phone here or looking at this is because I also work at the same time. But this is what I was working on right here. This is actually a speech that we've been working on, for my trip. Like one day, in God's timing, and you get a chance to go to Ethiopia and launch One Africa movement. Of course, you're gonna have a session of speech, and this is the speech that we've been working on. So yeah, I've been working on this. There's a lot of them here. Yes, but I don't want you guys to see that. Just until here. Okay, that's it. So yeah, we're working on a lot of stuff. We're working on the structure, working on the official document of SN One Africa. So it's a lot of things that we're doing behind the scene. Keep supporting us, keep standing with us. I know things might seem like they're moving slowly, but we are doing everything we can. And this is not a movement or an organization of 1 year or 2 years, no, but it's, for as long as it can be. So, hang in there, support us. Stand with us, pray for us, and I know we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We are going to get there. We're going to get there. Yes, we're going to get there. We will get there. We are getting there. 100%. We're getting there. All right. So I'm going to raise a word of prayer, and we want to pray for two people specifically. Our sister here, Marie Antoinette, she is battling cancer. Let's raise our prayer for her. And as well, I think you are the same, right? But also I have another sister that we pray for her before. I think this is the same, but just in case if my sister that I shared here before, that she's actually one of the supporters in my Patreon page, and I know that she's also battling cancer. Are you the same? If you're still here, please confirm that she's battling cancer, and it really touched me into a different level, because this is the person that is battling cancer and still supports by giving Patreon every single month, and also being here commenting. I see Marie Antoinette every time here, every time. I believe she's the same, but just in case if they're different, just remember our sister here, she's battling cancer. And what we can do, the rest of us, is to pray for her. And maybe you have a member of the family also who is battling the same thing. Man, sometimes it doesn't matter whether you believe in God or not. Sometimes you can try. You gotta try everything you can to protect your family, to protect your people, right? And if prayer can change something, then why not praying? I believe in God, right? And I believe that things. Okay, that's me. Okay, so you're the same. I didn't want to mention the name that I have it here just in case. So you're the same. Yeah. Yeah. I love you, Marie Antoinette. I love you so much. And, I want us to take a moment to pray for her. If you can, in your religion, in your language, in your whatever, take a moment to pray for our sister here. And yeah. So I'll be praying in. Yeah. Okay. So that's okay. Her name is Cherian. Remember, this is her name. I just didn't want to mention because, but it's good that you mention your name as well, guys. We are 19 people here. If we take 1 minute to pray for our sister, those are 19 minutes. Do you think God is not going to listen? 19 minutes. He's going to listen, because for 19 minutes, it's just people that mentioning the same name. Jerry for 19 minutes, man. Even if God is like, he's busy doing something else, he'll be like, okay, I hear this name for so long time. I got to go there and do something. It can happen. And I'm telling you, it will be an amazing testimony. I believe, and I know, Cherry, you do believe this too. Because if we pray and you don't believe that this can happen, then it's not going to happen. We rely on your faith. So all together, just going to take a moment to pray for our sister. I will set exactly 1 minute to just pray for her. And you guys can pray in your language, in your, whatever, just do that. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead. 1 minute. We'll start right now. God, I thank you for Cherry. Thank you that you love her. You know her by her name. You know the number of her hair. We don't know like how many hairs we have, but you do know. And you call her by her name. You know the struggle she has been through, she's going through. And you are able to heal her, because this is not the end, but it's the beginning of her story. You brought her in this community for a reason. And today, we're praying for Cherian. This number, 17 people that we're here, praying for her. I know we're using different languages, and you don't care about it, but you just see people who asking you to do something. You're God and you can do everything. Nothing is impossible to you. So I pray that you may heal Cherry. She's battling cancer. I pray that you may heal her. In Jesus' name, I pray that you may set her free. I pray that this will be a testimony. Everywhere. We are praying publicly here on YouTube. Everybody's watching. Everybody's listening. You're a powerful God. We don't believe on useless things. No, we believe on you, powerful God. And we believe that you can do a miracle. When doctor says that, we cannot do this anymore, that's when you reveal your power. That's when you reveal your ability. You can change this. So do your way, not because we pray, but because you always wanted to heal her. And you just wanted to manifest this in front of the whole world. And you don't need to do this to prove anything. God doesn't have to prove himself to us. I believe in you. And maybe some of these people do believe in you. That's enough. That's more than anything. Cherry believes in you. So heal her, set her free. We want her to be free for good. We want that cancer to disappear. A brand new body, brand new, whatever angle that she's struggling with, God. We want brand new body in that place. You can do it. Oh, you have done it already. We thank you and we receive it in your name. We pray, in Jesus' name. Amen. Oh, actually, that was 3 minutes. So if you were praying with me, 17 times 3, 51 minutes. 51 minutes praying for the same thing. Imagine. That's good. I love what you say, Senuti. Love all to my African family. Sending love. Nothing more but love. Yeah. Nothing but love. All right. I appreciate you guys. I love you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. And Cherry, I'm telling you, you will come to talk to us here one day. You'll give a testimony here one day. Because you go to the doctor and doctors will tell you that, hey, we can't find cancer anymore. And I'm telling you, that's what God can do. If God says yes, nobody can say no. I'm telling you, one day doctors will tell you that we cannot find that cancer anymore. Where did it go? We cannot explain this. Where did it go? They'll tell you. They'll tell you. Mark my words. Not because I'm saying it, no, because God is going to do it. I don't have any power to do it, but He's going to do it. So receive it in Jesus' name. All right. I love you guys. Good night. Bye-bye.